Fang Jueyu. After we argued that day, I got drunk by myself in the school park. A friend carried me back and took care of me all night. We didn't do anything inappropriate, but his attentive care made me develop feelings. Later, he pursued me fiercely, and yesterday, we got together. Oh, now, I have a boyfriend again. You don't need to come looking for me in the future. Fang Jueyu finished reading the text message and felt a deep sadness in his heart. He couldn't believe that over such a small matter, his girlfriend of 2 years had found someone new so seamlessly. Is this your explanation? Fang Jueyu sneered. For the first time, he felt like his intelligence was being ground into the dirt by a woman. How could any man with a normal brain believe this? Fang Jueyu and his girlfriend, Jiang Yuan, were both juniors at Jiangnan University. They met at a school event and quickly developed mutual feelings, becoming a couple that many envied. Not long ago, Jiang Yuan lost her temper because they couldn't get tickets to a concert that was a concert by a top-tier singer, Su Lun, whose shows always sold out in seconds, even crashing the ticketing system. Jiang Yuan had always had a big temper, but Fang Jueyu doted on her. This time, however, Jiang Yuan went overboard, and in anger, Fang Jueyu sulked away. The next day, Jiang Yuan texted that she wanted to break up. Fang Jueyu thought she was just having a tantrum and tried to coax her for a long time. But he didn't even get to see her face, but he didn't expect to receive such a text less than a week later. Hey guys, come out and drink with me. Alcohol wasn't a good thing, but it was the best remedy for a troubled mind. Thankfully, over the past 2 years, he had made quite a few good friends, and even though the holiday was approaching, everyone hadn't gone home yet. They found the nearest bar, ordered a heap of drinks, and let the alcohol loosen their tongues until everything came spilling out. Fang Jueyu, you rascal, you're born with the magnetic pull of a scum girl curse, said a slightly chubby guy pointing at him. This was Fu Jun, Fang Jueyu's high school and college classmate. Since high school, he had almost witnessed all of Fang Jueyu's romantic history. Fang Jueyu was of average height and somewhat above average looks. His family was decently well off, but he had learned both the violin and piano since elementary school, by all accounts. He shouldn't have been lacking in girlfriends, but whether it was a vision problem or unique taste, he never liked a normal girl. The first time he developed feelings for a girl was in his freshman year of high school. They were together for only 2 days before she backed out, claiming she was afraid it would affect her studies. The funniest thing was, Fang Jueyu got into a prestigious university, while the girl ended up at an average college. Getting dumped after 2 days became Fang Jueyu's biggest joke. His deskmate, Jiang Yi, mocked him for 3 years straight, even left him with harsh words. Fang Jueyu, don't be too upset that you'll meet someone who'll back out in a day, or even 3 days. It was as if a magic spell. Jiang Yi's words really came true, and the reasons the girls backed out had him both crying and laughing. One girl agreed to be with him, and the next day got back with her ex-boyfriend. Another claimed Fang Jueyu was too nice, making dating him boring. Back then, Fang Jueyu was left scratching his head in disbelief, even beginning to doubt his life. Had he been some notorious womanizer in a past life, now cursed with these bizarre women? Until he met Jiang Yuan, he thought he'd finally found true love. For 2 years, he gave his heart and soul to Jiang Yuan, showered her with love, even becoming the boyfriend her roommates envied. Yet faced with this situation, he felt like half his world had collapsed. He imagined a bright green hat shining atop his head, not very exquisite, but perfectly sized. Old Fang, there's something I think I should tell you. After hesitating for a long time, his roommate, Ding Minghui, finally decided to say it. Go ahead, at this point, what's left to hide? Fang Jueyu said, then gulped down half a bottle of beer. That guy Jiang Yuan is with. I've heard of him. His name is Wang Xian, and he's a well-known rich kid at our school. His dad is apparently a high-ranking official at Daoga Ticketing Network, Ding Minghui said. I saw them eating together 2 weeks ago, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't dare tell you. Daoga Ticketing? Something suddenly clicked for Fang Jueyu. Ha, I get it now, so that's how it is. Daoga Ticketing is the largest ticketing center in the country, with over 80% of performance tickets sold through this channel. A.S. the son of a senior leader. Getting a few tickets to a Su Lun concert would have been a breeze for Wang Xian. Whether it was just for concert tickets or to cozy up to this rich guy, Fang Jueyu lost all interest in knowing more. Jueyu, you don't have to be too upset about a woman like that. With your qualifications, finding a good girl will be a piece of cake, won't it? Another friend, Chung Kai, tried to lighten the mood and grinned slyly. I hear there are still many beauties on the campus flower list who are single. Want to check them out? I got insider info. Drinking until midnight, Fang Jueyu stumbled back to his dorm and fell asleep as if waking up would wash away all his troubles. The next day, a ringing phone woke him from his sleep. With his eyes closed, he answered, "Hello. Who is this?" "I'm your mother," a voice came from the other end. It was Fang Jueyu's mother. You little brat, when exactly are you coming home? The neighbor's kid who studies in Yinjing University has already come back, and you're not even that far away. You don't want to come home, do you? I'll come. I'll come. I'll come back this afternoon. In his mind, Fang Jueyu pictured his mother, Chao Lan's exquisite face. A woman who didn't look 40 or 50 at all. Not just because she was his mother, but because Chao Lan's beauty was indescribable. But her fiery temper hardly fit that stunning appearance. Not just Chao Lan, his father, Fang Huai, also looked like he was in his 20s at IT seemed since he could remember. Time had never left a mark on his parents' faces, and the odd part was his parents never used any skincare products. Even Chao Lan's dressing table only held a few lipsticks. Okay, come back soon. Your dad and I have something to tell you tonight. With that, Chao Lan hung up the phone. From school to home was just an hour's train ride plus a 10-minute taxi ride, and usually, Fang Jueyu just took a nap to get through this dull journey. But this time, he kept thinking about something. This morning, Chao Lan said something strange. It seemed that in all these years, she had never spoken to Fang Jueyu in such a serious tone. Was there something wrong at home? But it shouldn't be. Fang Jueyu had no relatives besides his parents, whether grandparents or maternal grandparents. He had not seen them since he could remember. In his mind, they should have passed away long ago for the family's financial situation. This had been a question that puzzled Fang Jueyu for 20 years. He never saw his parents go to work, and he didn't even know what jobs they did. Although he couldn't say they were extremely wealthy, the family had never worried about money. Fang Jueyu had no idea where the family's money came from. He had a vague feeling that this time, when Chao Lan called him back to say she had something to tell him, it might unveil the questions buried in his heart for years. Son, over here. As soon as he stepped out of the station, Fang Jueyu saw his father waving at him. But even though Fang Huai was his dad, even if he told others that they were brothers, no one would doubt it. Not only that, Fang Huai was taller and more handsome than Fang Jueyu. Sometimes Fang Jueyu even suspected his parents were some kind of immortal monsters, but he had no evidence for that. Huh, Dad, did you buy a car? Fang Jueyu was surprised to see the Porsche Cayenne next to Fang Huai. Although he didn't know much about cars, with the equipment, it must cost over $1 million. When did his family have so much money? What's the big deal? It's just a small, lousy car. Fang Huai casually picked up Fang Jueyu's dozens of pounds heavy luggage with one hand and put it in the trunk. Get in the car. Fang Jueyu walked to the car, bewildered, feeling like everything was unreal that a Porsche was called a lousy car. They lived in an ordinary neighborhood, with a house no more than 80 or 90 square meters, as ordinary as it could be. But he suddenly felt that his family was far from being as simple as he had imagined. Upon returning home, the rich aroma of the dishes made Fang Jueyu's taste buds blossom. Chao Lan had already prepared dinner for their return. Wife, your cooking has improved. Fang Huai grinned and kissed Chao Lan. The old couple was still so lovey-dovey every day, making Fang Jueyu roll his white eyes in response to the earlier shock. But Chao Lan's cooking was indeed great. Fang Jueyu devoured it. Compared to this, the popular meals in the school cafeteria were nothing more than pig slop. Eat more. This might be the last time your parents eat with you. Chao Lan suddenly gazed at Fang Jueyu with reluctant eyes. The last time? Fang Jueyu was stunned, putting down his chopsticks. What does that mean? Well, Fang Huai cleared his throat. Son, you are 20 years old, and there are some things we ought to tell you. Let's go to the study. Chao Lan and Fang Huai both headed to the study, and Fang Jueyu followed with a face full of curiosity. The study was as neat as ever, but the only difference was a delicate little box on the table. Son, there are things we've kept from you for a long time, but we want you to grow up like a normal child. So much has not been told to you, Fang Huai said, but we're planning to leave here, so before we go, you should know these things. Are you going to tell me you guys are some kind of monsters? Fang Jueyu blurted out. What nonsense, you brat. Fang Huai slapped Fang Ju on the head. Your grandfather's news recently disappeared. Your mom and I plan to go to the last place he was seen. We're leaving first thing tomorrow morning. My grandfather? Fang Jueyu was stunned. Wasn't he already dead? Slap. Another slap landed on his head. Who told you your grandfather was dead? He's just not on Earth anymore that we've kept in touch. But recently we can't sense any news from him. So your mom and I are worried and plan to find him. What? Not on Earth. Fang Jueyu felt his head go a bit fuzzy, wondering if his parents were on drugs and talking nonsense. It might not be easy for you to accept, Chao Lan thought for a moment. Let me put it like this. Your dad and I, along with your grandparents, are not ordinary people. How extraordinary. We live for a millennium, almost never age, and have unimaginable powers. Ha ha ha, Dad, Mom. You two must have watched too many sci-fi movies, right? Fang Jueyu laughed. It wasn't April Fool's Day today. Oh, silly child. Chao Lan shook her head. No wonder. When your grandfather told this to your dad back then, he nearly peed his pants. Shut up. Give me some face in front of the kid. Fang Jueyu mumbled. He opened the box, revealing something that looked like a syringe, with unknown liquid flowing in it. This is a family heirloom passed down through generations for thousands of years. Once you inject this into your body, you'll know everything. Oh, and if you miss us, quickly upgrade your privileges, then there'll be a way to contact us. Also, afraid you'll starve. We've transferred our family's assets, passed down for generations, to your name that you'll know everything eventually. Assets. How much do we have? Fang Jueyu grinned. By the way, Dad, where did you get that car? Was it a rental? Get lost. Fang Jueyu knocked Fang Jueyu's head again. I deposited some money in this card. Spend it as you like. Our family money can't be spent out. Fang Jueyu received the black bank card, noticing its unusual material and high-end design. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment in almost any large mall nationwide. And if you don't believe me, check how much money is inside. Fang Jueyu gave a mysterious smile. I've already linked the card to your phone. Fang Jueyu curiously entered the card number on the computer and initiated a balance inquiry. A text message quickly arrived on his phone, and a long string of zeros made his mind buzz. 8 zeros, a full 100 million. This can't be real, can it? Fang Jueyu's face turned blank. Dad, Mom, how much money does our family really have? Fang Jueyu and Chao Lan exchanged an innocent look, then showed helpless expressions. We don't know either. Many companies have our shares. Actually, the developer of this neighborhood is also our family's group. Anyway, in this world, there probably isn't anyone richer than us. There can't possibly be anyone richer than us in this world, right? This sentence exploded in Fang Jueyu's mind like a bomb. Buzzing loudly, IT even reminded him of a famous quote from a wealthy heir online. I've never cared if my friends have money or not. There's no way they're richer than me, anyway. Compared to that, what Fang Jueyu and Chao Lan said had a much stronger impact. To his surprise, the developer of this neighborhood was actually their family's company, and he hadn't known this until now. If this turned out to be true, then Fang Jueyu, just driving a Porsche Cayenne to pick him up, was already lowering his status. No, not to mention the money on that black card. Most people couldn't spend it all even if they lived lavishly their entire lives. All right, now that you're grown up, you should understand some things. There are things you can say and things you can't, and you surely have a sense of discretion unless you've reached the point where you can overlook the rules of this world like us that you'll probably tire of this life eventually. Fang Jueyu said with the air of someone much older. If you ever get bored of Earth, just come find us, and don't forget to bring your wife. Chao Lan laughed. We're in a hurry to find your grandfather. In the meantime, take care of yourself and reach the required level as soon as you can. When you do, don't just think about contacting us. Even flying out into space to find us will be a piece of cake. As Fang Jueyu was still puzzled by words like fly out into space and level, Fang Jueyu suddenly jabbed a syringe into his IT felt like a mosquito bite, and Fang Jueyu shuddered slightly. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he drifted off to sleep. Honey, are you going to miss our son? Fang Jueyu laid Fang Jueyu on the bed and gently covered him with a blanket, while Chao Lan never took her eyes off him. This little rascal came for me. How could I not miss him? Chao Lan's eyes became a bit misty. But we don't have a choice. Things might be worse for Mom and Dad. Anyway, with that thing, Jueyu will definitely thrive on his own. That we'll be able to get back in touch in 2 or 3 years at the most. I'm glad you think that way. Fang Jueyu wiped away Chao Lan's tears. Shall we set off now? Yes. The couple stepped onto the balcony, and an extraordinary glow emanated from them. Enveloping their bodies, IT was pure and surreal, reminiscent of mythical deities. Zoom! 2 streaks of golden light shot into the sky, vanishing into the pitch-black night. Meanwhile, Fang Jueyu found himself in a peculiar state, as though he had entered a world full of data. This human-like voice kept echoing in his ears. System is initiating host status detection. All physical conditions are normal, beginning host binding. Binding complete, generating permissions. Following the previous host's orders, unlocking all wealth. Initiating task for permission upgrade. Beep beep beep. Task generation complete. System host transfer complete. Whoosh! Fang Jueyu jolted awake from the dream, feeling as if he had been dreaming. His parents not only told him he was a rich heir, but they also had superpowers and even had to leave Earth to find his grandfather in the vast cosmos. Wait, why am I lying on the bed with my clothes on? Where are my parents? He looked at the clock. It was already 10:30, even if it was a holiday. Chao Lan would wake him up at 9, spot on. Host, you don't need to look around. The previous generation of hosts has already left Earth to search for the 98th generation of hosts. A voice suddenly popped into his mind. You. Who are you? Show yourself. Where are you? Fang Jueyu jumped out of bed, but there was nothing in the house. I exist within your body, having merged with the host's body. Unless the host reaches top-level permissions and possesses the same abilities as the past hosts. You can't separate me from your body using your own energy. Wait, are you the family heirloom my parents mentioned? Fang Jueyu suddenly had a realization. Yes, you could put that way that I've served the Fang family for thousands of years, and you are the 100th generation host. Holy crap, Fang Jueyu didn't know what to say. Other people's family heirlooms were precious antiques or something, but his family amazingly inherited an entire system. What exactly are you? Simply put, I am a multifunctional intelligence system with features like management, investment, cultivation, and inquiry, among others. However, your earliest ancestors have amassed enough wealth, so you might not need these features now. What about cultivation? Don't tell me my parents practice some cultivation technique or something. This isn't some fantasy world. Where'd you find such things? Of course, my cultivation system is somewhat unique. Your bodies indeed have great potential, and with certain guidance, the abilities you can possess are beyond your imagination that you'll find out after you unlock certain levels of permissions. Permissions, what are those? Fang Jueyu asked again. They're the keys to using my functions. Right now, you've only unlocked some basic ones. The 99th generation host worried you might find Earth dull, so they created tasks. Completing these tasks will increase your permissions. For instance, once your permissions are elevated, you can start learning ways to unlock human potential that if you grow strong enough, you can also leave Earth to find the previous generation of hosts. What task did my father leave me? Spend money, show off. The voice chuckled mischievously. The previous host's idea is quite amusing. Oh, come on, my dad's really that kind of person? Then again, thinking about it, his parents were never really conventional. By the way, do you have a name? It's just a code. The host can name me as you please. All right, in that case, I'll call you Xiao Yi. Fang Jueyu said offhandedly. Who knows? Maybe heaven pitted his earlier tough times and gave him this system now. Was it to help him defy fate and change his destiny? Since his parents left him this thing, wouldn't it be a waste not to make good use of it? Jiang Yuan left him because he wasn't wealthy or powerful enough, right? With this ancestral fortune, such things shouldn't happen to him anymore, should they? Now, I'm going to release the first stage of the permission upgrade mission. Host, are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. First task, increase your fame and let everyone know that a super rich person like you exists. The system will automatically assess the completion criteria, and the first stage permissions will be unlocked upon completion. The time limit is 1 year. Increase popularity. How do I do that? Does it involve spending money? Fang Jueyu was bewildered by the thought of how to spend money for the first time. Although Fang Huai had immeasurable wealth, he never revealed any of it. Fang Jueyu had always led an ordinary life. Suddenly being given so much wealth left him clueless about how to spend it. Buy a car, buy a house. Ideas flashed through his mind, but he was just an average college student and had never dealt with such things. Dealing with proof of ownership, waiting in line, or lottery draws would be too much of a headache. Host, are you troubled about how to spend money? When his mind was spinning, Xiao Yi's voice suddenly echoed in his head. Can you teach me? Oh, Xiao Yi let out a surprisingly human-like sigh. Host, you shouldn't evaluate yourself with your previous mindset. You must detach from your former identity. All right, let me help you. Consider it a beginner's task. Okay, guide me a little. Fang Jueyu finally felt like he'd found a lifeline. Now, initiating the task phase. Spend 10 million yuan on a live streaming platform, complete the task, and receive a reward of double physical enhancement, with an increase of 2% in level 1 clearance. 10 million. Fang Jueyu was dumbfounded. The largest amount he had ever come across was his college tuition, let alone 10 million. He hadn't even touched 100,000 before. Plus, 10 million accounted for 10% of the balance on his bank card. Spending it on a live streaming platform was a bit daunting. Host, don't worry that a trivial 10 million is so easy to make back. There, now you've made 10 million. Go ahead and spend it. What? Fang Jueyu was stunned. In the blink of an eye, he had made 10 million. Host, you have no idea of the extent of your industries. It seems I have to disclose at least some of it to you. Xiao Yi noticed that Fang Jueyu was a good kid. Even with all this sudden wealth, it was impossible for his mindset to change overnight, so it was better to shock him first with the money. What's your dream car? The question left him speechless. When it came to cars, he could at most recognize the brand by its logo. As for car performance or models, he knew next to nothing. However, no matter how uninformed, everyone has a dream car in their heart. Fang Jueyu was no exception. Even if he didn't know a thing about its performance or structure, its cool design left an indelible impression on him. Apollo's sun god, he said almost without hesitation. Oh, I didn't expect you, host, to fancy such a supercar. Xiao Yi remarked. This car isn't extremely expensive among supercars, but it's indeed not something money can easily buy. But for you, it's not a problem. What do you mean? Heh, you'll find out soon enough. 5 minutes later, Fang Jueyu's phone suddenly rang. That IT was from an unknown number, but he decided to answer it. Hello, who's calling? Is this Mr. Fang Jueyu? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm Zhou Ruixiang, the head of sales for the Apollo Supercar Asia division at Audi. We just received your order. We've designed a unique custom supercar for you, and we're now confirming the transaction. Fang Jueyu was taken aback. When did he place an order? Was this Xiao Yi's doing? But how was that possible? The car will be modified based on the Apollo Sun God and will feature bulletproofing, automatic cruising, and smart controls. The modifications will be completed within a week, and the transaction will be finished in 2 weeks. Do you have any suggestions or requests? No, nothing. Very well. The factory will start processing your order immediately. I'll contact you 2 weeks from now to arrange for the vehicle to be delivered to your specified location. All right, thank you. It's my honor to serve you. Xiao, what's going on? Tell me quickly. Fang Jueyu felt as if he were dreaming that he knew such high-tier supercars required custom orders, which typically took 6 months to a year, with many orders requiring waiting in line. Moreover, these top-tier cars are limited in number, so even with money, they aren't guaranteed for purchase. Finishing modifications and delivery in just 2 weeks felt like they would have to rush day and night. This meant delaying lots of other orders, which made Fang Jueyu doubt his own influence. What's so unusual about that? Xiao Yi spoke as if it was no big deal. You own 70% of the company and nearly 90% of their supercar manufacturing divisions. Basically, you are the company's boss. Would anyone dare to delay a car for the boss? Own Audi? Yes, it's a stake your father acquired 2 years ago, and it was recently transferred entirely into your name. Holy crap, Fang Jueyu let out a curse. Are you telling me I have shares in Ferrari, Rolls-Royce, and the like? Haha, you're right. You also have shares in Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Pagani, and many supercar companies. All this wealth combined is just a fraction of your total assets. You have a concept of your fortune now. Oh my. Fang Jueyu was thoroughly shocked this time. If this were true, then a mere 10 million was nothing. Spend money. If I can't spend it all, I'll spend like there's no tomorrow. With an iceberg-tip understanding of his wealth, Fang Jueyu seemed to have come to a realization, immediately turning on his computer that he usually watched live streams. Mostly game competitions, and occasionally some streamers singing. But as a poor student, he hadn't spent a dime on these platforms. He commonly used a platform called Bamboo Live and had an account there. Logging into his old account, he found only a few hundred free Bamboo tokens, with the other items all showing zeros. Let's recharge a VIP account first, since he was going to make a name for himself. This was the best method to his memory. The highest VIP level was 10, and reaching level 10 would automatically announce it across the entire system. But to reach level 10, one had to spend 5 million. This really makes my hands shake a little. Spending so much money for the first time, Fang Jueyu's hands were trembling. After a 10-minute tug-of-war in his mind, he finally opened the recharge interface. Tremble, a super tycoon is about to be born. Congratulations to user Lin C. Deer for reaching VIP level 10. Let's cheer for him. A scrolling subtitle flashed 3 times on every live streaming rooms page. Whoa, which tycoon just leveled up their VIP status? Many users were veteran users of the Bamboo Live platform, well acquainted with the regular big spenders, but the ID Lin C. Deer seemed to be a first-time site. Quickly, a group of bored users began investigating this newly minted level 10 VIP god, but they found that although this account was registered 2 years ago, it had never spent any cash, only gifted a few hundred free bamboos at most. Democrat, Minnesota. Is it another case of someone embezzling company funds to show off as a big spender on the streaming platform? Someone speculated. After all, this kind of thing happened before, and such nouveau riche users certainly tend to arouse suspicion at that moment. Fang Jueyu, who had just completed a recharge, recovered from his trembling hands that he still couldn't believe it. He had just recharged 5 million into his live streaming platform account with the click of a button, an amount many families might not earn in a lifetime, and he did it just like that. Host, this is only the first step. You'll have plenty more opportunities to spend lavishly in the future, and you'll get used to it slowly. I know, it's just that being ordinary for so long, it's hard to adjust in an instant. Anyway, it was vacation time, and the break had just started. IT was the peak season for the live streaming industry. Fang Jueyu habitually clicked into a game live stream room, one of his favorite streamers. Wow. What the flip? Did you guys know this scoundrel ambushed me in the bushes for 2 minutes? Full 2 minutes, my goodness. Don't you want your jungle? On the live screen, a chubby streamer angrily ranted, while various bullet comments floated across the screen. 66666, Mr. Pooh. Where's the invincible tank you promised? How did it turn into a toy car? You didn't even know when you got run over. Ha ha ha. This is too entertaining. I can eat another bowl. Mr. Pooh, hurry and fight back. The jungler took that kill. With so many last hits, the economic gap hasn't widened. Use your skills to come back. This chubby guy was one of the most popular game streamers on this platform. He was a former professional player, known as Mr. Pooh, because of his humorous and witty streaming style, enjoyed high popularity on the platform. He's a dead man already. Watch me solo kill him. With extremely skillful maneuvers, Mr. Pooh outmatched his opponent in detail. Even after being ganked once, he still managed to kill the opponent with flair, surviving with less than 20 health left. Nice! Mr. Pooh, you're awesome. I want to have your babies. 6666666. Mr. Pooh's skills aren't lacking from back in the day. I told you I could definitely solo kill him. Gank me? No way. Before Mr. Pooh could relish his moment of triumph, a missile flew from the opposite bottom lane, hitting him precisely and taking him down. Oh no! Mr. Pooh jumped up in anger, even smoked the cigarette in reverse, and both he and his chair tumbled to the floor. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to Jinx for the rocket. I'm laughing death. Someone save me. I need CPR. A classic scene. Whichever big shot edits it into a parody for Billy Billy tomorrow, I'll definitely give it a coin. In front of the screen, Fang Jueyu laughed himself silly at Mr. Pooh's comedic twist. Having watched Mr. Pooh for so long, even though it was part of the mission, he had to spend money on his favorite streamer. Lin C. Deer gifted 99 pandas to streamer Mr. Pooh. Lin C. Deer gifted 99 pandas to streamer Mr. Pooh. Lin C. Deer gifted 99 pandas to streamer Mr. Pooh. 10 identical messages flashed across the live streaming page. The originally fast-moving bullet screen exploded like a bomb, instantly bustling. Wow, what kind of operation is this? Gifted nearly 1,000 pandas at once. Just threw away 500,000 like that. Hey, big spender, is there room for an accessory on your leg? I saw this ID before. It's the big shot who topped up to VIP level 10 just now. Rich guy, I want to have your babies. 6666666. Worship the big shot. Mr. Pooh had just climbed back up from his chair. Seeing the full screen of gifts, he was startled. Though his stream didn't lack wealthy patrons, he had never seen anyone spend money like that on a whim. Big-time streamer. 500,000 wasn't particularly eye-catching for him. But a person casually spending that much couldn't be an ordinary person, right? Experienced as he was, Mr. Pooh was always focused on more than just the surface. Thank you, Lin C. Deer, for the 990 pandas. I'll add you as a moderator in a bit for fun. Mr. Pooh said, already thinking about making friends. Soon enough, Fang Jueyu earned moderation privileges, and Mr. Pooh sent him a private message. Bro, want to add on WeChat? We could drive cars together sometime. Sure. Fang Jueyu didn't hesitate and sent his WeChat ID over. Mr. Pooh, come to Shanghai when you're free. I'll treat you to dinner. I'm going to check out some other rooms. Sure, let's keep in touch on WeChat. Lin C. Deer gifted 99 pandas to streamer Mr. Pooh. Lin C. Deer gifted 99 pandas to streamer Mr. Pooh. As Fang Jueyu exited the room, he sent another 990 pandas, clueless about the scene left behind in the room. Why is she streaming so early today? Fang Jueyu opened his follow list. Besides Mr. Pooh, another streamer's room was lit. Xinyu was a talent streamer. Fang Jueyu saw her as a girl who loved playing the piano and singing after 10 p.m. Her voice was melodious and sweet. Though her stream didn't attract many viewers, she was always punctual. And what intrigued people even more was that she had never shown her face. Her singing was beautiful, and her piano skills impressive. But perhaps this was a world that judged by appearance, so compared to the top-tier female streamers, Xinyu didn't have such high popularity. Today, Xinyu was wearing a black dress and was engrossed in singing an English song while playing the piano to as usual. Fang Jueyu rested his chin on his hands, quietly listening to her sing. Oh, why should we waited? And I should be waiting for someone new, even though that it wasn't you. The lyrics made Fang Jueyu recall a lot of beautiful memories, and unknowingly, his eyes were a little misty. The song ended, and Fang Jueyu was still lost in its charm. While the chat room's comments blew up, Not because of Sinyu's fans, but because Fang Jueyu's arrival attracted a throng of spectators. A level 10 VIP had some privileges, including system notifications every time they entered a stream. Many rushed in, hoping this mysterious tycoon would reward the streamer. Normally, Sinyu's room only had a few thousand viewers, never exceeding 20,000. But with Fang Jueyu's arrival, the room's viewers skyrocketed to over 100,000, and it was still climbing. So the tycoon likes this type of girl. Ha! She isn't showing her face. Could she be Grandma Chow? No, with my years of experience with women, this is definitely a beauty. Even without showing her face, those hands, those legs, she's got to be gorgeous. This streamer sings so well, I don't care about anything else. Since MR.lu likes her, I'm following her. Waiting for MR.lu to send gifts. Waiting X10086. Sinyu's real name was Sinyu. She didn't expect so many people to suddenly flood into her stream. Her family used to be well off. Otherwise, she couldn't have developed a skill like piano, which required lots of money. However, her family's business later suffered major setbacks, and they ended up in significant debt. Now in college, she covered her living costs and tuition by live streaming. She knew the streaming industry was a mixed bag, so she chose this method, but not. Showing her face meant many weren't interested, so her income wasn't great. After the platform's share, her monthly earnings barely covered living expenses, and the extra was just enough for tuition. She didn't pay much attention to the streaming industry's happenings. Streaming on schedule to play piano and sing without knowing why her room suddenly filled up with so many people discussing someone named MR.lu. Linsha and Jalu gift Panda X99 to streamer Sinyu. Spending a fortune, exactly 990 pandas, Sinyu, sitting in front of the piano, covered her mouth, too shocked to speak. 990 pandas, each worth 500 yuan, nearly $500,000 as a small streamer. The platform took 50% of the rewards, but she could still receive 250,000 yuan, more than she might earn in 5 consecutive years of streaming. With this, her next 2 years of school expenses and tuition were covered. Not only that, she could even help ease her family's situation. IKT felt like she was struck by Lady Luck herself. Why does this name sound so familiar? Guasinyu hadn't heard of MR.lu, but the ID Linshin Jialu seemed familiar. She had nearly 50,000 followers, though only about 5,000 watch her streams daily. She remembered regular visitors, and Linshin Jialu seemed like one who was there every day. Thank you, MR.lu, for your gift. Thank you so much. For a moment, Guasinyu couldn't think of how else to express her gratitude. Whoa, the tycoon started again. MR.lu. I don't have money for food today. Please treat me to a meal. My account is XXXXXXXXX. I boldly predict this streamer is going to blow up. Coach, I want to learn piano too. I want to sing. As Guasinyu was still immersed in happiness, a comment in the chat made her emotions almost overflow into tears. I don't know what's happening around you, but from watching your streams for so long, I feel you're not very happy. I hope these gifts can help you a little, and I hope your songs and piano can become happy faster. 66666. Mr. Lu's not just rich, his charm is top-notch. I give this move full marks. Wow. If I were the streamer, I'd be captivated in no time. Why do I smell a whiff of romance here? Is it just my imagination? Above, I smell it too. I sense a story unfolding. I definitely will, thank you. Guasinyu nodded, though no one could see. She wiped her tears and tried hard to calm down. MR.lu. Is there a song or piece you'd like to hear? I'd like to hear River Flows in You, if that's okay. It was Fang Jueyu's favorite piano piece, bar none. That he'd heard it many times in Sinyu's stream before, where her performance was perfect in intensity and emotion. Of course, Guasinyu's slender hands began to caress the piano. She had played this piece at least 1,000 times and knew it by heart. As the piano sounded, the entire room fell silent. After the piece, Fang Jueyu, without hesitation, sent another Panda X99 series, causing another commotion in the chat room. MR.lu. I beg you, please donate some money to me. Is there a big shot who can reveal what MR.lu does? Could he be some company's boss? He's insanely rich. I just came from Mr. Park's stream, where MR.lu gifted $1 million in gifts. And here he's done it again. Is he aiming to dominate the gift leaderboard today? Sigh. After all, only $2 million was spent. Spending this $10 million is truly tiring. Fang Jueyu had recharged $5 million, but the system gave him 10,000 pandas. That he actually only spent 2,000 pandas just now. Merely $2 million. The $10 million mission was still a long way off. Sinyu, I'm off to check other streams. See you tonight for your song. Fang Jueyu typed on the public screen. Okay, same time at 10 tonight. Don't miss it. After exiting Sinyu's stream, Fang Jueyu resumed his grand mission of stream hopping. Regardless of the streamer's popularity, as long as he was somewhat interested, he started with at least 99 pandas. This game's played pretty well. Lin Shun Jialu gifts Panda X99 to streamer Jiangnan Gun King. Although the face is heavily made, the singing is not bad. Lin Shun Jialu gives Panda X99 to streamer Little Sheep. Whoa, what is this? A man made up like this. Sorry, my bad. Hey, this is good. The shooting is superb. It's some cheat. Why can't I control the recoil? Spending the whole afternoon on the streaming platform, Fang Jueyu finally completed the task of spending 10 million, but he was a bit numb himself. Yet this platform witnessed a legend. Someone named Linshin Jialu, known as MR.LU, spent a staggering 10 million within just 3 hours. He rewarded without looking at popularity, only by his liking, leaving the viewers to sum it up in 4 words. Rich, capricious. Xiao Yi, I completed this task. Shouldn't I get a reward? Fang Jueyu exited the live streaming platform, eagerly asking for his prize. Stage task completed. Level 1 permission unlocked task completion increased by 2%. Total completion 2%. Additional reward, double enhancement of physical fitness. It felt as if a current was flowing through his body. Fang Jueyu sensed a mysterious energy surging in every cell, strengthening his muscles, fortifying his bones, and even sharpening his mind. Awesome! The exhilarating sensation filled his soul, making him shout out loud. This state lasted for a full 5 minutes. Fang Jueyu felt as if he had changed bodies. Perhaps rebirth would be a more fitting description. Host, your muscle strength, bone density, brain cell activity, and other bodily metrics have all doubled from their original levels. This is real. He knew his own body. Although he hadn't conducted thorough tests, Fang Jueyu could fully sense the difference in his physique. What was that warm sensation just now? It was released by your ancestors while unlocking their potential. The excess energy was absorbed by the system, allowing me to feed it back to help strengthen your body. Xiao, he explained. Is there more of this energy? Of course, the energy accumulated over 99 generations is enough to transform the host from an ordinary person to an almost omnipotent superhuman. Xiao Yi knew what Fang Jueyu was thinking. But your father has instructed not to excessively use this energy, as it may adversely affect your future growth. My dad's thought this through. Fang Jueyu understood. Such sudden enlightenment-style enhancements only had short-term advantages. Truly becoming powerful would only happen when his permissions were elevated. Wait, what's that smell? Suddenly, a foul odor rushed into his nostrils. These are impurities from the host body. While assisting in your enhancement, I took the liberty of cleansing them. You might want to take a bath now. You should have said so earlier. Fang Jueyu exclaimed while stripping down and rushing to the bathroom. The cleansed impurities amounted to quite a lot. Fang Jueyu scrubbed for ages to remove the gunk. Even the floor was left with a puddle of disgusting black liquid. After several more washes, the odor finally dissipated. He wiped away the mist on the mirror and looked at himself, suddenly feeling slightly unfamiliar. Fang Jueyu had an ordinary appearance, wasn't tall, and his build was slim, but in the mirror was a face with extremely defined features, resembling Fang Huai a bit, and his height increased by about 5 centimeters, surpassing 1.8 meters. Even more astonishingly, what was once a skinny body now boasted defined muscles. Oh my gosh, am I dreaming? Fang Jueyu touched his body, hardly believing this was truly him, if not for recognizing his original facial outline. While enhancing the host, I also improved the host genes, leading your appearance to approach the perfect human state. Are my parents the same? Fang Jueyu finally understood why his parents, nearing 50, still maintained enviable looks and physique. Your parents went through proper potential development, so naturally their genes are more perfect. They won't age, and you can achieve that too in the future. By the way, you're passed down through the Fang family generations. What about my mom? Can this potential development be taught to others? That's naturally possible, although there are prerequisites that you'll learn about it later, Xiao Yi said. Oh, I've contacted a butler for you. He's already waiting outside. Would you like to meet him now? A butler? Our family has a butler? Fang Jueyu seemed numb with surprise. He's someone helped by the 98th host, your grandfather. Their purpose is to manage part of the Fang family's assets and be ready to serve you at any time. He's here already? Yes, right at the doorstep. Then I'd better go meet him. It didn't seem polite to leave someone waiting at the door. Fang Jueyu dried his body and immediately headed for the entrance. The door opened. revealing two people standing outside. One looked like a 60-year-old man, and the other was a girl about his own age. The old man, dressed in traditional Chinese clothing, despite his age, exuded an aura of authority seen only in business or political leaders. The girl was about 168 centimeters tall, and the word beautiful didn't do justice to her appearance, especially her long and shapely legs, which made Fang Jueyu glance twice. So alike, really too alike. The old man became so excited upon seeing Fang Jueyu that he spoke incoherently. "You must be young Master Fang." "What young? Young Master Fang?" This form of address felt really awkward to Fang Jueyu. What era was this to call someone a young master? "So, who are you, elder?" "Oh, my apologies, young Master Fang," the old man said. "My name is Zhuang Hanzhong, and this is my granddaughter, Zhuang Ying. Part of your assets have been managed by our Zhuang family, though we recently received word that you've officially inherited all Fang family assets, so I've come to brief you on this portion of your assets." The old man spoke respectfully. "Oh, I see. Elder, do come in. It must be tiring standing like that." Fang Jueyu stepped aside to usher them in. "He seems to be quite nice," thought Zhuang Ying, relieved that Fang Jueyu seemed approachable, fearing he might be difficult to get along with. "Elder, take a seat. I just found out yesterday that our family owns so many assets," Fang Jueyu admitted. "You'll probably have to explain everything to me in detail." "Young Master Fang, just call me Old Zhuang, or Uncle Zhuang if you prefer." After some conversation, Fang Jueyu learned that Zhuang Hanzhong had been helped by his grandfather Fang Su in his youth, so he diligently managed the portion of assets Fang Su entrusted to him. "My age is catching up, and I'm not as capable as I used to be. Those assets are now managed by my children, but young master, you should have an assistant by your side that I believe my granddaughter Zhuang Ying could be of assistance to you." "What, an assistant?" Fang Jueyu waved his hands in refusal. "I'm not some company boss, just a college student. What would I need an assistant for? With such a pretty girl around, how could he handle that?" "Ha ha," Zhuang Hanzhong laughed. "Young Master Fang, even if you don't have work to handle, you'll need help when managing funds, right?" Promoting his granddaughter, he continued. "Despite her youth, Xiaoying has already completed a master's in economic management at Oxford. You can leave these matters to her." "That's not a bad idea," Fang Jueyu nodded. With little knowledge about his fortune, he genuinely wouldn't know where to find funds if needed. Who knew what costly task Xiao would assign next? The remaining 900 million seemed significant, but wouldn't last long. "All right then." Fang Jueyu extended a hand toward Zhuang Ying. "I guess I'll be relying on you for these matters." After giving Zhuang Ying some instructions, Zhuang Hanzhong left first. Fang Jueyu stood on the balcony and noticed for the first time that Zhuang Hanzhong had arrived in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The little golden figure shining brightly almost blinded him. The price of this car was likely to be calculated in tens of millions, and it seemed there was a dedicated driver in the car as well. Combined with his elegant demeanor, it was clear that Zhuang Hanzhong was a man of significant wealth. Such a person was only helping to manage a portion of his grandfather's assets. "Young master, from now on, this is how I'll address you." After some interaction, Zhuang Ying had gained some understanding of Fang Jueyu's personality, and this address was entirely meant to poke fun at him a little. You're a bit older than me. How about I just call you Sister Xiaoying in the future?" This title indeed made Fang Jueyu feel a bit awkward, and his face even flushed slightly at a man and a woman in the same room. And for a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. However, it was Zhuang Ying who broke the silence first. "Young master, would you like to change your residence first? This place is a bit small." Although she was only helping the Fang family manage part of their assets, Zhuang Hanzhong was given some shares and dividends by Fang Su, and just those shares alone had turned the Zhuang family into a rather large family. Even Fang Ying lived in a villa with an area of over 500 square meters. Although she didn't know exactly how much Fang Jueyu's net worth was, she had heard from her grandfather that the assets he managed were just a drop in the bucket. Even he didn't know how much wealth the Fang family really had. However, one thing he could confirm was that if the Fang family wished, the entire world economy could collapse in an instant. The fortune accumulated over thousands of years was beyond anyone's imagination. Change residence. Yes, you have properties in almost every city. Where would you like to live? I can help arrange it quickly. Fang Jueyu's mouth twitched instantly, owning properties in every city. Even the richest person in Huaxia might not have such a grand scale, right? He realized he seemed to increasingly not understand himself. He pondered for a moment. His parents had gone to find his grandfather in them, and there didn't seem to be too much to keep him in this city. Since he was studying at Jiangnan University, he might as well go to Jiangnan City. Let's go to Jiangnan City, preferably somewhere a bit closer to Jiangnan University. Fang Jueyu said. One moment. Zhuang Ying took out a tablet from her bag. Many things couldn't be remembered just by mind alone. Zhuang Ying input something into the tablet, and a densely packed page of index results popped up immediately. Fang Jueyu glanced at it. It all looked like certain residential complexes or something. Found it about 3.5 kilometers from Jiangnan University. There's a place called Jiangnan Villa. You have a standalone villa there. Maybe that will suit you better. What is it like? Tell me about it. This villa was designed by a European designer. With a total construction area of 1,600 square meters, it comes with a swimming pool, a garden, and a small parking lot. The entire villa is situated in the center of an artificial lake. It's currently valued at about 280 million renminbi. Fang Jueyu was drinking water and nearly choked to death when he heard this, a house costing 280 million RMB. Isn't that almost 180,000 renminbi per square meter? This was simply gold worth every inch. If you'd like to go, I can arrange it for you now. Zhuang Ying was very pleased with Fang Jueyu's reaction. She liked his look of not being worldly. It seemed that interacting with this young master, who didn't know how wealthy he actually was, could also be an interesting affair. Go, of course go, why not? Conveniently, Fang Jueyu had just returned home yesterday, so he hadn't packed anything. He can just leave with his suitcase. Only, this place he had lived for 20 years suddenly became empty, and it left him with a bit of a bitter feeling. His parents just left on a whim. Indeed, they had rather big hearts, and he suddenly felt like an orphan. Sister Xiaoying, this place. I understand the young master's thoughts. Zhuang Ying immediately saw through his mind. I'll arrange for someone to clean regularly here. If any time you want to come back and have a look, you can come anytime. Thank you. Fang Jueyu expressed his gratitude sincerely. It's my duty and honor to work for the young master. Shall we set off now? Yes, let's go. Fang Jueyu took a family photo of 3 and then walked out of the building. Young master, you're going to drive this car? When Zhuang Ying saw the Porsche Cayenne parked in the space downstairs, she was stunned. Though wasn't this kind of car too cheap for someone like Fang Jueyu? Is there a problem? Fang Jueyu looked at Zhuang Ying's expression and felt as though he was being looked down upon. How about I get you a car and arrange a driver for you? It'll make your daily travels more convenient. No need. I don't want to take a driver everywhere. People might mistake me for some nouveau riche second gen. Zhuang Ying glanced at Fang Jueyu that he really wasn't some ordinary rich second gen. If there was a word to describe him, perhaps noble young master would be more appropriate. I've already got a customized sports car ordered, should be delivered in 2 weeks that I'll drive myself then. There's no need for a driver. After the college entrance exams, during the summer vacation, Fang Jueyu had already obtained his driving license. He hadn't been driving for a while, so the Cayenne was perfect for him to practice. That's fine, but young master, is your driving skill safe? Zhuang Ying hesitated, wondering if she should ride in the car with Fang Jueyu. Don't worry, even though I'm young, I'm an old driver. Fang Jueyu said casually that in reality, since getting his license, he had only driven 3 times but had just completed body strengthening. His reaction speed and coordination had improved significantly, so driving a race car will be no problem, let alone just driving on the road. All right then, it takes about 2 hours to get from here to Jiangnan Villa in Jiangnan City. If you get tired, I can drive. Zhuang Ying directly sat in the front passenger seat, looking as if she planned to close her eyes for a nap. You trust me quite a bit. Fang Jueyu adeptly started the car and slowly pulled it out from the parking spot in the garage. My family's life was saved by the young master's grandfather. If it weren't for him, maybe there wouldn't be anyone like me. Even if I die in a crash at most, I'm just returning a life to you, Zhuang Ying said. Is it that serious? Fang Jueyu murmured to himself. What exactly had his grandfather done to make their family so loyal? From today forward, my life will be completely different. Fang Jueyu looked up at the sky. It seemed that from today onward, every day would be filled with countless surprises. When he arrived in Jiangnan City, it was already around 8 o'clock. Although it was still July, the sky had gradually darkened, and a rather familiar cluster of buildings appeared in front of him. As a student of Jiangnan University, Fang Jueyu had naturally heard of Jiangnan Biyuan. This place only sold high-end villas, and this fact alone was enough to deter countless people. Being able to live here was already a symbol of status and identity. According to his roommates, the cheapest location for a villa here was 80,000 per square meter, with the smallest villa being 200 square meters in building area. This means the cheapest villa costs over 16 million. Such prices were something Fang Jueyu never dared to imagine before. How many people struggle their entire lives without earning so much money? But now he actually owned a villa in the very center of Jiangnan Biyuan. The original sales center had been remodeled into a service center. Such a high-end neighborhood charged exorbitant management fees every year, naturally offering high-end services corresponding to these fees. Young Master Fang, the property ownership of this villa has already been transferred to your name, and the keys are at the service center. Not long ago, we arranged for someone to clean it, and you can move in immediately. What about the interior, young Master Fang? Do you really not know? All of these high-end villas are fully decorated. Zhuangying laughed. But yours is a bit different. Yours was designed by an artist and a master architect together, and it will absolutely satisfy you to the utmost. The two of them walked side by side in the service center. IT was more appropriate to call a high-end cafe than a service center. Every owner here could enjoy free services. The front desk was manned by a very pretty young girl. IT seemed that the facade work here was indeed very well done. But compared to Zhuangying beside him, she was eclipsed. Hello, I'm Zhang Wending from the Jiang and Biyuan Service Center. You can call me Xiaowen. May I ask what business you have here? The girl named Xiao Wen gave a professional smile. Hello, I'm the personal assistant of Mr. Fang Jueyu. We're here to reclaim his Villa Number 1. The Villa Number 1. Zhang Wenting was instantly taken aback as Villa Number 1 had been unoccupied ever since it was sold a few years ago. Her supervisor had once instructed that if someone came to reclaim the villa, it must be reported immediately, and the best service must be provided. If they offended this person, even a slight dissatisfaction could mean packing up and leaving. This point had been drilled into everyone working here countless times. This was a villa neighborhood for wealthy people. And Villa Number 1's price exceeded 200 million. Such people could not be offended. Just 2 hours ago, the manager had called, saying the owner of Villa Number 1 planned to move in that evening. They had to ensure this person was well received and not let anything dissatisfy them, and the procedures needed to be processed as quickly as possible. Zhang Wenting immediately switched to a sweet smile. Miss, I'm sorry. We still need to go through some procedures. Please present the owner's ID and property certificate. Her gaze swept over Zhuangying and Fang Jueyu's faces. She knew this beauty's identity since she had just stated she was Mr. Fang Jueyu's assistant. Could this young man be the owner of Villa Number 1? But she promptly shook her head. Fang Jueyu was simply too young. Such an expensive villa would even be a stretch for a rich second-generation heir to indulge in buying. Surely the owner was an affluent middle-aged or even elderly man. Furthermore, working here long-term had honed Xiao Wen's keen observation skills, and she could immediately tell what level Fang Jueyu's clothes were. With such a status, it wasn't even plausible for him to buy an ordinary villa, let alone Villa Number 1. He must be the assistant lady's younger brother or something, she speculated to herself. Oh, I think the property certificate should have already been delivered here, right? Please wait a moment. I will verify that. Zhang Wenting promptly made a call to check, and sure enough, someone had delivered the property certificate there an hour and a half ago. However, as it was sent via express delivery, they dared not casually open the homeowner's mail. Soon, another staff member brought over the package. The recipient of this package is Mr. Fang Jueyu. Please present his relevant documents so we can hand over the document to you. Young master, your ID. Zhuangying wasn't entrusted with the responsibility of keeping Fang Jueyu's ID. Oh yes, I've got it here. Fang Jueyu quickly fished his ID out of his bag. Young master. The expressions of the girls at the front desk instantly changed. They had just ruled out the possibility that this young man was the owner of Villa Number 1. Could their assumption be getting disproved so quickly? Fang Jueyu handed over his ID. Indeed, although the photo on the ID differed slightly from the person, certain features indicated it really was the young man in front of them, meaning he truly was the owner of Villa Number 1. Please have a seat for a moment. We'll have all the procedures completed for you right away, in about 15 minutes. Zhang Wenting immediately switched to a charming smile, even casting a few flirtatious glances his way intentionally or unintentionally. Which girl working here didn't wish to find a young, wealthy, and handsome boyfriend? Fang Jueyu in front of them perfectly fulfilled these 3 characteristics, but if he took an interest in her, wouldn't she be soaring like a phoenix? Young master, I guarantee that as long as you wish, any one of them would be willing to warm your bed tonight. Zhuangying teased. So, shall I make some arrangements for you? Although Fang Jueyu had been in a relationship with Jian Yuan for 2 years, he was still a typical young guy. How could he withstand such teasing? His face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Sistering, don't say anything like that. I'm not that kind of person. Ha ha ha. Watching Fang Jueyu flustered, Zhuangying didn't know why it made her particularly happy. Young master, you can't be like this. With your status and wealth, you're likely to meet countless outstanding girls in the future. You need to adjust your mindset sooner rather than later, or you'll suffer for it later. Ms. Zhuang, Mr. Fang, your coffees. A young girl carefully placed the coffees in front of the two. My name is Zhou Qingxue. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Our manager will be here shortly, as Villa Number 1 is of great value. The keys have always been kept in his possession. As she bent down, perhaps intentionally, she revealed a large expanse of alabaster chest without any cover to Fang Jueyu. All right, we understand. Thank you, Fang Jueyu said, feigning composure. What did I say? You didn't believe me. Zhuang Ying naturally noticed that earlier scene and pulled a small note from under Fang Jueyu's cup, revealing a string of phone numbers. Well, that little girl's looks and figure are quite decent, barely worthy of serving the young master. If you're too shy, I can arrange it for you. Zhuang Ying seemed committed to teasing Fang Jueyu thoroughly. Being constantly teased was unbearable, so Fang Jueyu fiercely retorted, if you want someone to accompany this young master, then you should come personally. As soon as he said this, Zhuang Ying, who planned to continue joking, blushed furiously, and the words she intended to say were swallowed right back. Ha 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 ha! Having finally won a round, Fang Jueyu laughed triumphantly like a victor. Is this Mr. Fang Jueyu? A slightly chubby middle-aged man rushed in 5 minutes later. He had received a call and hurried back from his business trip. Hello, I am Fang Jueyu. Fang Jueyu extended a hand for a symbolic handshake. Mr. Fang, you are truly young and accomplished, having such a vast fortune at such a young age. The manager started with a flattering remark. I am Wang Zhihai, the manager of Jiangnan Villa. I am currently responsible for all the logistics and property management here. If you have any issues, feel free to contact me. Thank you for the trouble, Manager Wang. Of course, Fang Jueyu wasn't going to give out his number. Such matters would surely be handled by Zhuang Ying. Manager Wang, can we see the villa now? Mr. Fang is tired from the journey and needs some rest. Zhuang Ying, acting as an assistant, said, if the pleasantries continued, who knew when they could actually move in? Wang Zhihai suddenly became a lot more alert. He had perhaps overestimated himself. Although Mr. Fang looked approachable, his assistant certainly seemed formidable. IT appeared they just wanted to settle in quickly and had no interest in idle chat with a lowly manager. Of course, I have the keys with me. We can go immediately. Wang Zhihai dared not show any temper. Please take my car. It's a short distance to Villa Number 1. No need for the trouble. We have our car. You can lead the way in front. Zhuang Ying responded coldly. All right, please follow me. Wang Zhihai was now somewhat dejected as a manager of this type of real estate. Wang Zhihai's company car wasn't low-end, or else ferrying around esteemed guests would be beneath him. His vehicle was a Maybach, priced upwards of $3 million. When he saw Fang Jueyu's Porsche, he was a bit surprised. Such wealth driving a car like this seemed rather understated. Naturally, Fang Jueyu wasn't aware of Wang Zhihai's thoughts. In his mind, this car was already considered a luxury vehicle. Perhaps he didn't quite understand the world of the truly wealthy. The two cars drove into the neighborhood, with an enormous artificial lake at its center. Villa Number 1 was situated right in the middle of this lake, the focal point of the villa complex, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. There was only one specially crafted road leading to Villa Number 1, and a guard was assigned to ensure the homeowner's safety. Despite being prepared, when Fang Jueyu saw the villa, he couldn't help but gasp. Perhaps it's not an exaggeration to describe it as a palace. The villa had 4 levels. The lowest was a garage, while the top was an open-air garden surrounded by a suspended ring-shaped swimming pool, a design that's both bold and innovative. The villa's shape wasn't square. It looked like a disjointed Rubik's Cube with a strong sci-fi vibe. Young master, are you satisfied? Seeing Fang Jueyu's expression, Zhuang Ying already knew he was incredibly pleased with this villa. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Fang Jueyu was eager to take a look inside. Then I won't disturb you further. Wang Zhihai handed over the villa keys and sensibly left first. Thank you, Manager Wang. Fang Jueyu thanked him. Sistering, why did you seem a bit cold towards Manager Wang? Fang Jueyu had wanted to ask this in the car. Young master, you need to know that many people would want to interact with you and get close to you because of your wealth. Of course, I don't discriminate against anyone due to their status, but I saw flattery and greed in Manager Wang's eyes that there's no need to associate with such people. Understood. Fang Jueyu nodded, suddenly grasping something. Come on, let's go inside first. Zhuang Ying said mysteriously. I've had someone redecorate the villa. Although time was a bit tight, you should like it. Fang Jueyu excitedly walked into the villa, wary of setting foot on the luxurious tiles. These tiles are custom-made, with an artificial crystal layer added to the surface, Zhuang Ying explained. Each tile measures 40 centimeters x 40 centimeters, priced at approximately 5,000 yuan each. 5,000 yuan per tile. Fang Jueyu was about to go insane. That meant over 30,000 per square meter. Even the house prices in the city center were at that level. At the entrance were two Qinghua porcelain vases about a meter high, with fresh plants inside. Clearly, those tidying up the house were very meticulous. These are a pair of rare Qinghua porcelain vases from the Song dynasty, likely passed down from your ancestors. Their current value should exceed 12 million each, Zhuang Ying added. Hiss! Fang Jueyu gasped again. Placing antiques at the front door, how wealthy do you have to be to do that? Yet he didn't doubt Zhuang Ying's words. His ancestors had long acquired the Little E system at the time. They might have already been quite wealthy. So perhaps these vases were antiques to him, but not to his ancestors. Accumulating a plethora of items over generations wasn't all that surprising. Wait, Sister Ying, you're not saying all the decorations in this villa are antiques, are you? Of course, this villa also features a study with many original works from famous figures such as Tang Yin, Wang Shiji, and Zheng Banqiao. It's not just one or two pieces, and there are even works from foreign celebrities. You're sure they're all originals? Fang Jueyu asked again for confirmation. Zhuang Ying nodded seriously. Fang Jueyu pointed at a huge oil painting on the wall. What's this? Don't underestimate my education. I recognize Van Gogh's Starry Night, and this painting should be in the Museum of Modern Art in New York, right? Why don't you check what's written on the back of this painting? Zhuang Ying smiled mysteriously once more. Perplexed, Fang Jueyu walked over, took the painting off the wall, and examined it carefully. It appeared significantly different from the one in his art textbook, with a few lines of text on the back that he couldn't understand. What is this? It's not English, is it? Fang Jueyu felt awkward. This is Dutch. When translated, it reads, Thank my Huaxia friend Fang Kuan for helping me in my darkest times. I created a version of Starry Night, gifting him half as a token of gratitude. Van Gogh. Fang Kuan. Could it be another ancestor of mine? Fang Jueyu was feeling a bit numbed at that moment. Little Yi's voice echoed in his ear. Yes, host. Fang Kuan was the 91st host of the system. When Van Gogh was at his lowest, he encountered your ancestor while traveling the world, who provided him with funds to learn and study painting. Thus, Van Gogh gifted him this painting upon completion. May I ask, how much could this painting sell for? Fang Jueyu asked meekly. If it were the original in New York, it would be around $400 million now, of course. That's a priceless treasure and wouldn't be sold even if someone offered money.as for your version, because it features an inscription from Mr. Van Gogh and its historical significance. It's probably worth at least $600 million. Fang Jueyu was completely dumbfounded this time that he finally understood one sentence. Poverty truly limits imagination. Sister Ying, my heart can't take this. The price of this villa at $280 million already had him dumbfounded. But what he didn't expect was that any random painting on the wall was worth $400 million, and in US dollars. That was enough to buy 10 villas like this. These are just some random decorations in the living room. Actually, when Fang Hui transferred these assets to Fang Jueyu, Zhuang Ying was already aware. She figured Fang Jueyu would choose this villa as his residence. And these arrangements were made a month 8G. To be honest, when she first saw these things, she was also scared enough. However, as she inherited more and more assets, she gradually became numb to it. Fang Jueyu walked into the living room, which was quite spacious, with a rug of some unknown beast fur on the floor. The coffee tables and leather sofas seemed to be costly, and on the side, there was a magnificent grand piano. Fang Jueyu had been learning piano and violin since childhood, initially forced by his parents, but later he fell in love with them completely. And no matter where he was, if there was a piano, he couldn't help but sit down and play a piece. He walked up to the piano, which was an amber color, covered completely in the dense marks of time. Through the text on the piano, Fang Jueyu recognized its name, Plail. Ding! The crisp sound still carried a very ancient aura. Based on his experience, Fang Jueyu judged that this piano might also be an antique, probably several decades old. Suddenly, he found a line of characters on the side of the piano. Surprisingly, they were Chinese characters, and although the writing was a bit aged, Fang Jueyu could still read them. Gifted to my musician friend, Friedrich Francois Chopin. Wait, don't tell me this is Chopin's piano. Fang Jiyu's voice trembled, and he even involuntarily lifted his hand off the keys, afraid he might accidentally break it. Yes, this Pleyel piano is over 180 years old. It's also Chopin's favorite, because it was a gift from his friend in Huaxia. Don't tell me, this friend in Huaxia is also my ancestor? Although he already had the answer in his mind, Fang Jueyu couldn't help but ask, what do you think? Zhuang Ying threw him a charming glance. Oh right, there's also this. Zhuang Ying took out a box from a nearby cabinet. Inside was a light brown violin. Just tell me who used this violin, that I'm mentally prepared. Fang Jueyu took a deep breath, ready to accept whatever came. This violin is the Il Canoni created by Guarneri in 1743, known to later generations as the canon. The one used by Paganini? Though mentally prepared, Fang Jueyu still shivered. As the most famous violin master, Paganini held an unshakable status. For many violinists, the chance to play on his violin would make their life worthwhile. What he didn't expect was that this violin, like Chopin's piano, had all become part of his collection. This violin wasn't gifted by one of my ancestors, was it? Fang Jueyu remembered it was a business tycoon, not from Huaxia, who gifted it to Paganini after a concert. No, but the museum that later housed this violin was yours. 17 years ago. Mr. Fang Huai bought it directly. 17 years ago, I had just started learning violin then. My dad really didn't hold back. Fang Jueyu felt completely disoriented. By the way, there are also two famous violins here, used by masters Chrysler and Heifetz. They're all perfectly preserved, and we've had the descendants of the artisans who crafted these violins restore them, guaranteeing the best sound quality. You should try them. Fang Jueyu was already eager. He picked up Paganini's violin and played a caprice. Although it had been over 200 years, the moment the sound came out, Fang Jueyu felt like his soul was elevated. Though his skills weren't comparable to those masters, he still rendered the piece perfectly. Zhuang Ying even felt like Paganini himself was playing in front of her. After finishing the piece, Fang Jueyu's hand was already trembling. He carefully put the violin back in its case, not because of its worth, but because damaging it would be a desecration of art. Want to check out the study? There are plenty of treasures there. Zhuang Ying laughed. There are many calligraphies and rare books from famous people. Forget it. I'll look another day, but I'm afraid I might faint. Fang Jueyu felt his brain was running out of oxygen. Sister Ying, it's almost 9. Where are you staying tonight? Oh, don't worry. When this villa was bought, the 20 nearest villas were bought too, so I'll just find an empty one to stay in. If you need anything, you can reach me anytime. Several lines of exasperation popped up on Fang Jueyu's head. Those are mine too? Yes, those 22nd tier villas are yours, but most are already occupied. There are 3 empty ones left. If you need them, I can arrange it. Hold on. What do you mean by mostly occupied? Were they rented out? No. Those houses are occupied by a team always ready to serve the young master, including cleaning staff, chefs, drivers, and medical personnel, totaling over 200. Ahem. Fang Jueyu felt like he was about to suffer internal injuries. By the way, if you feel hungry, just ask the chefs to cook. Their numbers are all stored in the villa's phone. All kinds of cuisines, Western desserts, and dishes, whatever you want to eat, we have. Our chefs are the best. All right, I got it. Fang Jueyu thought if he continued chatting with Zhuang Ying, he might hear something even more unbelievable. I'll leave now, so you can rest early. Breakfast will be delivered to you tomorrow, and I'll be staying here permanently from today. If you need anything, just contact me. With that, Zhuang Ying left the villa. Phew! Fang Jueyu seemed to lose all his strength and collapsed onto the sofa. He'd never been so shocked in his life. Slap! He gave himself a hard slap. The doubled strength caused him to lose control, leaving a red handprint on his face. Ow, that hurts! Looks like I'm not dreaming after all. After a busy day, I'm really feeling a bit hungry. Lying on the sofa, almost dozing off, Fang Jueyu suddenly heard his stomach growl. That's when he remembered that he hadn't eaten anything all day done on the coffee table in the living room. There was a smartphone that seemed pretty high-tech. After fiddling with it for a while, Fang Jueyu finally found the number for the head chef responsible for his daily meals and called. Hello, Mr. Fang. How can I assist you today? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you please make me something to eat? He said, a little embarrassed. Not a problem at all. Serving Mr. Fang is our job. The head chef on the other end of the line replied with a chuckle that it's known that these chefs earn a monthly salary of 100,000, but they have rather easy tasks. Each chef specializes in a particular cuisine, so most of the time, they're quite idle. With such high pay and low-intensity work, serving Fang Jueyu wholeheartedly was naturally their sole objective. Mr. Fang, what would you like to eat? Whatever you desire, we can make it. That's quite the bold claim. What if I wanted whale meat? Fang Jueyu said casually, not intending to give the head chef a hard time. So, Mr. Fang, how would you like it prepared? Wait a minute, can you really get that stuff? Fang Jueyu thought. Even with all the money in the world, acquiring whale meat and preparing it in a short time seems impossible, right? Mr. Fang, your 10 private transport planes fly around the globe every week, ensuring that your meals are made with the freshest, highest quality ingredients. Just yesterday, a piece of new whale meat was put in the cold storage. If you wish to eat it, I can arrange for it immediately. Impressive. Fang Jueyu rolled his eyes. Being wealthy indeed allows one to do whatever they want. Using 10 private planes as delivery trucks? Could there be anything more extravagant? Haha, I was just kidding earlier. How about a bowl of noodles? Eating too much at night isn't good, and noodles are easy to digest. Fang Jueyu chuckled awkwardly. He didn't dare ask for more. Who knows, if he asked for dinosaur meat, they might claim they have some cloning facility that already cloned dinosaurs and ask him how he'd like it cooked. Don't make it too fancy. Just add some seafood and vegetables. Got it, Mr. Fang. We'll have someone deliver it to you within 20 minutes. Fang Jueyu hung up the phone quickly. Was this affluent lifestyle always so intimidating? After a sweaty day, Fang Jueyu headed to the bathroom for a shower. The bathtub, which was almost the size of a swimming pool, made him hesitate to take off his pants. For some reason, bathing in such a large room made him feel a bit uneasy. Are there hidden cameras here? He shamelessly wondered. Rest assured, host, there are no surveillance devices here. You can relax and take your bath, came Xiaoyi's untimely voice in his ear. Being integrated with Fang Jueyu, Xiaoyi could completely sense what was on his mind. If you stayed silent, no one would take you for a mute. Fang Jueyu muttered. This was the most comfortable bath he had ever taken. Somehow, after the bath, he felt refreshed, and even his initial sleepiness had lessened a bit. Host, this water contains a large amount of active minerals, similar to those in hot springs. It's very beneficial for the body. Is that really necessary? Fang Jueyu thought it was overly indulgent. Being wealthy is one thing, but some expenses are simply wasteful of money and society's resources. I gotta ask Sister Xiaoying to help me get rid of these pointless things tomorrow. Fang Jueyu thought. Right after he finished his bath, a young lad delivered the noodles he had ordered. He was the head chef's son, young, yet diligent. Mr. Fang, your noodles. He handed over a box. It has an automatic installation feature. Enjoy your meal. Thanks for your hard work. Get home quickly since it's late. Fang Jueyu thanked him, taking the boxed meal back to his room. This is what they call adding a bit of seafood. Fang Jueyu was thoroughly confused when he opened the takeout box. There were noodles and vegetables. Back home, he used to enjoy seafood noodles too, but it was usually just shrimp and scallops. Yet here in this large noodle bowl, there was an emperor crab and an Australian lobster, and even a few abalones. Were they serious? The grains these noodles are made from wouldn't have been irrigated with 82 lawfite, would they? Fang Jueyu whimsically thought. Forget it, I'll just eat. He felt that his appetite had increased significantly with his improved physical fitness. He probably could finish this huge bowl of noodles. Not only that, but this dish was truly a work of a master chef. Though it was a simple preparation, the aroma wafting from the broth was irresistible. He picked up his chopsticks and started devouring the feast without leaving a drop of soup. Burp dash, Fang Jueyu let out a loud burp, then picked at his teeth with one of the Australian lobster's claws. At this rate, I'm going to get too comfortable. It's 10 o'clock. Fang Jueyu noted the time. Watching Xinyu stream at 10 every night had become his routine. He even drifted to sleep listening to her songs many times in his master bedroom. There was a computer with top-of-the-line specs. Who knows what kind of graphics card or processor it had, but its boot-up speed was unbelievably fast, and the system's smoothness would probably handle games flawlessly. Sure enough, Xinyu had started her stream precisely on time, and it seemed that because of Fang Jueyu, her fan count had soared from 50,000 to 1.27 million. Her pure voice attracted many true fans. A warm welcome to Level 10 VIP user, Lin Shunjian Liu, entering host Xinyu's live stream room. Fang Jueyu's appearance stirred up the previously calm chat. He's here. Boss Liu is here again. Rich guy, do you need any sidekicks? The kind that can talk. Ha ha ha. I knew Boss Liu would watch Xinyu's live stream tonight. I waited all evening. And here he is. Boss Liu's army here to propose. Copy this for 50 cents. What's with the comment above? Can 50 cents measure up to Boss Liu's wealth? It should be $5, at least. Boss Liu, are you checking in again tonight? We'll follow your lead. You're here. This mysterious benefactor not only threw 100,000 in gifts in her stream, but also brought a surge in popularity that boosted her income significantly. Haha, were you waiting for me? Fang Jueyu used VIP text to write. 66666. Boss Liu started the flirting. Boss Liu, I'm available. I'm 168 centimeters. Double E. I'm just your type. Sexy Boss Liu, flirting online. 555555. My Xinyu will soon fall under Boss Liu's charms. I want Jingjing. Hi there. I'm Jingjing. What do you want with me? Of course, you're my big sponsor after all. Any song you want to hear? Xinyu playfully ignored the barrage of comments and jokes. Just like always, sing whatever you like. I'll listen quietly. Fang Jueyu lay back on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to relax to her voice. Suddenly, he had a thought that made him a little embarrassed. Who exactly was this Sinyu? As a moderator of Sinyu's room, he boldly sent over a private message. Sinyu, could I get your contact info? After sending the message, Fang Jueyu blushed a bit. This kind of thing was a first for him. More nerve-wracking than a confession. She won't think I'm trying to take advantage of my wealth for ulterior motives, will she? Fang Jueyu was filled with anxious uncertainty. Moments later, a reply came from Sinyu. All right, my WeChat ID is XXXXXXXX, but don't you try anything funny. Nice. Fang Jueyu snapped his fingers in excitement and immediately picked up his phone to send a friend request. Whether it was Sinyu's enchanting voice or simply exhaustion, before long, Fang Jueyu fell into a deep sleep. Huh. Is it morning already? Fang Jueyu groggily woke up from his sleep. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. He washed up a bit and then started pondering a very serious question. What should he have for lunch today? After last night's late-night snack experience, Fang Jueyu knew the style of these chefs, and no matter what he said he wanted to eat, they would surely bring him something astonishing. Uncle Wu, I'll handle lunch myself outside today. No need for you guys to go to any trouble. Fang Jueyu instructed. Uncle Wu was the head chef. In the future, if I want something, I'll let you know in advance. All right, just let me know whatever you'd like to eat. Oh no, I accidentally overslept and forgot about something important. Fang Jueyu suddenly remembered that he had added Sinyu on WeChat last night, but he didn't know if she had approved the friend request. He quickly took out his phone, and sure enough, the friend request had been approved, but the chat was empty. Sinyu hadn't sent any messages either. Sorry, I just moved yesterday, that I fell asleep listening to your song and didn't get to say hi. Fang Jueyu quickly sent her a message. Ha ha ha. No worries, I know someone as wealthy as you is always busy. In just a few seconds, he received Sinyu's reply, accompanied by a cute emoji. By the way, rich dude, where did you move to? I moved to Jiangnan City. Coincidentally, the school is here, so I'm planning to stay here for good. School, are you a student? Sinyu sent a confused emoji. I thought you were at least a middle-aged man in your 40s or 50s. Ha ha, I'm only 20. I just finished my junior year after the summer break. I'm at Jiangnan University. What a coincidence. I'm also studying in Jiangnan City, but I'm at Jiangnan Music College. My grades aren't as good as yours. Actually, Guisinyu was being modest. Jiangnan University ranked third nationwide among comprehensive universities, while Jiangnan Music College was only behind the Central Music Academy and Moda Music College. Everyone's still guessing about your identity. Some think you're a wealthy idler, others think you're a big business owner, didn't expect you to be a student. Those are just wild guesses. Fang Jueyu rolled his eyes. Why did being a rich kid automatically mean being an idler? He was a well-rounded and outstanding college student, after all. But still, rich dude, your family must be in business, right? Guo Xinyu speculated he had to be from a prominent family because it's unlikely someone could spend millions on a live streaming platform, which is essentially just entertainment. Sort of that And Xinyu, please don't call me a rich dude. My name is Fang Jueyu, so just call me by that. All right, then you can stop calling me Xinyu. My name is Guo Xinyu. Thank you so much for your help. To be honest, my family really needed that money. You really helped us out a tight spot, Guo Xinyu said sincerely. If I get the chance, I'll treat you to a meal. Just don't mind if the place is too shabby. Ha ha, I wouldn't. If you pick somewhere too pricey, I might not even feel comfortable, Fang Jueyu replied. You might not believe it, but I only found out 2 days ago that I was this rich. Guo Xinyu sent a playful emoji, clearly not buying Fang Jueyu's story. Is it like what people say online, that your parents suddenly told you they're billionaires? But Guo Xinyu had no idea that the joke she casually made actually happened to Fang Jueyu. Moreover, his parents were beyond just billionaires. Even he didn't know where they had disappeared to in the universe. Since the two were just getting to know each other, there wasn't much more to chat about. So after some pleasantries, they said their farewells. Fang Jueyu had something important to do today. Zhuang Ying had sent him a text earlier, saying he needed to be fitted for a decent outfit. After all, his current attire barely added up to $1,000. Originally, Fang Jueyu was going to find a mall to buy a decent outfit. But Zhuang Ying told him he had a private factory dedicated to tailoring clothes for Fang Jueyu and those who served him. Someone would come in the afternoon to take his measurements. Let's go grab some food first. Fang Jueyu, casually dressed in simple shorts and a t-shirt, grabbed his keys and headed out. Near the school, there were many good restaurants. Some were quite expensive, and he usually couldn't afford them. But now he didn't have such concerns. Driving out of the neighborhood and through a street, he soon arrived at the school gate. IT had been a few days into the vacation, so besides the diligent graduate students, there weren't many people left. The usually bustling school gate seemed rather quiet. But luckily, with fewer people around, Fang Jueyu quickly found a parking spot. Just as he got out of the car, a familiar voice called out to him. Old Fang. A slightly chubby guy caught up with him. It was his roommate, Chung Kai. Whoa, it's really you. Have you gotten taller? You seem different. Did you get plastic surgery? I almost didn't recognize you. Get out of here. I'm still growing, don't you know? Fang Jueyu joked, noticing his appearance had changed a bit. HM, why haven't you gone home yet? Well, my family wanted me to get into grad school, that if I were home, I wouldn't have the focus to study, so I stayed at school. At least the library is more productive, Chung Kai said. What about you? I thought you went home. Why are you back? I just moved recently. Moved to Jiangnan City. Fang Jueyu wasn't sure how to explain. Wow, keeping a low profile. Jiangnan City's housing prices have tripled in recent years, and your family can still buy there. Impressive. Chung Kai said enviously. Around Jiangnan University, the average housing price had exceeded 60,000 per square meter, making any home a lifetime's work. Haha, to tell the truth, my dad told me a few days ago that I'm actually a rich kid. Fang Jueyu said jokingly. All right, I believe you that I'm exhausted from studying. You treat me to lunch today. No problem. How about Bartolo? DMN, I was kidding, are you serious? Bartolo, officially Bartolo Spanish art restaurant, wasn't super fancy, but it had an average expenditure of over 300 per person, and it would take at least 500 each to feel full. That IT was quite a luxury for students. Cut the crap. For us being roommates for 3 years, I'd sell blood to take you somewhere nice. Fang Jueyu joked. Oh boy, is this guy's family actually rich now? Chung Kai followed in confusion, but knowing Fang Jueyu, he wasn't one to put on airs. Fang Jueyu sometimes dabbled in the stock market with saved-up allowance money, so maybe he'd really struck it rich recently. That it was quite coincidental that when they arrived at the restaurant entrance, 2 people walked up. One of them is ex-girlfriend Jiang Yuan. For the one holding her arm, that was her new boyfriend Wang Xian. Ha! Before Fang Jueyu could react, Chung Kai chuckled coldly. What a small world. Fang Jueyu was incredibly generous to Jiang Yuan, a fact that his roommate Chung Kai knew well. Everyone was still just a student, but Fang Jueyu spent all the money he managed to earn in his free time on Jiang Yuan. Almost every week, he prepared little surprises for Jiang Yuan. Lipstick, perfume, tickets to concerts or performances that take her to and from class. He even saved up to buy an electric scooter, which was no small expenditure for a child from a regular family. By this point, Chung Kai was even angrier than Fang Jueyu. As they approached each other, Jiang Yuan and Fang Jueyu inevitably locked eyes. Why does he look a bit different? Although she had been with Fang Jueyu for 2 years, she could easily spot the obvious changes. He was not only taller, but also more handsome. However, she was sure she had not mistaken him. Perhaps feeling guilty, she quickly averted her gaze, while Fang Jueyu continued to look directly at her. Although Wang Xian and Fang Jueyu had never had any connection, as Jiang Yuan's current boyfriend, he naturally knew about this if provoking. He wrapped Jiang Yuan in his arms and swaggered into the restaurant. Old Fang, should we still go? Chung Kai hesitated a bit. He had heard of Wang Xian's financial resources. Although still a student, he drove a different car every day and was known as a rich second generation at school. That in such an expensive restaurant, the opponent might make it uncomfortable for them. Go. Why wouldn't we? What are we afraid of? We're not the ones in the wrong, Fang Jueyu said lightly, but his face showed none of his usual calmness. It's just eating a meal. After all, what outrageous thing could they possibly do? Welcome to Bartolo's Spanish art restaurant. How many people? The high price was explaining itself as a waiter came to greet them as soon as they walked into the restaurant. Oh, just the 2 of us, Fang Jueyu said, glancing around. It didn't seem to be a special day, and students were on break. Why was there not a single empty seat? Sorry, the restaurant is a bit busy today, so you 2 might need to wait a moment, the waiter said apologetically. No problem, we'll wait. Fang Jueyu wasn't in a hurry. You're not rushing back to study, right? There's still several months to go. A little time won't matter. Getting into Jiangnan University meant Chung Kai was naturally a top student. Reviewing was just part of the process, and he was confident about his graduate exams. That's good. Fang Jueyu went to the waiting area and sat right next to Jiang Yuan and Wang Xian. By the way, old Fang, where did you move to? I might visit your place someday. They began chatting out of boredom. Oh, Jiangnan, if you find the school too noisy, you're welcome to stay at my place during the holidays. After all, there are plenty of empty rooms just wasting away, and it's quiet too. Ha ha ha, forget it. The library study atmosphere is better. Otherwise, I'd have no problem revising in the dorm. Chung Kai seemed unaware that Jiangbin was an exclusive high-end villa neighborhood. I just can't control myself. If I'm not in the library, I'm either sleeping or playing games. Humph. Can't tell big lies without risking a back injury. Wang Xian commented in a hostile tone. Clearly, as Jiang Yuan's boyfriend, he was filled with animosity toward Fang Jueyu, the ex. While others might not have heard of Jiang Yuan, he certainly had. His own family owned a home there, and he knew that even the cheapest villas almost cost 200 million yuan. Jiang Yuan had mentioned Fang Jueyu's situation to him before. Coming from an ordinary family, Fang had to skimp and save, working part-time to buy Jiang Yuan gifts. How could a family like that afford a house here? In Wang Xian's mind, they must have been colluding to put on a show here for the sake of face. Yuan, I thought your ex-boyfriend was just poor, but it turns out his character is just as bad, Wang Xian said loudly, drawing the attention of some guests also waiting to be seated. Those familiar with Jiang Yuan immediately gave disdainful smiles. Fang Jueyu, wearing obvious knockoffs, not to mention being able to afford place there, wouldn't find it easy to buy an ordinary home in Jiangnan City. Today's young people were indeed vain. Fang Jueyu became the focus of attention, but remained unmoved. After the recent shocks, his mental resilience had grown tremendously. He's always like this, pretending to be someone he's not. Fang Jueyu hadn't expected that after doing everything he could for her, he would be described this way. Was this the so-called lick until you lose everything? Hey buddy, on Yuan's behalf, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to be grounded and stop daydreaming, Wang Xian arrogantly declared, as though he were the victor. Who the hell are you, to call me buddy? Do you deserve it? Fang Jueyu just wanted to eat peacefully, but Jiang Yuan's words and Wang Xian's provocation were unbearable for Xiao. A random mission was issued. How could the host of a system be provoked like this? You must retaliate fiercely. Mission details. Make this pair of shameless lovers shut up completely. Mission reward. Completion of the Level 1 authorization task increases by 2%, and a random piece of ancestors' trash will be rewarded to the host. Although he didn't know what this ancestors' trash was, from his understanding of Xiao Yi, the so-called trash was only so in the eyes of his ancestors. For him, it was probably an unimaginable treasure. Every person has a bit of pride. If he could endure this insult, he wouldn't be a man. What did you say? Wang Xian had never been insulted like that. Everyone who knew his status was nothing but obsequious dogs in front of him. And a poor kid from an ordinary family dared speak to him like this? I said, you don't deserve to call me buddy. Fang Jueyu enunciated every word. You're courting death. Wang Xian suddenly stood up, towering over Fang Jueyu, reaching for his collar. But what he didn't expect was that a strong and firm hand gripped his wrist. While Wang Xian wasn't weak, next to Fang Juyu's enhanced physique, he appeared quite feeble. Fang Jueyu gradually increased the strength of his grip, and Wang Xian's face showed a pained expression, but for the sake of face, he stubbornly endured it. Hey, what are you doing? This is a public place. Are you trying to fight? Chung Kai quickly stepped in to separate them. Fang Jueyu didn't intend to start a brawl here. With a slight push, he sent Wang Xian back in his seat, then adjusted his slightly ruffled collar. Wang Xian watched it with a face full of resentment, subtly twisting his wrist. He had clearly suffered earlier. Fang Jueyu looked scrawny, but how could he have such strength? Humph, ill-mannered, poor dirtbag. Waiter, do you let just anyone into this place? Wang Xian shouted loudly, convinced that Fang Jueyu and his company couldn't afford to eat here and only wanted to discuss them deliberately. Hearing the commotion, the floor manager quickly arrived, accompanied by 2 security guards. Waiter, these poor dirtbags are making a disturbance here. Get the security to kick them out, Wang Xian shamelessly said. Fang Jueyu glared at him fiercely, his face full of disgust and disdain, then turned to Jiang Yuan beside him. Jiang Yuan, I have to say your taste is really something. What's going on? Is someone causing trouble? 2 security guards stormed over. That's right, these 2 were hitting people just now, and everyone around saw it. Wang Xian accused first, showing her wrist. Look, there are bruises on my wrist. Sir, can you please explain? The lobby manager, being quite experienced, could tell there was some conflict and dispute between the 2, but she wasn't about to take Wang Xian's word and directly conclude that Fang Jueyu and Chung Kai were causing trouble. Hello, my friend and I came here to eat, and this person not only mocked us, but also tried to get physical. I was merely defending myself, Fang Jueyu said calmly. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance footage. It will make everything clear. Wang Xian's face changed instantly. He had forgotten about the surveillance cameras. If the footage was reviewed, his actions would clearly be indefensible. Your restaurant has some reputation. You let just any kind of customers in. Wang Xian seemed determined that the two couldn't afford to eat there. Look at them. Their entire outfit isn't even enough to cover a meal here. Clearly just here to make trouble. The lobby manager's eyes scanned over the two. Wang Xian puffed out his chest, intentionally revealing his Rolex watch, and he was indeed dressed in designer clothes. In contrast, Fang Jueyu and Cheng Kai's attire together might not even cost more than Wang Xian's shirt, making their spending ability indeed questionable. Whether we can afford to eat here or not isn't your concern, is it? Fang Jueyu was almost amused by his own anger. Even if they couldn't afford it, he'd never heard of a restaurant kicking out customers for that. If that happened, the place would definitely get a bad reputation. Fang, let it go. These two are really off-putting. How about we just find another place? Cheng Kai whispered in Fang Jueyu's ear, but this was overheard by Wang Xian, who thought they were surrendering and became even more arrogant. See, they're planning to slip away now, proving they came here just to cause trouble. Wang Xian boasted arrogantly. Haha, can't afford a meal. Fang Jueyu felt he might have been too low-key. He turned to the lobby manager. Hi, may I know your name? I'm the lobby manager of this store. My surname is Bai. She replied politely, though she felt there was something unusual about this young man, despite his unimpressive clothing. I want to dine here immediately. Is that possible? Fang Jueyu asked. Oh, sorry, sir, but we are indeed fully booked. Manager Bai assumed Fang Jueyu wanted to prove he could afford a meal there, that a proper meal for two here could cost over $1,000, which was a bit extravagant for a typical college student. Not only her, but many onlookers also thought Fang Jueyu was just trying to put on airs. Even if he paid, he might have to live off instant noodles afterward. Really? If I remember correctly, your restaurant should have reserved some special seats for certain distinguished guests, right? Manager Bai's expression changed. This was an unwritten rule in the mid to high-end dining industry, and Fang Jueyu was right. The restaurant indeed had reserved seats, but ordinary people were not entitled to them. It's fine that I know those reserved seats aren't just given to anyone. Give me 2 minutes to make a call. Just now, Jueyu learned an interesting bit of information through Xiao Yi. Fang Jueyu took out his phone and called Zhuang Ying. Young master, what's up? Need my help with something? Zhuang Ying was having lunch. A.S. his personal secretary. She too enjoyed the excellent chef team. Sister Xiaoying, do me a favor. My friend and I are trying to eat at Bartolo's Spanish Art Restaurant on Shuyuan Road, but it's fully booked. Could you have a word with the owner for us? Just that small thing. Zhuang Ying didn't take it to heart at all. Your father should have given you a black card. Just show that card, and anyone with a bit of sense would give you the highest treatment. Oh, Fang Jueyu didn't realize the card had such a function. Seems like you don't know. This card might not hold much money, but it represents a status, Zhuang Ying explained. In Jiangnan City, there wouldn't be more than 10 people with such a black card. One of them is the party secretary of Jiangnan City. Does that make it clear? This card actually has such an effect. And not just Jiangnan City, but even in Yanjing, any business person would have to respect you. No need to bother their owner for such a small thing. Ha ha. Actually, there's a bit of a personal issue. Fang Jueyu lowered his voice. To be honest, I ran into my ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend here, and they're mocking me for not being able to afford a meal. Really? Zhuang Ying found it amusing. With Fang Jueyu's wealth, there was nothing he couldn't afford to eat in this world. All right, I got it. Give me 2 minutes. Putting on an act. Seeing Fang Jueyu putting down his phone, Wang Xian began muttering again. Manager Bai, you might be getting a call. Manager Bai looked puzzled, wondering who could be calling her. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Manager Bai's phone rang, showing the call was from this store's owner. She took another look at Fang Jueyu and then picked up the phone. Mr. Su, what's the matter? Xiao Bai, I got a call directly from headquarters overseas. Did the young man show up at your branch? There are 2 of them, and... But before she could finish, Mr. Su interrupted her. Do not offend the young man named Fang Jueyu. No matter what his requests are, you must accommodate them. He emphasized again. Remember, all of his requests. If he's unhappy, it's not just you who'd be leaving. This store won't be able to continue, and even the main company would be in trouble. I understand. Manager Bai's voice was a bit shaky. Although this branch was valuable, it was nothing to the truly wealthy. But the store's headquarters was a massive dining group in Spain, with businesses in many countries around the world. That was not something that easily failed. Could this seemingly ordinary young man have such terrifying power behind him? Are you Mr. Fang Jueyu? Manager Bai hung up and instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. Yes, that's me. Fang Jueyu nodded. Sorry for the oversight earlier. We'll immediately arrange a seat for you. Please, this way. Wait, what do you mean? We were here first. Why are you giving him a seat first? Wang Xian, still oblivious to the situation, protested. What? Fang Jueyu sneered. Because I'm the owner of this place? Is that enough? Just now, during the dispute between the two, he had already told Fang Jueyu that this Bartolo Spanish art restaurant was part of the Spanish Bellet chain dining group. With 92% of the shares controlled by Fang Jueyu for the remaining 8% of the shares, it wasn't that they couldn't be acquired. It was because the group had rewarded this portion to those who made outstanding contributions to the group. Even if Fang Jueyu wanted 100% control to privatize the entire group, it would be an easy task for him. The Bartolo Spanish art restaurant was considered one of the flagship assets of this group. All the outlets were directly surveyed and located by the headquarters, and all the staff only participated in management and service. So, saying that from this store to the entire Bellet chain dining group belonged almost entirely to him was not an exaggeration at all. The management of that part of Bellet chain dining group's business was entrusted to the Zhuang family by Fang Jueyu. Therefore, a call from Zhuang Ying nearly scared the headquarters staff to death. Having the boss dine at one of the chain's restaurants was a significant matter, so how could there not be a seat available? You're the owner of this restaurant. Wang Xian laughed. Nowadays, legal representatives in the catering industry had to display all certifications in the hall, and the name on the business license was someone named Su Gaowei. When did you change your surname to Su? Aren't you surnamed Fang? Oh, I mean the Fang with the grass radical. Wang Xian's words carried a double meaning, blatantly mocking Fang Jueyu for being cheated on. Anyone with common sense could infer that these two likely hadn't just met a short while ago. Fang Jueyu's eyes revealed a menacing glare for the first time. Unfortunately, this was a law-abiding society. Otherwise, he would certainly have gone up and beaten Wang Xian. However, for some people, some things were even more distressing than being beaten. You don't believe it, do you? Fang Jueyu smiled. Manager Bai, do me a favor. Please have these two people thrown out. From now on, don't ever let them into this restaurant again. Yes. Manager Bai remembered clearly that Mr. Su had asked her to satisfy all of Fang Jueyu's requests. Security, get these two troublemakers out of here. Wang Xian, what do we do? Jiang Yuan was suddenly panicked. If the two of them were just thrown out like that, they might become the laughingstock of the school. After all, quite a few people around the school knew Wang Xian, and with a little investigation, Jiang Yuan's identity would naturally be known to everyone. Don't you want to do business anymore? Wang Xian looked fearless. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to kick customers out. That aren't you afraid your reputation will suffer in the future? Manager Bai, we've just checked the surveillance. A waiter said in Manager Bai's ear. The dispute was indeed started by the gentleman with his girlfriend, and he was the first to act. Then it's easy. Manager Bai smiled slightly. As long as they were in the right, there was nothing to be afraid of. For normal consumers, we naturally welcome them. But for troublemakers, this restaurant has always detested them, Manager Bai said. Our staff has already gathered the surveillance footage, and we have evidence that you provoked verbally first and then made the first move, that if you have any complaints, feel free to report them to the Industrial and Commercial Department. Wang Xian knew he had no grounds, even if he was causing trouble. Anyone who saw that footage couldn't fault it. Although Wang Xian was a wealthy second generation, his father was merely a shareholder in a ticketing company, and not many people might even recognize the name. At this moment, he felt a sense of powerlessness. How does it feel? Does it make you angry? Fang Jueyu suddenly switched to a cheeky grin. I know you're wealthy, but what can you do? This restaurant is mine. That if you've got the skill, why don't you just buy the place? Looking at Fang Jueyu's smug face, Wang Xian nearly couldn't resist acting again. But remembering the latter's monstrous strength and the two watchful security guards, he grudgingly held back. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that not only is this restaurant mine, but the entire Bellet chain dining group is mine. That if you want to buy this place, you probably have to buy the whole group first. Wang Xian's face turned a mix of green and purple instantly. He wasn't quite sure of the Bellet chain dining group's market value, but probably couldn't compare to globally renowned groups like Michelin. However, in terms of the ticketing industry and catering industry, he knew they couldn't hold a candle. Manager Bai, I leave it to you. Fang Jueyu waved his hand and followed a waiter toward the reserved VIP section of the restaurant. Gentlemen, would you like to leave on your own, or shall I have security escort you out? Even while evicting people, Manager Bai maintained a smile. The Bellet chain dining didn't get this big for no reason. Look at that. People think they can bully others just because they have money. This time they hit a steel plate. If it were me, I'd find a hole to crawl into. Isn't that right? Looks like he snatched someone's girlfriend. TS guy say, this is also a materialistic woman that I heard that girl thought the young guy was poor before. Now she's completely disgraced. Serve them right. We'll walk ourselves out. The surrounding criticism made the two even more ashamed. Staying any longer would only increase their embarrassment. Wang Xian stormed out, leaving Jiang Yuan behind. Wang Xian, wait for me. Jiang Yuan grabbed her bag and chased after him. What's going on? Didn't you tell me that Fang Jueyu was just a poor boy from an ordinary family? Wang Xian didn't know how to vent his anger and ended up taking it all out on Jiang Yuan. I don't know either. Jiang Yuan appeared pitiful. When he was with me, he only bought gifts by working part-time outside, that I never knew his family was so rich. This isn't as simple as it seems. Wang Xian had never suffered such a big loss in his life. So he's rich, is he? I'll see how capable he truly is. Wang Xian, what are you going to do? Don't do anything reckless. What? Are you worried about him? Wang Xian roared with a grimace. No. I've long since broken up with him. Of course not. Jiang Yuan wasn't worried about Fang Jueyu. Wang Xian was very strong-headed. She was just concerned that if Wang Xian did something rash without discretion, it might implicate her as well. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, I just want to teach him a lesson. The restaurant arranged a very special spot, where almost every customer came and would notice at first glance. It didn't seem too conspicuous within the whole place. Mr. Fang, here is your menu. The waiter brought over an exquisitely crafted booklet. Fang Jueyu noticed that this menu seemed different from the others, probably specially designed for him. 2 tomahawk steaks, medium well, 1 Argentine prawn, 1 foie gras. The price of each dish could make an average university student sweat, but for Fang Jueyu now, he didn't feel anything. Last night, any little ingredient in a seafood noodle probably cost more than this entire meal. He knew Chang Kai would definitely feel embarrassed to order, so he just went ahead and ordered for both of them. Of course, he didn't overdo it, just the amount for 2 people. That's it. And please be a bit quick for us. Fang Jueyu thought he heard Chang Kai's stomach grumbling earlier. Rest assured, we'll arrange it for you as quickly as possible. The waiter bowed and left. Holy crap. Fang Jueyu, you really kept us in the dark. Once the waiter left, Chang Kai immediately acted dramatically as if he was about to devour Fang Jueyu. 3 years as roommates, and we didn't know you're so wealthy. A rich guy, like you, always borrowing money from a poor guy like me. Calm down. Calm down. Fang Jueyu pushed Chang Kai back into his seat. Didn't I tell you? I only found out recently that my family had this much money. I wasn't faking it before. Seeing Chang Kai's skeptical look, Fang Jueyu added, tell me, over these 3 years, did you ever see me spending lavishly or driving luxury cars to school all the time? Well, you didn't. Chang Kai thought for a moment. Fang Jueyu had indeed seemed quite ordinary these 3 years. And no matter how well someone fakes it, in such a long time they'd eventually slip up. Come on, spill it. How much money does your family have? Chang Kai asked cautiously, fearing others might overhear. Fang Jueyu shook his head. Would you believe me if I said, I don't even know how much money we have? Chang Kai shook his head, clearly. Nobody would believe that. Wait, the Jiangnan villa you were talking about earlier, what kind of place is it? Chang Kai suddenly remembered the focal point of the earlier clash between Fang Jueyu and Wang Xian. Oh, it's that villa district about 3 kilometers from school. Remember last time our dorm dinner? Ding Minghui asked about it. The property prices there are really high, right? Chang Kai extended 5 fingers. Does it match this figure? Pretty much, but on my house you'd need to add another finger. 600,000. Chang Kai exhaled a sigh of relief. Didn't sound extremely outrageous. No, I mean add another finger to the tens place. Do you mean $1.5 million? Chang Kai nearly slammed the table in the restaurant. Back home, $1.5 million could buy a whole house in some remote places. I remember they only sell villas there, right? How big is yours? Must be at least 400 square meters? Chang Kai started calculating, and the string of zeros in his head almost made him faint. All right, stop figuring it out. When there's time, I'll take a few of you guys over to my place to hang out, and then you'll know. Fang Jueyu thought if Chang Kai kept asking, it might undermine his self-confidence because anything in his house, even a piece of artwork, could be more valuable than an entire house. Old Fang, we agreed 3 years ago, if you get rich, don't forget about us. Now that you're really wealthy, don't leave us hanging. Ha ha ha, don't worry. If you have any entrepreneurial ideas, just let me know. I'll definitely support you guys. Though Fang Jueyu couldn't support everyone, he'd absolutely support his roommates. Great, was waiting for that. Honestly, we've got some ideas brewing. Oh, Fang Jueyu instantly got interested. In their dorm, he was the only one studying physics, and the 3 others majored in computer science, and they all loved gaming. Let's hear them. Hee hee, with these 3 years, we haven't just been playing games or chasing girls. When you were dating, we came up with a prototype for a game, and if it's made, it'll definitely hit the market. Alas, Chung Kai sighed. It's just we lack funds, we can't set up the game servers, and we don't have enough manpower, so we had to give up? Otherwise, nobody would voluntarily take this damned grad exam. A $10 million initial investment, is it enough? Chung Kai spat out the water he had just drunk. The words 10 million casually rolled off Fang Jueyu's tongue. Who could handle that? What's wrong? Not enough. Fang Jueyu didn't really know the gaming industry well, but developing a large game indeed needed a lot of funding. It was undeniable. Then, how about 100 million? Cough, cough, cough. Chung Kai started coughing intensely. Just how much money did Fang Jueyu's family have? No, it's not that it's not enough. Initially, our game is just for mobile users, so we don't need that much funding, but aren't you afraid of us scamming you by investing without even looking? Ha ha ha, I trust you guys. Fang Jueyu laughed. Besides, even if we fail, then so be it. We'll just try again. Well, you're amazing. Chung Kai was speechless. Is this how rich people do it now? Losing millions just brushed off like that. Organize all game-related materials. I'll find a time to have my personal secretary connect with you. If everything checks out, funding can be ready right away. Fang Jueyu added, but I'll only fund it. You guys have to manage everything else. Got it. With money, nothing's a problem. The two got more and more excited talking, and soon the food they ordered arrived. With their mouths full, whatever they said after that was mumbled and unclear. Since they decided to continue with the game project, Chung Kai abandoned his grad exam plans to focus all his energy on completing the first step of his career. Once sated, Fang Jueyu headed back to the villa because someone was scheduled to tailor clothes for him in the afternoon. Just when he got home, he received a call from someone he hadn't heard from in a long time. Jiang, you're something else. It's been so long since graduation. How many times have you called me? I'm always the one reaching out to you. What? Had a revelation today. Whenever he talked to his old desk mate, Fang Jueyu felt like he was back in those hectic yet beautiful high school days. I heard you broke up again recently. Just calling to comfort you. Although that's what Jiang said, there was no comforting tone in her voice. Come on, don't I know you? It'd be a miracle if you weren't cursing me. I beg you to lift this scum girl curse on me. Ha! Enough jokes. Let's talk business. Jiang laughed twice and then got serious. In half a month, our high school is having its anniversary celebration, and our class teacher wants us to go back and take a look. All right, that's all? We haven't seen each other for ages. Let's get together. Fang Jueyu was quite happy hearing this news. Of course, it'd be great for us to meet, but don't forget, there are a few people in our class who are definitely going to flaunt it. You better be prepared. New task release. Little Yi's voice suddenly rang. Mission requirement. Steal the show at the anniversary. Mission reward. Level 1 authority task completion increased by 2%. Reward a lost item accidentally left by ancestor. Fang Jueyu suddenly showed a sly grin. Of course, some people would go back to show off, but this time he would definitely be the most dazzling star in the world of show-offs. There's still half a month left. My sports car should arrive by then, he thought. If he's going to show off, he might as well be the most dazzling person in the room and blind everyone present. But after pondering for a long time, he couldn't come up with a particularly shocking way to do it. Young master, I brought someone to tailor some clothes for you. While Fang Jueyu was deep in thought, Zhuangning walked in with a middle-aged foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked like a designer. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Hiram, the chief designer for George Blummore's Royal High-End Tailoring in England. Zhuangning explained, all the clothing used by the England royal family is designed by Mr. Hiram, Democrat, Minnesota, a royal designer from England. Fang Jueyu was taken aback. He originally thought that Zhuangning would at most bring an internationally renowned master designer to take his measurements. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect to invite a royal designer from England. He had never heard of George Blummore, nor had he delved into it. But a designer qualified to design clothes for the royal family is undoubtedly top-notch without needing further explanation. Not only that, with so many princes and princesses in the England royal family, these designers must be busy all the time. Inviting the chief designer all the way to Huaxia seemed like a massive deal for his family. Zhuangning, is this George Blummore tailoring also under my name? Fang Jueyu asked quietly. Not exactly, but your ancestors had good relations with the England royal family, so they are willing to share this private brand with us. Every tailor in our private factory has trained there, and Mr. Hiram is also our long-term chief consultant. Oh my, if Zhuangning had told Fang Jueyu that the brand belonged to him, he might have been fine. But inadvertently, he learned the shocking news that his family had great relations with the England royal family, which explained having the chief designer over. Mr. Hiram, this is Mr. Fang Jueyu that we invited you over this time to design and make a few suitable outfits for Mr. Fang. Hiram's somewhat world-weary face immediately filled with smiles. Initially, he was reluctant to take on this role as a long-term senior consultant because his age was catching up with him, and flying back and forth was a tremendous physical challenge. However, the Fang family offered a price he couldn't refuse, a salary of 5 million British pounds per year plus transport by private jet. All he needed to do was help train a batch of students each year at Fang Jueyu's private factory and occasionally create some designs that in comparison. The terms offered by the England royal family were much less favorable. If it weren't for the inability to change his nationality, he would have preferred to work as a dedicated designer for Fang Jueyu's family. Ever since Fang Jueyu was born, Fang Huai wanted him to live as an ordinary person and had never invited Hiram to Huaxia. This time, Hiram came with a special task. "Mr. Fang, long time no see. The last time I saw you, you were just a newborn baby," Hiram said politely. "Did Mr. Hiram also design clothes for my parents?" Fang Jueyu gleaned quite a bit of information from that statement. "Yes, but that was a long time ago. I heard Mr. Fang Huai wanted you to have a normal life, so it was kept hidden for a long time. Now that he has entrusted all the assets to you, I've been invited back. Please, Mr. Hiram, you should consider yourself a senior to me. By the way, the Queen of England asked me to pass on a message. The royal family and the Fang family haven't been in touch for many years, and she extends an invitation for you to visit England if you have a chance." Certainly, certainly. On the surface, Fang Jueyu remained calm, but his heart pounded. But a royal invitation from the Queen of England was an honor very few people in the world could boast about. "Shall we get started?" Hiram took Fang Jueyu's measurements and asked about his preferred styles and trends. With years of experience, some rough ideas already formed in his mind. "Mr. Hiram, the other clothes don't need to be rushed, but could you customize a slightly formal outfit that isn't too flashy for public events? To be honest, I need it for a high school reunion in half a month." "Oh, that's a minor task. If I work quickly, I should be able to manage it in half a month." Normally, it would take Hiram about a month to craft an outfit, and shortening the timeline by half would consume a lot of his time and energy. But if it earned Fang Jueyu's favor, it would be well worth it. "Thank you so much, Mr. Hiram." Half a month was indeed a tight schedule. After saying goodbye to Fang Jueyu, Hiram hurried to the handcraft factory under Fang Jueyu's name. "Young Master Fang, are you attending the high school reunion in half a month?" "Yes, it's our high school's 70th anniversary reunion. The school invited many renowned alumni, but looks like we'll just be other alumni." Fang Jueyu chuckled self-deprecatingly. In reality, reunions were merely events for successful graduates to flaunt their achievements at their alma mater. Few truly cared about the school. "Young master, if you want to become a renowned alumnus, that's not difficult to achieve." "How is it easy?" Fang Jueyu smiled wryly. "I'm not the owner of any famous company, nor am I involved in politics. Even if I have some money now, no one knows who I am." "Ha! Isn't it simple? Just donate a sum of money to your alma mater under your name, and there you go." "Oh dear, why didn't I think of that?" Fang Jueyu slapped his thigh. More than being a famous entrepreneur or a political figure, his alma mater valued the influence of alumni and what benefits they could bring to the school. Though this was the harsh reality, one had to admit that excellent facilities and hardware significantly contribute to nurturing talent at a school. "Missing. How much liquid cash is available in my account right now? All the assets I manage, combined with both domestic and foreign banks, amount to roughly $500 billion. "What? How much?" Fang Jueyu thought he misheard. $500 billion. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Jueyu didn't quite understand what $500 billion entailed, but he knew that even the world's richest individuals possess just over $100 billion in assets, mostly fixed. His liquid funds surpassed their total assets 4 times over. "Wait, what do you mean by the assets you manage?" "Young master, didn't you know? The Fang family's total assets are divided into 7 parts, handled by 7 expansive organizations or families, and our Zhuang family only manages the smallest portion." "Stop, just stop, I feel lightheaded." Fang Jueyu walked to the balcony, took a deep breath for clarity, and managed to suppress his laughter as he gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle. The life of the wealthy truly is isolated like snow, isn't it? Back in his room, Fang Jueyu opened his email and, as expected, found an invitation from his alma mater, Haihua Second High School. "Dear 2016 alum, we sincerely invite you to attend the 70th anniversary celebration of Haihua Second High School. We look forward to your arrival on July 21. If you have any questions, please contact the principal's office at 854-5740. There are still 17 days to go, which leaves plenty of time to prepare." This 2% progress completion task was a must-win for Fang Jueyu. so he was determined to be the shining star of the celebration. He picked up the phone and immediately dialed the principal's office. Alas, what should I do? In the principal's office of Haihua Second High School, a middle-aged man in his 50s was dejectedly examining this year's college entrance exam results. This man was the current principal, Zhu Ming. Although it was Haihua City's top high school, Haihua Second High had been overshadowed by First High for decades. The position of being the perennial runner-up had remained unchanged, and now, even that position seemed to be in jeopardy. This year's college entrance exam results for Third High were outstanding, falling only 1 percentage point behind in the top-tier rate. Such a narrow gap was very concerning to a long-standing high school. Though always slightly behind First High, Haihua Second High had consistently outperformed the lower-ranking schools. This new trend left Zhu Ming profoundly uneasy. Every year, the city's education budget was limited, with the majority naturally going to First High. The combined funds for all other high schools didn't even add up to half of what First High received. As resources shifted in favor of First High, its momentum became increasingly formidable. Teachers, educational resources, and facilities all required funding, and schools outside of First High had to find ways to make ends meet beyond the meager funds provided. However, schools were not-for-profit institutions, so where were they supposed to come up with the funding shortfall? Upon investigation, Zhu Ming discovered that Third High had recently produced an extraordinary alum who had worked hard outside for over a decade, establishing a large company that went public in the United States last year. During last year's school celebration, this very alum donated 10 million yuan to aid in the school's development, hence the strong progress observed at Third High this year. Over the years, Second High had also produced some outstanding alumni. Many of them had succeeded in starting businesses, with numerous donations made, but who could contribute such significant amounts? Filling the regular developmental funding gaps was already a stretch. If this continues, Second High will soon be surpassed by Third High. As the principal, Zhu Ming felt an unprecedented pressure. Looking at the score report, he seemed to gain a lot of white hairs in an instant. This year marked the school's 70th anniversary WY tradition. Every 10 years, the school hosts a grand celebration, both to invite alumni back and to hope that successful alumni would generously contribute to their alma mater's construction. That a few weeks ago, the school began contacting alumni, but to Zhu Ming's disappointment, whenever the topic of donations came up, more than half of the entrepreneurial alumni suddenly had excuses, leaving Zhu Ming disheartened. Ring ring. The office phone rang. Zhu Ming had already received dozens of calls that morning, most inquiring about the specific celebration schedule and activities. He assumed this would be no exception. Is this Haihua Second High School's principal's office? A young voice came from the other end. I'm calling to inquire about the details of the celebration. Yes, I'm the current principal, Zhu Ming. May I know which batch of students you belong to? Ha ha ha. Has Zhu Ming managed to become the principal? Fang Jueyu thought to himself with a laugh. During his high school years, he was most afraid of Vice Principal Zhu, who would often appear unexpectedly at the windows of various classes during evening study sessions. Fang Jueyu had been caught by him more than once. Principal Zhu, I'm a graduate of the 2016 class. Fang Jueyu said. The hint of disappointment flashed across Zhu Ming's face. Students from the 2016 batch would still be in their third university year now, far from finishing their studies, let alone being able to bring any help to the school. However, since it was a former student, Zhu Ming was not about to display this mindset. Every student had a special place in their heart for their alma mater. Who knew? Maybe one day they would excel. Zhu Ming welcomed every student who wanted to return. Principal Zhu, do you remember me? My name is Fang Jueyu. Fang Jueyu? Having worked in education for decades, Zhu Ming's mind contained countless student names, and he couldn't recall immediately. You don't remember? When I was in my second year, you caught me eating during the evening self-study. You took me to our homeroom teacher, and as it turned out, our teacher was in the office also eating stinky tofu. You ended up lecturing both of us. Remembering this incident, Fang Jueyu still found it a bit amusing. And when you left, you even took a piece of stinky tofu with you. Ahem, ahem. Oh, now I remember it's you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ming's old face turned red, and he recalled the mischievous yet academically outstanding boy's face. I remember you got into Jiangnan University, right? Your batch was one of the best I've ever taught. These words were not merely flattery. Fang Jueyu's batch had achieved the highest rate of top tiers in Second High's history, nearly catching up to First High. If every batch of students were like this, Zhu Ming wouldn't be so troubled. Are you coming to the celebration? Zhu Ming put his earlier worries aside, finding chatting with such students both interesting and nostalgic. Yes, we're on summer break, so I plan to visit my alma mater and the teachers. By the way, Principal, how did our school's entrance exam results fare this year? Hard to say. Zhu Ming sighed heavily. The gap between us and first high is widening, and third high is closing in fast, likely surpassing us next year. How could that be? I remember the gap between us and third high was always quite large. Third high has had ample educational funding in recent years, greatly improving their facilities and staff, while our school side. Fang Jueyu realized that second high's development was not doing well, with a significant issue being the lack of educational funding. That wasn't this precisely what Fang Jueyu had hoped for. Principal, I actually have something I want to discuss with you. Does the school accept donations from students? Fang Jueyu asked. Ha ha, of course, we welcome alumni contributions to the school's development. Zhu Ming didn't have high hopes. Fang Jueyu was merely a third-year university student without yet graduating. How much could he donate? He also remembered there were no particularly wealthy parents among the 2016 graduates. Jueyu, the donation amount isn't what's important. Just give what you can afford. You should state the amount of your donation, and I'll make a record of it now. Does the school only accept cash donations? Fang Jueyu asked. Ha, of course not. All kinds of donations are welcome. Oh, you remember the statue at the school gate. It was donated by a notable alumnus. In that case, good, I'll start by donating 10 buildings. Well, what? 10 buildings? Zhu Ming's voice suddenly quivered with shock, and then he forced a smile, thinking Fang Jueyu was joking with him. Zhu, you can't joke about such things. Principal Zhu, I'm not joking. I plan to donate 100 million to our school. Besides building teaching and laboratory buildings, you can use the remaining funds to improve our school's equipment. Fang Jueyu remembered how when he was in high school, the air conditioning in the classrooms was broken, making summer classes unbearably painful. Wait, Xiaofeng, are you serious about this? Zhu Ming was still a bit unconvinced. Even if you were a big boss of some listed company, donating 100 million to a high school in one go, not many would be willing to do that, right? Of course I'm serious. Principal, we've known each other for so long. Have you ever caught me lying? Zhu Ming thought carefully. Even though Fang Jueyu was a bit mischievous at times and not the kind of student who dedicated himself solely to studies, his character was impeccable. But this matter was so significant that having doubts was natural. How about this? I'll first transfer the funds to the school account. Then we can discuss further? Fang Jueyu said. Let me make a quick call. Please wait for me a moment. Sistering, please help me transfer $100 million to my high school's account. Even though Fang Jueyu didn't know the school's account number, Xiao Yi, an intelligent product of a mysterious civilization, could find anything on Earth. Sure, send me the account details and it will be transferred in 10 minutes at most. $100 million was nothing, considering Fang Jueyu's billions of dollars in liquid assets. Even just earning interest from money sitting in the bank would be in the billions annually, not to mention a massive family helping him manage investments. This brat isn't pulling a fast one on me, right? Zhu Ming put down the phone and was stunned, wondering if Fang Jueyu's promise was real or not. Then, in less than 5 minutes, a call came from the school's finance department. Principal, something big has happened. The finance department director Yu's voice was flustered on the other end of the line. What happened? Is there a problem with the school's cash flow again? Zhu Ming panicked. The school had recently gritted its teeth to buy a batch of the latest teaching equipment. They had raised the money with a bank loan, and if there was a problem, it would be a big deal. No, a large sum of money just appeared in the school's account. An entire 100 million. Yes. Zhu Ming gasped. Where did this money come from? Have you checked? I've confirmed with the bank. It's from a private account, but the bank can't disclose the identity of the payer. I also have no way of determining where it's from. I know whose it is. Zhu Ming's breathing suddenly became rapid. He never expected that everything Fang Jueyu said would be real, and 100 million would just show up like that. Whose is it? It's a donation from a student who graduated from our school. Zhu Ming suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. Director Yu, come to my office this afternoon, and we'll plan the use of this money well. Maybe we can even surpass the number 1 high school someday. Okay, I'll be there in half an hour. Principal Zhu, did the funds come through? Fang Jueyu once again called Zhu Ming's office phone. Yes. Zhu Ming's tone was incredibly excited, nearly in tears. With this money, the educational strength of the school will definitely see a qualitative leap. High schools differ from universities. Universities have many instruments and a much larger scale. 100 million might not make much of a splash in university, but for a high school, the changes would be substantial. Let's discuss the use of this money first. Fang Jueyu said, use half of it to build 10 teaching and laboratory buildings for the school, and then… Jueyu, slow down. Zhu Ming interrupted him. You know our school isn't that big. We only have 4 teaching buildings in total. building 10 more all of a sudden. There's nowhere to put them on our limited land. Ha ha ha. Fang Jueyu laughed. He hadn't considered such details earlier. That was short-sighted of me, principal. With your richer experience, you should make the plans that I trust you. Although Zhu Ming was known in school as the night study killer, he was consistently one of the city's outstanding teachers. His integrity was beyond doubt, and he would surely put every penny to the best use. How about this? I have a preliminary plan, Zhu Ming said. I'm thinking of using 10 million to add one teaching building and one laboratory building to the school, and then to improve the school's hardware facilities. Didn't you used to complain about the school's air conditioning? This time, let's replace them all for these kids. It's about time. Fang Jueyu clenched his fist. This was his dream for his 3 years in high school. I also plan to use part of the fund to hire some of the province's top teachers to work at our school and to establish a scholarship to support outstanding students for financially challenged backgrounds and to reward top-achieving students. You thought it through, principal, so I'll leave it to you. Fang Jueyu felt that Zhu Ming's plan was excellent. Then let's name the fund after you. Call it the Fang Jueyu Fund. What do you think? There's no need for that. Fang Jueyu laughed. I'll just be the initiator of this fund. Who knows, maybe other alumni will want to contribute in the future. Let's call it the Children of the Ocean Fund. Haihua City was near the sea, and they all grew up by the shore. The name Children of the Ocean was very fitting. Okay, we'll go with your suggestion, Jueyu, on behalf of all the teachers and students of Haihua No. 2 High School. Thank you. Zhu Ming sincerely said. After all, I'm a graduate of No. 2 High School, and it's only right to give back to my alma mater. With Zhu Ming's gratitude, Fang Jueyu felt a bit embarrassed. Jueyu, don't mind me asking, but you're only a junior in college. How do you have so much money? Zhu Ming was worried that Fang Jueyu might have taken a wrong turn somewhere and was still a bit concerned. Well, actually I only found out recently why parents have been traveling around the world, and they left the family business for me to handle. Ha! I didn't realize your family was so impressive. Zhu Ming laughed. Nowadays, many wealthy families choose to raise their children modestly, and it seemed Fang Jueyu's family was one of them. But isn't moving such a large sum of money a risk to your family's business? Oh, don't worry about that. This amount is like a drop in the bucket for my family, Fang Jueyu added. By the way, Principal Zhu, is 100 million enough? If not, I could donate more. Once there was an amusing piece about flaunting wealth online that you'd wake up on a 100 square meter bed, walk 2 minutes to a 500 square meter bathroom to freshen up, and then walk 5 minutes to a closet with over 10,000 outfits for all seasons to pick today's attire under the guidance of a personal stylist. Though Fang Jueyu's life wasn't this extravagant yet, it wasn't far off either that if he really wanted, this joke could very well become a reality. For the next little while, Fang Jueyu's days became a bit more relaxed. He'd either game with a few of his buddies or watch dramas and movies. Your standard summer break for a college student these days. That a few days ago, Chang Kai and the others came up with their game proposals, which Shuang Ying submitted to a gaming company she owned for evaluation. The proposals received a lot of praise. Following that, it was pretty straightforward. Fang Jueyu invested 20 million to register a gaming company, holding 70% of the shares, with the remaining 30% shared among his 3 roommates. Fang Jueyu had insisted they take ITAS for the subsequent tasks like hiring and choosing a location for the company. Fang Jueyu let them handle the headaches, that he wasn't about to waste his energy on such things. One evening, he logged into Bamboo platform to watch some live streams. As usual, that he was quite surprised to discover that in just over a week, his personal account on the platform had amassed over 1 million followers and tens of thousands of comments, all either looking to interact or cozy up to him. This computer is seriously good. Even when pulling up tens of thousands of comments, it doesn't lag. Fang Jueyu praised. All-in-ones these days are really something. Host, with which eye did you see that this is an all-in-one? A voice from E sounded in his ear. Is it not? It's just a screen. No tower. What else could it be? Fang Jueyu bent down, but apart from the immaculate white animal skin under his desk, there really was nothing. Host, did you see those lines behind the computer display? It was then that Fang Jueyu noticed the computer had a small connector linking to the wall, appearing as if some cables ran directly into it. Is the tower inside the wall? Fang Jueyu looked as if he had never seen the world. There's a small supercomputer beneath this villa. What? A supercomputer? Fang Jueyu's jaw almost dropped. These things were international strategic technology products used for defense and scientific research, and he was using one for gaming, watching videos, and streaming. This was built long ago with design plans given by your father. IT covers about 200 square meters, so the operation speed is slower, only about 500 trillion calculations per second. but it's more than enough for your daily use. Democrat, Minnesota. When was this thing installed here? At first, he simply couldn't believe a supercomputer had always been here. It was moved over a little over a month ago because Miss Zhuanging thought this place most likely where you'd reside long-term. That's crazy. I have nothing to say. Fang Jueyu was once again floored by his family. He'd lived here over a week and only now realized there was a supercomputer beneath his house. If people found out, it would probably cause quite a stir. Can you help me filter out the spam? Piece of cake. Fang Jueyu's computer screen flashed, and all irrelevant information was automatically filtered out. Welcome 10-level VIP user, Lin Xin Deer, to Host Park's live room. 666, welcome, Boss Deer. Boss Deer, did you see my PM? If you want, I can keep you company tonight. Top comment, have some shame. Stop seducing my husband. Boss Deer, you hear? Want to join in? We need one more player for our squad. Park, having just ended a game and missing a teammate, simply invited Fang Jueyu. Sure, Fang Jueyu joined Park's squad, having nothing better to do. By the way, I don't have an account in this zone. Anyone willing to lend me one? It'll be worth your while. Just send the account info to Park. Fang Jueyu mentioned in the chat. Use mine, Boss Deer, it's diamond rank. Diamond rank, you call that. Use mine, king rank, 700 points. You guys can fight over it. I just want to see what worth your while means. Going to second that. Park's squad was made up of high-ranked players, and a master account was quickly sent over. Fang Jueyu logged in and, without hesitation, topped up the account with 100,000 renminbi, converting into game credits equaling 1 million, a massive amount to purchase all non-exclusive skins. Boss Deer, you're too generous. Whoever that was, what luck. Democrat, Minnesota. Boss Deer, next time you borrow an account, give a heads up that I just started watching. Boss Deer, let me introduce you. These are my former teammates from pro gaming days. Baldy, Shadow, and Kid. Hey, nice to meet you. Fang Jueyu connected to the team's mic and greeted the former pro players, remembering Kid's match as the first LOL game he ever watched. Wow, Boss Deer, your voice is amazing. With a voice like that, not playing ADC would be a waste. Up top seems a bit shady, but I like it. Boss Deer, which position do you play? Mid, I'm used to it. Fang Jueyu instantly picked Victor, his go-to mid-lane champion. Watching Boss Deer get wrecked. Who's going to do that? If you can't handle Boss Deer, he'll just bury you with money. Boss Deer, no hiring actors, okay? While Fang Jueyu wasn't bad, he was still a step behind the pros. Yet with Shadow constantly ganking the enemy mid laner and the others literally diving to help him get a pentakill, this was wealth in action. They kept playing until 10, with fans flooding the chat. It's 10. Guess Boss Deer is going offline. Where's Boss Deer's proposal team? Gather in Sinyu's room. Ha, Boss Deer, you sneaking off? Haha, it's a habit. Fang Jueyu laughed. All right, won't keep you. Park said, by the way, in 3 days, there's China Joy. Interested in checking it out in Magic City? Sure. Fang Jueyu had wanted to go for ages, but never had the cash. Great. When you get to Magic City, look me up. I'll introduce you to some friends. All right. See you in Magic City in 3 days. Did I hear you're going to this year's China Joy too? Fang Jueyu had just finished watching Guisinyu's live stream, as he usually did, and was about to go to bed when Guisinyu sent him a message. You too. Are you going as well? Yeah, because I've gained a lot of followers recently. The Bamboo platform has invited me to attend as a guest that I might even appear at the Bamboo platform's booth. Guisinyu sent a cheeky sticker. All right, then I'll treat you to a meal. Fang Jueyu had always wanted to see Guisinyu in person. This might be the first time she'd ever shown herself since she started streaming. No way. You helped me so much. I should be the one treating you. Guisinyu now had over 2 million followers, and just a few days ago, the Bamboo platform signed a long-term contract with her. This contract brought her enough benefits to pay off her family's debts and improve her life, all of which was thanks to Fang Jueyu. All right, then I won't hold back. I'm looking forward to seeing your loveliness. Fang Jueyu didn't refuse anymore. Giggling, you might end up disappointed. I'm not as pretty as you imagined. Don't forget, friend in a live stream, call me Chow Biliuo. Guisinyu said playfully. I don't believe that. You girls always think you're not pretty or thin enough. Women's lips, sweet as candy. Okay, it's late. I'm going to sleep. See you in a Magic City. It was already past midnight, and Guisinyu felt the constant wave of sleepiness hitting her. All right, you sleep early. Fang Jueyu, on the other hand, felt alert, perhaps due to his body's enhancement. And no matter how late he slept, he always woke up the next morning full of energy. Wait, did I forget something recently? Fang Jueyu suddenly shot up from his bed just as he was about to sleep. Xiao Yi, didn't you still owe me a reward for the last mission? The ancestors' junk may sound unimpressive, but Fang Jueyu believed it must be something breathtaking. Host, you finally remembered that if you don't claim it within a week, you'll lose it, said Xiao Yi. Democrat, Minnesota. Why didn't you remind me, or just give me the reward? Fang Jueyu grumbled. If he hadn't suddenly remembered, the mission's points completion would have been all for nothing. This was instructed by the 99th generation host. Xiao, he suddenly mimicked Fang Huai's tone. This brat is always absent-minded. If you get the chance, give him a lesson so he remembers for the future. Xiao, he didn't just perfectly imitate the voice but also the tone, leaving Fang Jueyu with some lingering grievances. However, since it was his dad's order, he couldn't blame Xiao Yi, but he remembered the lesson this time. And after completing the next mission, he would claim the reward first thing. The reward for the school anniversary mission was even more generous than this one. All right, give me the mission reward. Fang Jueyu said, eager to find out what the ancestors' unwanted junk really was. As soon as he finished speaking, a small, square space appeared in Fang Juyu's mind. This space wasn't connected to the world he lived in, but existed independently. Xiao Yi, what is this? Is it an independent space? Fang Jueyu felt like he was in a sci-fi world. That's right, this is a movable, independent space created through space science. Theoretically, this space can be huge, not constrained by permission. Currently, you can use only 1 cubic meter of space. Wow, even 1 cubic meter was enough to do a lot. How did you even do this? The civilization that created me is much more advanced than Earth. For them, this space technology isn't difficult. So what about your civilization? Fang Jueyu had never asked about Xiao Yi's origins. Due to excessive resource exploitation, the entire solar system was destroyed while electronic data stream traveled alongside the gamma rays released by the star's destruction until it reached Earth, merging with your ancestor, the first host of the Fang family, and continued until now. I see. Fang Jueyu never expected to learn Xiao Yi's backstory by accident. Perhaps his family's destiny was rewritten from that moment. So how do I use this space? The host only needs to control it with your mind. Fang Jueyu imagined drawing the space closer to him, and sure enough, the view got closer. The 1 cubic meter space was almost empty, containing only a small porcelain bottle. Fang Jueyu took the bottle out. Is this some kind of antique? If you insist, you could say that it's from the time of the 15th generation host. Passed down through generations, it's quite valuable, Xiao Yi said, but the real reward is what's inside the bottle. Oh, Fang Jueyu quickly opened the bottle, a medicinal fragrance gushing out, invigorating his spirit. Inside the small bottle were 5 black bean-like items, roughly the size of malt balls, though not as evenly shaped. What on earth are these? Could it be my ancestors' 1,000-year-old boogers? If Fang Jueyu's ancestors were still alive, they might have killed him on the spot for saying that. This is a failed product from when the 15th generation host was making elixirs. What? Elixirs? You mean immortal cultivation? Fang Jueyu couldn't help but mock. This is science. Xiao, he said sternly. Many components in plants, when extracted and refined, are beneficial to the human body. Although Earth's plants are somewhat inferior, refined substances can't make you immortal, but can extend life and preserve youth. So these items were made accidentally when the 15th generation host was preparing elixir of immortality for Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He accidentally blew up the furnace. Originally meant to be discarded, I saved them. Qin Shi Huang. Fang Jueyu was speechless again. How did Emperor Qin come into this? The 15th generation host had learned much alchemy from my database and was an alchemy master at that time, that he couldn't make anything extraordinary, but as long as there were enough ingredients, extending a person's life by 20 years wasn't difficult. That impressive? Even modern medicine struggles to keep a dying person alive for a few days. His ancestor really was something. Emperor Qin commissioned your ancestor to help create the elixir of immortality as he was nearing death, Xiao Yi laughed. But Earth's most precious herbs can't achieve that. Instead, he crafted 3 pills that could prolong life by a decade or so. And then what happened? Fang Jueyu grew increasingly interested in this historical tale. Then those 3 pills were intercepted by Zhao Gao. But that wasn't the host's concern to be why then. He had mastered the method of potential human development and escaped solo from the chaotic palace. Ha ha! As expected of my ancestor, truly formidable, Fang Jueyu felt a surge of pride. So what can these 5 pieces of junk do? Can they extend life? Not quite, Xiao Yi said. These are failed products with some issues in efficacy. But my analysis shows they can rapidly regenerate aging cells. While not curing all diseases, they can heal any injury or illness as long as it doesn't involve losing a limb. Even cancer or AIDS. They can be cured. Holy crap. Ever since that day, Fang Jueyu had lost count of how many times he'd said those words that a disease that humans still considered incurable could be treated. If this were released to the medical community, it would be a bombshell. Such a treasure was merely the trash that his ancestors discarded. Could there be anything more wasteful? Compared to them, his spending habits seemed almost frugal and plain, right? If their discarded trash had such effects, what kind of mind-blowing treasures could his ancestors have accidentally thrown away? Fang Jueyu was eager to complete the next mission. He carefully placed the small bottle back into the space. Although he didn't need it yet, who knew when it might have a tremendous effect? Hello, Mr. Liu, where have you reached? I'm still stuck on an overpass. Fang Jueyu had woken up early to head to the city, but he didn't expect to underestimate the appeal of China Joy. Crowds of enthusiasts flocked from various cities, and the roads were incredibly crowded even at 6 or 7 in the morning. Mr. Park, why don't you go ahead? I'll meet you directly at the venue. The traffic wasn't improving, and Fang Jueyu didn't want to keep them waiting, especially since Mr. Park had arranged meetings with several other friends today. Mr. Park, whose real name was Lu Emo, had settled in the city after making his first fortune in professional gaming. That on any other day, it wouldn't have mattered if he waited longer. However, today he had arranged to meet a big shot at the venue. This person wasn't just the boss of Bamboo TV, but also one of the country's most famous second-generation rich kids. Lu Emo couldn't afford to keep him waiting. In his heart. Even though Fang Jueyu was wealthy, he didn't think he could match that person's wealth. That family's fortune might not make them the richest in the country, but they certainly ranked in the top 3, and the names of these heirs were well known in society. Fang Jueyu didn't seem to make the cut. Lu Emo invited Fang Jueyu to see the exhibition, purely to expand his network. All right, to be honest, I've arranged to meet Mr. Wang today. When you get to the venue, give me a call, and I'll introduce you. Sure, see you at the exhibition. Fang Jueyu replied cheerfully. Of course, Fang Jueyu knew who this Mr. Wang was, the son of Wang Lin, one of the top 3 tycoons in Huaxia. Wang Song's famous quote, "I never check my friends' wealth, since they could never be wealthier than me," went viral online, making him a popular internet celebrity. Despite being a rich second-generation heir, Wang Song was quite capable and had strong principles. His online rants sometimes left people in awe. Someone like him would never have crossed paths with Fang Jueyu before, but now there was an opportunity. It was amazing how fate worked. What's happening up ahead? It's been 2 hours and nothing's moving. Fang Jueyu was holding his pee for a long time, and the long wait was testing his patience. If only I had a plane, Fang Jueyu said offhandedly. Host, but you do. I know I do. My family's seafood and beef are all transported by private plane, Fang Jueyu complained. But there's no runway here, so even if I had a plane, it wouldn't help. No, I mean your private helicopter. I have a helicopter too? Fang Jueyu was surprised. Of course, if I have a plane, why wouldn't I have a helicopter? Thinking of this, he quickly took out his phone and dialed Zhuang Ying's number. Young master, have you arrived in the city? Zhuang Ying was enjoying a bright morning while applying a face mask in the villa. Don't ask. There seems to have been a traffic accident on the road, and the traffic hasn't moved for hours. If this continues, I don't know if I'll make it to the city before dark. Oh, that's a minor issue. Send me your location, and I'll dispatch a helicopter to pick you up. Zhuang Ying spoke as if it was a routine matter, just like taking the subway or bus. Fang Jueyu immediately sent her his location. Hold tight. Your private helicopter is stationed at the city airport and could reach you within 20 minutes. Thank you, sistering. Being rich is great. Fang Jueyu reclined his seat, relieved he would soon escape this mess. True to her word, 20 minutes later, a roaring noise filled the sky as a jet-black helicopter descended, drawing gasps from onlookers. DMN, that's outrageous. Fang Jueyu had expected a small helicopter, but this one was almost as big as a transport helicopter, its powerful downdraft seeming like it could crush the vehicles below. Host, this private helicopter was modified from a retired United States H-64 Apache. It's 17.8 meters long and 5.23 meters wide. Mr. Fang Huai quietly purchased it for $120 million several years ago. My dad's style is unbelievably bold. Fang Jueyu was dumbstruck. Why is this helicopter stopping here? Is it picking someone up? Wow, I've never seen such a big helicopter before. Must be a private one, right? Not necessarily. Maybe someone's hurt or sick and needs urgent hospital transport. Quick, record this. It'll definitely go viral online. As the people around engaged in heated discussions, four individuals dressed in black came down from the helicopter using rope-like equipment to fasten a Porsche Cayenne nearby firmly. They swiftly returned to the helicopter. Wait, what are they doing? Aren't they here to pick me up? Why are they strapping my car up? Just when Fang Jueyu was confused, the helicopter took off, effortlessly lifting the over 2-ton Qian into the air. Hey, pull me down. Fang Jueyu had flown before, but flying like this was a first. Who knows how sturdy these ropes were? A small mistake from his height, and he'd end up as mince. Haha, host, rest assured, the helicopter's power system could even lift tanks, let alone a car. The ropes are specially made and can withstand anything under 10 tons. Even so, I'm still worried. I feel like I'm about to throw up. Amid Fang Jueyu's cries, the helicopter smoothly flew towards the China Joy venue while Countless recorded the entire journey and uploaded it online. Fang Jueyu was unaware that just minutes later, the video had gone viral on major social media, even trending on Weibo. Flaunting wealth is insane. Traffic congestion at Jiangnan Bridge, and a Porsche owner actually called a private helicopter to fly over the clogged section. This headline quickly dominated Weibo because Fang Jueyu didn't cover his license plate, so even his license number was exposed online. Moreover, such a huge helicopter carrying a car through the sky was too conspicuous. Almost everyone who saw it couldn't resist taking photos or recording videos. After all, such an event is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Liu Yimou and many veteran team members had already arrived at the China Joy venue. Among them was another figure wearing a baseball cap, with an extraordinarily attractive internet celebrity by his side. This person was undoubtedly Wang Kong, high profile, fond of internet celebrities. Wealthy, these were his biggest labels, but he didn't mind them at all because they were the most accurate descriptions of him. You guys have to see this. Wang Tsong said, showing a video on his phone of a Qian being dragged into the sky by a massive helicopter. Such a scene is rarely seen, even in movies. DMN, this is so badass. Liu Yimou snatched Wang Tsong's phone, repeatedly confirming the authenticity of the video. I thought I was flashy enough, but I never imagined there'd be someone even more flamboyant. Their car stuck on the highway, and they called a private helicopter to haul it away. That's just too outrageous, isn't it? Wang Tsong exclaimed. But this guy is strange too. Isn't a Qian just over 1 million yuan? Compared to that helicopter, it seems out of its league, said Shadow, Liu Yimou's teammate. With their wealth, they couldn't afford the helicopter, but they could buy the car. Isn't that helicopter from recently popular helicopter hailing software called Didi Helicopter? I remember they offer helicopter services, though the prices are slightly higher. No, that helicopter is a private one. Wang Tsong stated, 3 years ago, my dad and I saw it at a private auction in the United States. It's a retired military helicopter modified, and it sold for 120 million to an unknown wealthy Chinese bidder. Principal Wang, didn't your dad try to buy it? Liu Yimou asked. Principal Wang is Wang Tsong's nickname, liked by his friends and online followers. How could he not? My dad bid too, but he stopped at $1 billion US. What? Isn't the helicopter worth that much? Of course not. It's just that my dad seemed to know the bidder. And at that auction, many people gave face. Whenever he wanted something, no one would overbid excessively. Remembering that mysterious person in the VIP room during the auction, Wang Tsong was still very curious. Representatives from families like the Rothschild and Morgan families were there, yet they gave that mysterious buyer face. His identity must be astounding. So, you think this person might be related to that mysterious rich guy back then? Most likely. Wang Tsong nodded. If there were a chance, he'd love to meet this person. Hey, check Weibo. It seems like that helicopter is flying towards the China Joy venue. Sun Long, another of Liu Yimou's teammates, shouted. No way. They thought maybe the person had an important meeting or urgent business to attend to, only to come via helicopter. Could it be just to get to the exhibition early? Wouldn't that be too extravagant? Come on, let's go take a look. Wang Tsong couldn't bother with the stunning internet celebrity beside him to TO him. The car owner's identity was much more intriguing than the beautiful influencer. The influencer stomped her foot in frustration, but quickly grabbed her Louis Vuitton bag to follow. Many were lining up to date Wang Tsong, even just for a week, to reap countless benefits. She couldn't give up halfway. Clack, clack, clack. The loud engine sound came from the sky, and the helicopter indeed landed outside the China Joy venue. Many who heard the news gathered into a large circle, waiting to see the true face of this car owner. Oh no, I'm probably going to be famous now. Fang Jueyu looked bitter. At least a few hundred people surrounded below, and once he stepped out of the car, countless cameras would pounce on him. It would be impossible to keep a low profile now if he wanted to. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked Sister Xiaoying for this favor. Fang Jueyu regretted it deeply. His entrance was a bit too high profile. Finally, Fang Jueyu's car landed, and 4 well-trained men in black descended from the helicopter, quickly untying the ropes from the car, then returned to the helicopter at lightning speed. Mission accomplished, heading back. The helicopter roared again, disappearing into the sky after a while. Instantly, the Porsche became the center of attention, surrounded by a tight crowd, and Fang Jueyu couldn't leave, even if he wanted to. I have to ask for help. Fang Jueyu immediately dialed Lu Emo's number. Mr. Park, help. MR.LU. You're here already. Where are you? What do you mean by help? Lu Emo was puzzled by Fang Jueyu's words. Well, my private helicopter dropped me off at the venue entrance, and now there are people everywhere. I'm afraid I'll be devoured once I get out of the car. Can you help me disperse these people? Fang Jueyu struggled to explain. Holy crap, Mr. Lu. This is your car? Lu Emo couldn't link Fang Jueyu with the Porsche owner. He thought Fang Jueyu was still stuck on the bridge or highway. Wait, I'll ask the principal for a solution. Mr. Park, who was that? Wang Sung heard his name during the call. That's the friend I was going to introduce to you today, MR.LU from the Bamboo platform, who's been quite popular recently. Oh, I know. Wang Sung nodded indifferently. There were plenty of tycoons on streaming platforms, but Wang Sung wouldn't befriend just anyone. Perhaps they were just an ordinary upstart. That MR.LU is in that car right now. Lu Emo pointed at the Porsche. What? You mean MR.LU you mentioned is in that car? At that moment, Wang Sung couldn't stay calm anymore. If this man managed to get that helicopter and even command respect from his dad, he certainly wasn't just your average rich guy. Are you sure? He called, asking us to help disperse those people. Ha ha, making such a big scene. Now he knows he needs our help? Wang Sung laughed gloatingly, but he still immediately called security. After all, he was the biggest investor in China Joy. The kind of power he certainly had. Soon, a group of security guards arrived to begin dispersing the crowd. Everyone, please make way. This is one of our special programs at today's exhibition. Please, let's make a path. So, it's a special program? I thought some big deal arrived. But the organizers getting such a helicopter is impressive. Oh, come on. Look who the organizer is. Can Principal Wang not get a helicopter? Is it really like that? Somehow I feel this sounds sketchy. Before long, a big chunk of the crowd dispersed, and Fang Jueyu seized the opportunity to drive into the underground parking garage. Only after confirming no one saw him did he step out. He shook his head helplessly. Great. I probably won't be daring to drive this car again. Hey, could you help me get a car? I think my car has already been posted online, and I'm too scared to drive it again. Fang Jueyu sneaked into a corner and quietly asked Zhuang Ying for help. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Ying was laughing so hard on the other end of the phone that she was almost in tears. Actually, Fang Jueyu had a small helicopter at the airport in Shanghai. She could have had to pick him up and let someone else deal with the car. She was just looking for some fun. If Fang Jueyu had known her mindset, he probably would have wanted to kill her. And you're still laughing. I almost got watched like a gorilla at the zoo. Fang Jueyu said, feeling gloomy. Okay, I'll have someone bring the car to you soon. What kind of car do you like to drive? You have many big dealerships in Shanghai with lots of cars reserved for you in their warehouses, with all kinds of brands and models. Give me a Maserati 430. The Apollo Sun God was Fang Jueyu's dream, and this Maserati was his past small goal. He liked Maserati only because of its emblem, not because of the car's appearance or performance. Okay, I'll have someone drive it over soon. Phew. Fang Jueyu breathed a sigh of relief and finally walked out of the underground garage, encountering many busybodies along the way. But looking at Fang Jueyu's $5 white t-shirt, they couldn't associate him with the mysterious figure who had just made a stunning entrance. Thanks, Mr. Park, I'm out. Where are you guys? Fang Jueyu dialed the phone once again. Oh, we're right in the square where you just landed, and President Wang is here too. I'll introduce you to each other later. Okay, I'll be right there. Fang Jueyu jogged over and soon found Lu Emo and the others at the entrance. Mr. Park, having watched many live streams and online videos, Fang Jueyu immediately recognized President Wang and M.R. Park as for the others. Although they weren't very familiar faces, he had seen them before. They were probably members of the former IG team. You're deer in the forest, that CEO deer. Lu Emo was somewhat incredulous, as Fang Jueyu looked so young. Fang Jueyu hadn't posted his picture in his circle of friends, so Lu Emo initially thought he must be at least in his 30s or 40s. That's right, it's me. My name is Fang Jueyu. I'm 20 this year, and I study at Jiangnan University in Jiangnan City. Fang Jueyu shook hands with them. Nice to meet you. Lu Emo was still recovering from the shock. I'll introduce you. These are my teammates that we played games together a few days ago. This is President Wang, whom you must know, so no need for introductions. President Wang, I've heard a lot about you. This was the first time Fang Jueyu had met Wang Tsung in person. and he was quite down to earth. Didn't expect we had such a young tycoon like you hidden in the country. Wang Tsong greeted him warmly. Let me ask you, are you selling that helicopter? I'll offer $150 million, and you'll definitely not lose out. Fang Jueyu suddenly realized why Wang Tsong was so friendly. He was eyeing his helicopter. Actually, Wang Tsong had another reason. He wanted to know if that helicopter was really his. So, President Wang, you've taken a liking to my helicopter? Fang Jueyu chuckled. To be honest, my father and I were at the auction that if you hadn't stepped in, we'd have ended up with it. Actually, Wang Tsong genuinely liked that helicopter. My dad bought that helicopter. It has nothing to do with me. But if you're interested, just not that 1.M, Y family has another H-1 military helicopter modified into a private jet. If you offer a suitable price, I might consider it. This news Zhuang Ying just told him. It seemed his father loved these military helicopters converted into private jets. He had about 20 of them under his name, each costing more than $100 million. Straightforward, I'm definitely sticking with you as a friend. They struck a business deal in just a few words, using billion and US dollars units that Mr. Park and his friend were stunned. This is how rich people chat. By the way, do you want to borrow a car first? That Porsche of yours might not be safe to drive on the road anymore. Wang Tsong laughed gleefully. No need. My assistant will bring me a new car soon that I won't drive that one anymore. If you're not using it, why not just give it to me? Mr. Park's friends internally griped, saying no to $1 million car. While they all looked on in envy, China Joy, officially known as the Huaxia International Digital Interactive Entertainment Exhibition, is a 4-day event showcasing various games, anime, digital products, and more. But what really draws otaku from afar is the large number of beautiful cosplayers along the way. The stunning long-legged, dazzled Fang Jueyu did it seem that, because he was with President Wang and Mr. Park, wherever he went, he drew a lot of attention. This was a face completely unfamiliar to the netizens. They had been delayed a lot on the road, so it was already noon after a brief stroll. President Wang directly invited Fang Jueyu to have lunch with them since he had already reserved seats at a nearby hotel. Since Guisinyu wasn't appearing until the afternoon, and they agreed to meet for dinner. Fang Jueyu accepted the invitation. Hey Fang, ride in my car. Mr. Park pointed to his orange Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. The president's car only has 2 seats, you know. Mr. Park glanced at the internet celebrity beside President Wang. She looked a bit different from the photos taken by netizens recently. She was probably another one, but that was no longer surprising. What about them? Fang Jueyu pointed at Sun Long and the others. No worries, we all drove ourselves. You guys go on ahead. All right. Fang Jueyu got into Mr. Park's It was the first time he'd ridden in a sports car, and although it was already being custom-made, he was still a bit nervous. As the engine roared, the orange Lamborghini growled and shot off, following closely behind Wang Tsong's limited edition Porsche 918. Wang Tsong chose a 5-star hotel nearby. Originally, they just wanted a quick lunch, but since Fang Jueyu was there, they couldn't be too modest, although they had become quite familiar with each other in just a short while. By the way, Fang, we still don't know what your family does. With such a big business, your parents probably aren't ordinary people. Our parents might even know each other. At the table, everyone opened up, and Wang Tsong was very interested in Fang Jueyu's background. Well, my family does all sorts of things that, to be honest, I don't even really know all of our businesses. That I only found out how wealthy my family was last week, actually. Fang Jueyu had said this line countless times in the past week. As for my parents, they're no longer around. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. What Fang Jueyu meant was that they're no longer on Earth, but Wang Tsong thought they had passed away. This made his previous statement understandable, assuming Fang Jueyu inherited a large fortune from them. Fang Jueyu immediately knew that Wang Tsong misunderstood, but he didn't explain that if he continued to investigate innocently one day, it would be quite entertaining. He could only silently apologize to Fang Huai and Xiao Lan in his heart. By the way, Fang, Bidar Film is planning to make a movie, but we're short on funds. Are you interested in joining as a shareholder? We'll settle it with dividends based on your investment. Wang Tsong recently faced some troubles, and now he was eyeing Fang Jueyu's wealth. Really, President? Your family has so much money, and you need me to invest in a movie? It's my dad who has money that he gave me a startup fund and doesn't manage me anymore. The rest of the money is what I invested and earned myself. But with recent investments, things are a bit tight. Although Wang Tsong laughed, he had a decent amount of money in his private vault, but that was for emergencies and couldn't be touched lightly. Fang Jueyu patted his chest. Okay, how much more do you need? I'll cover the rest. Aren't you even going to ask how much more funding is needed before you cover everything? Wang Tsong was somewhat dumbfounded. The movie he planned to shoot wasn't your ordinary urban or school-themed production, but an epic fantasy, which couldn't be made with just tens of millions in investment. Wang Sung was a total novel enthusiast. Ever since the novel Battle Through the Heavens came out, he was completely obsessed with that world. Someone had made a TV series adaptation before, but it was utterly criticized by the audience. The special effects in the decades-old movie, Zoo Warriors, were far superior to that TV series remake. The Dozong strongman riding a horse meme was entirely ruined by netizens, and even Wang Sung couldn't help but want to drag the director out for a beating to create his ideal Battle Through the Heavens. Wang Sung had spent a significant amount of money to buy all the adaptation and filming rights to the novel and invited a Hollywood special effects team. The budget for that part alone reached an astonishing $250 million, but the props, actors, directors, and so on later would require another massive investment. The start of Wang Sung's business venture. Wang Lin had given him $500 million in startup capital. He had managed to multiply that tenfold in just a few years through his efforts, and his current net worth exceeded $7 billion, however. A large part of this money was fixed assets. The liquid funds he could use amounted to less than $1 billion, that he couldn't possibly dump all that into the project. Could he? If the box office didn't do well, it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Efforts wasted. According to Wang Sung's budget, to achieve the best effect, the total final investment might reach a staggering $1 billion, which was unheard of in the film industry, and no one dared to take such a big risk. According to Fang Jueyu, if he covered the remaining funds, he would have to come up with almost $500 million. Although he was undoubtedly wealthy, getting such a large amount of money isn't something you can just do on a whim. I might still need $500 million. Wang Sung said frankly. No problem, I'll cover that $500 million. Upon hearing Wang Sung's thoughts, Fang Jueyu also became a bit excited. Back in high school, he would secretly read this novel every night under his blanket. He was heartbroken after watching the Battle Through the Heavens TV series. With Wang Sung having such a good idea, he was absolutely supportive. Are you serious? Serious, Fang Jueyu said firmly. You're not doubting that I can't come up with a mere $500 million, are you? Sitting nearby, Lu Emo and the others rolled their eyes. Such an enormous figure like $500 million, most people might never earn even 1% of that in their entire life. And yet these two dared to prefix it with the word mere. Of course not. Wang Sung wasn't doubting Fang Jueyu's financial power. After all, his father had to show respect to Wang Lin, and maybe he was even wealthier than Wang Sung himself. But assets are one thing, and liquid funds are another. $500 million isn't a small number. Don't worry, you just handle the actors and directors. If you're short on money, come find me, Fang Jueyu said confidently. Wang Sung had always been the one saying such things to others during his investments, but now hearing it directed at him gave him a very special feeling inside. You might not believe it, but someone just said this to me. If you're short on money, come find me. Wang Sung casually posted this sentence on his Weibo. Wang Sung had tens of millions of followers, and once he posted it, the comment section erupted, with the popularity quickly rising to the second spot on the hot search list, just behind the morning's helicopter incident. Ha ha ha, Principal Wang. Even you have times when someone throws money at you. I want to know which rich lord has the guts to say that to the principal. Could it be the young master from the capital city? Hang on, don't forget that the principal was at China Joy today. Although the staff claimed the helicopter incident was a special program by the organizers, from my years of experience, this is definitely a smokescreen. The person involved in that incident is likely the one who said this. We all received 9 years of compulsory education. So why is the person upstairs so outstanding? Did they secretly take extra classes? At Tsinghua University, we suggest accepting them. At Yenjing University, we suggest they skip straight to graduate school. As soon as the Weibo post went out, the heat for both of these topics started climbing rapidly. Some even snapped photos of Wang Sung and the others entering a hotel, but unfortunately, the resolution was too low, and Fang Jueyu's face couldn't be seen clearly. However, one thing was almost certain. The owner of the helicopter was most likely there to meet Principal Wang. Since everyone had driven, no one dared to drink. Even though they had unique identities, they were all young, with many shared topics, especially when it came to making fun of the same thing. They quickly established a revolutionary friendship and soon started calling each other brothers. Wang Sung had some matters to discuss in the afternoon, so he couldn't stay at the venue any longer. When they walked out of the hotel with Fang Jueyu, the car arranged by Zhuang Ying had already been delivered to the hotel entrance. But the car seemed different from what he had imagined. Didn't he ask for a Maserati 430? Why was there a sports car adorned with the Maserati logo before him? Democrat, Minnesota. Was this the car you said someone would deliver? Wang Sung's eyes widened. He recognized this car. a Maserati MC12, with only 50 in the world and only 2 in Huaxia. However, he knew the owners of those 2 cars, and none had the last name Fang. It was clear this car wasn't among the 2 that a middle-aged man dressed in a suit got out of the car. He walked respectfully to Fang Jueyu, then handed him the car keys. Young Master Fang. Miss Zhuang asked me to bring the keys to you. What? Fang Jueyu was a bit baffled. Weren't they supposed to deliver a 4:30? Why did they bring this thing? Fang Jueyu became anxious. He realized many people around had already noticed, and some were even starting to snap photos with their phones. Such luxury cars weren't a common sight, and the car owner was the focus of everyone's attention. Here's the situation. Recently, due to a company issue, that car model was found to have safety hazards and got urgently recalled. Ms. Zhuang knew you liked Maseratis, so she simply had me bring this car. This woman is causing trouble again. Fang Jueyu was so annoyed his teeth were grinding, but there was nothing he could do. The car had already been delivered, and he couldn't possibly ask them to take it back, especially since he needed a vehicle to get around here. Hey, old Fang, where'd this car come from? I remember only 2 in Huaxia. Did you get this from some wealthy foreign hand? Wang Tsong asked with interest. I don't know either. Fang Jueyu turned his gaze to the middle-aged man who delivered the car. Uncle, do you know? The middle-aged man delivering the car gave a strange look. Young master, you didn't know you owned 78.2% shares of Maserati. Every time there's a new model, a few complete cars get sent to Huaxia first, and those aren't counted in the limited sales. Well, I have shares again. Fang Jueyu rolled his eyes, then gave Wang Tsong an innocent look. You're something else. Wang Tsong gave a thumbs up, then took out his phone to post on Weibo. Just now, I had dinner with the largest shareholder of Maserati, and he only found out afterward. I got hit over the head with money today. We're heading out now. I'll come to Jiangnan City in a couple of days if I have time, and we can discuss the movie investment then. Before leaving, Wang Tsong exchanged contact information with Fang Jueyu, but he really couldn't stand staying with Fang Jueyu any longer. In comparison, he felt like a poor man. Xiaoyi, na shi, Zhaopan, Nungbong, what, Sanchuma? Fang Jueyu scanned his surroundings, realizing that standing next to such a flashy sports car made it hard not to attract attention. Host, you can't do that. Don't forget, the task for unlocking the first phase of permissions requires you to make a loud name for yourself that I can easily fulfill your request, but the task progress would suffer greatly. Wait, don't delete them yet. Fang Jueyu immediately stopped it. Xiao was right. Perhaps this was a stepping stone to open up his fame. Host, given your current slow task progress, completing the first phase of permission unlock within a year may be very difficult. Now initiating a large-scale task. Do you wish to accept? Do I have a choice? Fang Jueyu was a bit surprised. According to the usual style in those novels, such tasks were generally mandatory, and failure resulted in penalties like obliteration. If I refuse, would you kill me? The system's maintenance requires energy and life from the host. The system will not do anything to harm the host's life. Xiao Yi's words undoubtedly set Fang Jueyu's mind at ease. Refusing the task will only slow down your permission unlock speed. Well then, since that's the case, I'll accept. With no penalties involved, Fang Jueyu had no psychological burden to carry. Now distributing the large-scale task. Task content. Reduce your $500 billion liquid assets through normal spending in 1 year. Task reward. Unlocking permissions based on specific circumstances. What? Reduce my liquid assets. Isn't this task a bit too easy? Fang Jueyu found it strange. Isn't it just about spending money? How could this task qualify as a large-scale task? Host, to let you understand the status of your liquid assets, I will keep a real-time tally of this part of your liquid assets. In front of Fang Jueyu appeared a long string of numbers that he counted, and it turned out to be $500 billion. But in the next second, this number began to change dramatically. $5,000.05 billion, $5,000.1 billion, $5,000.08 billion, $5,000.12 billion. Almost every second, his $500 billion liquid assets fluctuated rapidly, sometimes decreasing, sometimes increasing, but it always slowly crept up at a rather slow pace. Although this proportion didn't seem much, with such a massive base, every second saw changes worth tens of millions of US dollars. Fang Jueyu hadn't even started spending money, yet in less than a minute, his liquid assets had increased by nearly $200 million. When could he ever reduce this money? Host, do you still find this task simple? Xiaoyi asked. What on earth is going on? This liquid fund of yours is always engaged in some liquid or short-term financial activities by your management team. And this money naturally keeps growing that if you don't start spending quickly, you'll never be able to spend even a penny off that initial $500 billion. Democrat, Minnesota U. Fang Jueyu cursed at this earning rate. He might have to spend a few billion US dollars a day to merely exhaust the daily profit. Moreover, international currency exchange rates are remarkably complex, and there could be a drastic fluctuation any day, possibly increasing his $500 billion by a few percent in an instant. In a regular family, they couldn't spend Fang Jueyu's minute-long profits in a whole lifetime. There was an interesting joke online before about the owner of Alibaba wanting to buy a sports car. And just like that, the money was enough. Now this situation was happening in real life with Fang Jueyu. In 3 seconds, the money his account increased by could buy any sports car in the world. Spending money is such a monumental task. Fang Jueyu sighed, realizing that after living for 20 years without worrying about earning money, he was now vexed over how to spend it. Oh well, as they say, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Fang Jueyu laughed bitterly, then got into his Maserati MC12. Fang Jueyu, have you arrived? Just as he parked back at the venue, Fang Jueyu received a message from Guisinho. I'm already at the venue. I just went for a meal with Professor Park and Principal Wong, and now I'm back. Fang Jueyu replied, I see. My performance starts at 3. You have to be there to support me. All right, I'll come over later. I'm still looking forward to that meal you promised me. As he chatted, a faint smile appeared on Fang Jueyu's face, one he hadn't seen in a long time. With an upcoming performance, Guisinho should be doing makeup by now. Fang Jueyu decided not to disturb her and simply wandered around the venue. Fortunately, the hotel wasn't too close to the venue, and no one recognized Fang Jueyu, so he was free and at ease. There were lots of beautiful women at the convention, each with fair skin and long legs. Naturally, those confident enough to make appearances at major conventions like China Joy had a lot of confidence in their looks and figure. However, relatively speaking, Fang Jueyu was more interested in those anime figures, especially in the Mobile Soldier Gundam series. It seemed he had a mysterious obsession with them that a collection as vast as a wall in Death's Domain could cost as much as a house in Yanjing, already indicating the expensive price of figures. Previously, Fang Jueyu didn't have much money and limited figures that cost thousands or even tens of thousands he could only admire. But now it wouldn't be difficult to have a batch of 1:1 scale models built around his villa. Waiter, I'll take all of these. Pack them all up for me. I want this one too, yeah. I'll take one of each limited edition. Like a nouveau riche, Fang Jueyu was frantically buying. Luckily, there was a discount, and they offered shipping services for large orders. Otherwise, with this pile of figures looking like a mountain, his sports car wouldn't be able to transport them. Hello, your total is $418,240. Will you be paying by card? The salesperson beamed with a bright smile, knowing that with such an opening day transaction, the commission would be substantial. By card. Fang Jueyu took out his black card, muttering, this is way too cheap. It doesn't even touch the interest of the money I earned in these past minutes. In just half an hour, his funds had grown to $5,008.70 billion. In this short time, his assets had increased by nearly $1 billion, and in US dollars, no less. Send it to this address, please. Fang Jueyu left an address and walked out of the figure store, simultaneously dialing Zhuang Ying's number. Xiaoying, do you know how to contact the designers of the Gundam series in Sun Country? Also, help me hire some architects and mechanical engineers. I want to build a 1:1 Gundam model in my front yard. Yes, just like the one in Odeba, Sun Country. I want an identical one. What? Requirements? No requirements. Just hire the most expensive ones and use the best and most expensive materials. I'm not short on money. The more expensive, the better. What? Estimated 80 million RMB. No way. Too cheap. Tell those designers to make changes and hopefully it can cost a few billion. I'm not feverish, nor am I sick. It took a long time for Fang Jueyu to convince Zhuang Ying that he wasn't crazy or foolish, just that his behavior was a bit off. Earlier, he discussed with her about not being so ostentatious in daily life. So why did he suddenly start spending lavishly? However, Zhuang Ying wasn't worried that his extravagant ways would lead to any dire consequences put it bluntly, with Fang Jueyu's wealth. As long as he stayed away from porn, gambling, and drugs, it was impossible for him to squander all his assets in this lifetime. On the contrary, Fang Jueyu's current lifestyle and his attitude towards spending were exactly what she deemed proper. It was almost 3 o'clock when Fang Jueyu was already waiting near the booths on the Bamboo platform. In the next few days, not only would many digital products sponsored by the Bamboo platform be launched, but many popular streamers would also be there to meet their fans. China Joy was almost like a mini fan meeting for the live streaming industry. On the last evening, Principal Wong even planned a large concert with many talented streamers set to appear on stage. Although it hadn't been many days, Guisinyu was already becoming a top-tier streamer, especially since she had never shown her face until now. Today, the crowd that came just to catch a glimpse of her was overwhelming. The seats arranged at the scene were already full, and the rest had to stand. With the security cordons, it was almost impossible to see the stage clearly, let alone the performers' faces. But such a trivial matter could hardly stump Fang Jueyu. Before he came over, Principal Wang had given him a great thing. "Sorry, you can't go any further," a security guard blocked him. Fang Jueyu pulled a small badge out of his pocket, with the words VIP Pass written on it. Principal Wang had told him that with this, no one at any booth in the entire venue would dare stop him. "I apologize, sir. I was abrupt earlier. You can move freely inside." The security guard immediately cleared a path for Fang Jueyu. This VIP pass wasn't something just anyone could get. Those who had it were at least multi-millionaires or people with special statuses, whom none of them, the security personnel, could offend. Even though he had entered the inner circle, the seats there were also entirely taken. In fact, when the expo started in the morning, it was already packed, as those seats were first come, first served, with security only maintaining order once. They were full. Fang Jueyu walked to the very front and center, where a young couple was eating snacks. It was apparent they had come early to get the seats rather than being people of wealth or status. "Hey buddy, can I discuss something with you?" Fang Jueyu tapped the shoulder of a guy who looked about his age. "What is it?" The guy, chatting with his girlfriend, asked impatiently after being interrupted. "How about you let me have your seat?" "Are you nuts?" The guy cursed and immediately turned back around. T.O. snagged this spot. He'd queued outside the venue since 5 in the morning, sprinting 100 meters in 12 seconds to secure this front row seat, so there's no way he'd just give it up. "I'll pay for it." The guy ignored him, but the girl turned her head. "How much are you offering?" 100,000. Fang Jueyu quoted a number that was impossible to refuse. "Yin, this seat was hard to get. We can't just smack." The girl slapped the guy on the head. "Are you stupid? Anyone would be crazy not to sell a seat for 100 grand. 100,000 yuan was almost a fortune for students. With a little planning, they could travel to several countries. The cost was just giving up one seat. Was there anything more worthwhile? "Handsome, how many seats do you need?" the girl asked excitedly, fearing Fang Jueyu might change his mind. "Just one will do." "Okay, I'll sell my seat to you, but I won't accept credit or installments. Give me your QR code," Fang Jueyu said straightforwardly. The girl took out her phone, handing over the QR code, and with the vibration of a phone, the 100,000 really went through. "Handsome, we've settled the deal. You can't back out now." The girl immediately grabbed her bag and left the seat as if afraid Fang Jueyu would change his mind. The guy was stunned for a moment, then grabbed his things and chased after her. Having money really lets you do whatever you want. Fang Jueyu sat down comfortably, and no one dared take the seat next to him. Everyone saw him buy a seat for 100,000 yuan, treating money as if it were nothing. "You see, if we'd run a bit faster, the 100,000 would be ours." A couple's voices of complaint could be heard behind Fang Jueyu. He didn't pay attention because the previous performance was over, and it was about time for Guisinyu to take the stage. "You've all been waiting for the next act for a long time, haven't you?" The host walked to the center of the stage. "Recently, our bamboo platform has given birth to a streamer with 1 million fans, and this is her first stage appearance. Let's welcome a streamer Sinyu with a piano solo of Pirates of the Caribbean and a medley of piano and singing. Here she comes." The fans below shouted excitedly. "CEO Liu, summon CEO Liu. Where's CEO Liu?" "CEO Liu, I know you're watching." Any fan of Sinyu's stream knew she had a very wealthy top fan. Teasing Sinyu and Forest Deer was always the theme in the chat room. Even at the live venue, the banter was no different. The stage was specially designed. As the music began, a platform slowly lifted a crystal piano onto the stage, in front of which was a girl wearing a light blue gown, resembling an elf. Guisinyu wasn't particularly tall, about 165 centimeters. Her black hair flowed behind her, and atop her head was a tiara-like headpiece seemingly made from crystal. Against the backdrop of the tumultuous piano piece, she exuded a tranquil beauty. She wasn't the stereotypical influencer with a cookie-cutter face, but had a balanced, oval face. Although individually, her eyes, nose, and mouth weren't outstanding, they combined into an incredibly sweet look. Whistles from the audience came one after another. Her appearance naturally dispelled the mystery of the anti-Qiao image. She could easily win a huge following with her looks alone. After finishing a piece, she sang a few more enchanting songs. Fang Jueyu noticed she sang songs he had once requested on the streaming platform. The performance lasted nearly half an hour. The cheers, applause, and accolade from the audience hardly stopped. Before stepping down, Guisinyu walked to the center of the stage and bowed deeply towards the audience. That moment, her gaze met Fang Jueyu's. The corners of Fang Jueyu's mouth lifted slightly, and Guisinyu also flashed a charming smile. They had never met before, but it seemed as if they were old friends who had known each other for a long time. Perhaps this was something called tacit understanding. "Where are you?" "My performance just ended." Guisinyu eagerly sent a message to Fang Jueyu as soon as she finished her performance. "I'm right in the audience. Are you backstage? Is it convenient for me to come find you now?" Fang Jueyu asked. "Yeah, but can you get in? I think only staff and performers are allowed backstage," Guisinyu worriedly replied. "No worries, I have a way." With that VIP badge, Fang Jueyu effortlessly walked into the backstage area. There were many streamers from the bamboo platform here, even more popular than Guisinyu. But Fang Jueyu didn't spare them a second glance. Finally, he found the figure he was looking for in front of a dressing table. Guisinyu had changed out of her performance outfit and was wearing a clean white t-shirt and pleated skirt. Removing her makeup in front of a mirror on stage, she was an elegant and aloof princess. But backstage, she seemed like a quiet and gentle girl next door. Fang Jueyu didn't disturb her and just waited silently behind her. Guisinyu turned around after finishing her makeup, startled by Fang Jueyu behind her. "You are Fang Jueyu." During the performance, Guisinyu felt she already knew the answer. It was a magical feeling. "Why, doesn't it look like me?" Fang Jueyu chuckled. "No, it's just that I thought someone like you would probably be." For a moment, Guisinyu couldn't think of how to describe it. Surrounded by brand names, wearing gold chains and branded watches, with two sycophantic lackeys following behind. Fang Jueyu laughed, since most rich kids seem to have this kind of style. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say." Guisinyu laughed. "But you're different from those rich kids. I don't see any of that affluenza in you." "I told you, I only found out my family was wealthy a week ago that I've lived as an ordinary person for 20 years, so naturally, I don't have those habits." At this moment, Guisinyu seemed to truly believe what Fang Jueyu was saying. "I hope you never change. By the way, was the wait long for you?" Guisinyu asked bashfully. "Not really. I just saw you removing your makeup and didn't want to disturb you." Because of the stage effect, Guisinyu's makeup wasn't light, and actually, he had been waiting behind for almost 20 minutes. "Am I much different from what you imagined?" Guisinyu flashed a cute smile. "You're even more beautiful than I imagined," Fang Jueyu said sincerely. "Now that you've shown your face, I bet your Weibo followers are going to explode. I believe you'll gain even more fans in the future." Guisinyu blushed deeply, as no girl could stay indifferent when praised for her beauty. "It's not even 4 o'clock yet, too early for dinner. How about we go for a walk?" Guisinyu suggested. "Are you not busy here?" "No, I'm done with today's performance. The next few days I can arrange freely, except for one more performance on the last day." "Great, let's go for a walk then." Guisinyu greeted the backstage staff, then packed her bag and left with Fang Jueyu. Sinyu. To their surprise, a group of fans had gathered at the backstage exit. The instant Guisinyu and Fang Jueyu walked out, they were caught. Guisinyu isn't a celebrity, just a streamer, so naturally, there weren't any bodyguards to help her deal with this. Even she didn't expect she would be this popular. "Look, there's a guy next to Sinyu. Could he be your boyfriend? He's so handsome." "No way." Sinyu said she doesn't have a boyfriend. "Maybe he's just a pursuer?" "Do you think this guy could be Lu?" "No way. Lu is so rich, he can't possibly be this young." "You know nothing. Last time I watched Teacher Park stream, they teamed up to play games, and I heard Lu's voice, that he's just a young guy." Thanks everyone for your support, but please make way, my friend and I need to leave," Guisinyu politely said. Luckily, her fans were well-mannered, without any crazy ones. They just wanted to take more photos of Sinyu, since before today, her face had always been a mystery. "Sinyu, is this your boyfriend?" one bold fan asked. "No," Guisinyu shook her head. "But you all should know him. He's my live stream's #1 fan." With that, Guisinyu flashed a playful smile at Fang Jueyu. This answer immediately revealed Fang Jueyu's identity, as Lu's identity was even more mysterious than Sinyu's looks. They didn't expect such a unique revelation today. "Hey, handsome, are you really Lu?" "DM in. I see my husband." "Honey, I'll have your babies. Look at me, look at me." "Stop yelling. Don't you see Lu and sister Sinyu are together? Maybe they're already involved, and you don't stand a chance." "Brothers, I'm heartbroken." "Sisters, I'm heartbroken too." Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu exchanged a glance, and then flashed a wry smile that today's fans sure were impressive. Not only were they chatty in the stream room, but they remained just as quirky in real life. That IT took a lot of effort to get rid of the fans, and they were exhausted that if there were no surprises, photos of Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu had already appeared on Weibo, and their stream tonight would probably be lively. Puffed. Guasinyu suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Fang Jueyu asked curiously. Look, Guasinyu handed over her phone, as expected. Their photos were already on Weibo, and the fan comments had exceeded 10,000. However, comments about Fang Jueyu far outnumbered those about Guasinyu. Sister Sinyu, there's no living with this betrayal. Sisters, my roommate's dying wish is to know everything about this cute guy. I'm a roommate. Sisters, let me be the first to call him hubby. What the hell is this? Fang Jueyu slapped his forehead. Look at you, almost becoming the nation's husband, replacing Principal Wang. Guasinyu giggled. Oh yeah, did you have lunch with Principal Wang and them? Yeah, didn't I tell you? Why? It's over, you're gonna be famous. Guasinyu opened a set of photos. They showed him with Wang Tsong and others entering and leaving a hotel, and blurry pictures of him getting into a sports car. But when contrasted with the photos of him and Guasinyu, his identity was practically exposed. Mysterious Liu from Bamboo Platform finally revealed. Liu and Principal Wang appeared at a five-star hotel. Principal Wang claimed he's being buried in money. Performance analysis of Liu's Maserati MC12. Liu's true identity exposed, suspected to be the illegitimate child of Huaxia's richest man. In just a few minutes, all sorts of information about Fang Jueyu appeared on Weibo. Guasinyu was right, he was truly about to go viral. I had to admit, the imagination of netizens was truly incredible. They even made up something about the illegitimate child of Huaxia's richest man. It was obvious it came from some clickbait accounts talking nonsense. However, from now on, there would definitely be another super rich second generation on the internet. Just like Wang Kong, many people had already started looking for Fang Jueyu's Weibo. But since Fang Jueyu's appearance had changed quite a bit, former acquaintances almost couldn't recognize him from the not-so-clear photos. Therefore, no one had really dug out his real information. Are you hungry? How about we go eat first? After dealing with those pesky fans, it was already past 5 o'clock. The two of them wandered a bit randomly and were now starving. As promised, I'll treat you to dinner today. You can't complain or fight over the bill. Guasinyu stated stubbornly. Fine, I'll rely on you, the rich lady today. Fang Jueyu joked. Stop teasing me. What kind of rich lady am I? Compared to a big tycoon like you, I'm not much, Guasinyu said with a sly smile. Be honest with me. Was that helicopter incident this morning you're doing? You know about that too? Fang Jueyu was almost at a loss. That IT seemed grand. But if seen from an ordinary person's perspective, he bet he would silently curse with those two words, and many probably viewed it as the act of a privileged brat. All right, it was me, Fang Jueyu admitted. But the helicopter thing was arranged by my full-time assistant. I had no idea that I was hanging in the sky for half the day, scared to death. Thinking back to that scene, his legs still felt a bit wobbly. It was really you? Guasinyu covered her mouth. She was just joking, considering many wealthy businessmen and rich second generations attended the event today. Many had the means to summon a private helicopter. Okay, enough about that. Just tell me the location, and I'll drive you there. Fang Jueyu really didn't want to continue this topic. He guessed that online it was already filled with complaints. Let me see, I've already reserved a spot at a famous seafood restaurant in Mordor. Although it's not super high-end, you usually have to wait a long time, but we have one near our school too, and I've heard it's pretty tasty. Guasinyu had heard about it from friends. After all, the money she made barely covered her daily expenses, so even though it wasn't very high-end, the average cost per person was still several hundred, which for her was a week's living expenses. All right, wait here for a bit, I'll go get the car from the underground parking lot. Okay. Guasinyu agreed sweetly. Before long, a dark purple Maserati MC12 stopped in front of Guasinyu, its flashy design attracting many gazes instantly. This, wasn't your car a Porsche Cayenne? How did it become this? Guasinyu didn't care what kind of car they took, but it was psychologically burdensome for her to ride in such a luxurious sports car. I had no choice that M.Y. Cayenne's license plate got posted online that if I drive it out again, I'd never have a peaceful day in the future. So, I asked my assistant to arrange a car. Fang Jueyu said helplessly with a shrug. The car I originally wanted had some issues and got recalled to the factory, so this was all that was left. Hearing Fang Jueyu's tone, it seemed driving this car was not really a choice. If Wang Tsung were here, he'd probably open Weibo and start mocking Fang Jueyu again, right? Are we really going to ride this? Honestly, even an ordinary car had become rare for her to ride ever since her family's business troubles. She felt a bit uneasy. If you don't get in, there are plenty of people waiting in line to hop on. Fang Jueyu pouted. Nearby, many attractive and sweet-looking cosplayers were already gazing longingly in this direction. For them, wasn't this convention also a chance to meet a wealthy second generation? All right, Guo Xinyu still got in the car. Sports cars had a lower center of gravity, and Fang Jueyu unintentionally caught a glimpse of the scenery under Guo Xinyu's pleated skirt from the corner of his eye. But unfortunately, there existed an extremely anti-human invention in this world: safety shorts. Let's go. Fang Jueyu quickly brushed away those messy thoughts. Although he didn't know the exact location of the seafood restaurant, Xiaoyi had already input the best route into the navigation system. Virum. With a mighty roar of the engine, the car transformed into a dark purple lightning bolt running along the road, naturally attracting plenty of attention. Suddenly, a rather bold idea popped into Fang Jueyu's mind. Guisinyu had a sweet voice and a formal music education background. Although being a small-time streamer could earn a decent amount, wasn't a waste of her talent. If she could become an official singer, that might just be Guisinyu's greatest dream, right? The entertainment industry was a mixed bag, with unwritten rules lurking everywhere. Fang Jueyu was well aware of this, that IT wasn't about personal upbringing. Sometimes in such a vast pool, you had no choice but to get caught up in it. But Fang Ju definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to Guisinyu. Therefore, the best way was to have everything under his control. Xiao Yi, do I have any entertainment companies under my name? Fang Jueyu asked in his mind. None, actually. Compared to those large investment projects, the upfront cost of the entertainment industry is too high, and the return cycles are too long. Many years ago, you withdrew from the entertainment business. That's great. Fang Jiyu excitedly slapped his thigh that he wanted to invest up front in projects with long return cycles, not only to help Guisinyu, but also to fulfill that big task of his. It was truly a win-win. Fang Jiyu, what are you doing? Mosquitoes, mosquitoes. Huh? Fang Jiyu gave a silly excuse. Sinyu, do you have any dreams? Huh? The sudden question from Fang Jiyu left Guisinyu dumbfounded. Why start talking about dreams all of a sudden? Of course, I want to help my family out of the current economic troubles and let my younger siblings receive the best education. I didn't mean that. I meant your personal dreams, Fang Jueyu clarified. Would you want to remain a streamer on this live platform forever? Of course not, Guisinyu bit her lip. Anyone studying music dreams of having a glamorous stage and countless cheering fans. My dream is to be a singer. That's just what I wanted to hear. Fang Jueyu heard the answer he was most satisfied with. How about it? Would you consider becoming my artist? Does your family run an entertainment business? Guisinyu didn't expect Fang Jueyu to extend such an invitation. Well, it's somewhat involved. I guess, Fang Jueyu replied without much confidence, as he didn't really own any entertainment or media companies at the moment. Aren't you afraid you'll lose money if you sign me? Although she studied pop music, countless people were doing the same, and becoming famous was like crossing a single log bridge amid a vast army. Why should I be afraid? If I lose money, I'll be even happier. Fang Jueyu muttered under his breath. His personal assets had increased by nearly $1 billion today, and if this trend continued, his money would only grow, becoming practically inexhaustible. What did you say? Oh, nothing. That I meant that I believe in your talent, that if you're willing, I can find professional teachers to give you structured training. Of course, you'll have to dedicate a lot of effort and energy yourself. Hearing this, Guisinyu fell silent. It was indeed an excellent opportunity. Although she hadn't interacted with Fang Jueyu for long, she could tell that his offer was genuine. In the past, while she was a streamer, many small media companies approached her, but during several interviews, they asked for outrageous demands because of her appearance, so nothing ever came of it. The education she received since childhood didn't allow her to sell her body for fame, and her family's predicament wasn't dire enough to push her to that extent. She also had her own self-respect. Rest assured, if you're willing, I'll shield you from anything you don't want to do. You just need to focus on your music. Really? Of course. What would I gain from lying to you? Fang Jueyu countered. True, besides her looks and presence, there was nothing much of value for Fang Jueyu to be fixated on. Given his status and wealth, even celebrities from the entertainment circle would line up to associate with him. So why deceive an unknown streamer who just gained a little popularity? I'll think about it and get back to you in a few days. All right, I'll wait for your decision. Fang Jueyu was confident that Guisinyu would agree to his offer. Fang Jueyu, can I ask you a question? Guisinyu's face suddenly flushed, though Fang Jueyu, focused on driving, didn't notice her subtle change. What question? Go ahead. Why do you want to help me? Are you trying to pursue me? No, don't get the wrong idea. Fang Jueyu stammered a bit. Although he'd had several flings, he'd truly only dated Jiang Yuan for 2 years, and she was the one who initiated it. He was inexperienced in such matters. It's just that I think you're good at singing and playing, and it's such a waste for you to just be a streamer. So I wanted to help you. If someone had listened closely to Fang Jiyu's chest, they would have heard his strong and rapid heartbeat. Luckily, it was getting dark, or his face would have been even redder than Guisenyu's. The air suddenly became still, making the atmosphere slightly awkward, but fortunately, they had already arrived at their destination. This seafood restaurant, called Barent's Seafood Restaurant, was in the Baidao Plaza owned by Wang Tsung's family. Due to the tourism peak season and the holiday, the plaza was bustling with activity. Finding a parking space was a challenge for everyone. Fang Jueyu had to circle around several times before finally finding a suitable spot. By the time they reached the entrance of Barent's Seafood Restaurant, the queue was almost as long as a battle in a survival game. Oh no, we missed our turn. Guosenyu's number was 125, but because business was booming today and the table turnover rate was high, they had already called number 138. No worries. Usually when you miss your turn, you can wait for 3 more tables, right? I'll go ask. Guosenyu didn't even realize she was holding Fang Jueyu's arm with both hands. I'm sorry, due to some special circumstances these recent days, those wanting to dine need to take a new number and queue at the back, the waiter said apologetically. I see. Guosenyu immediately felt a bit disappointed. She had finally managed to invite Fang Jueyu for a meal, and it had turned out this way to tea this rate. They might have to wait for at least 2 or 3 hours for a table. Looking at her expression, Fang Jueyu instinctively reached out and patted her head. It was only after making this gesture that he realized what he had done, causing his face to blush, while Guosenyu froze completely. Leave it to me that I'm determined to have dinner here tonight. Fang Jueyu approached the waiter. Hello, could you call your manager for me? Who are you? The waitstaff, already exhausted, was somewhat irritable among all these customers. Our manager is busy and doesn't have time to meet you. If you want to eat, take a number and wait in line. Fang Jueyu chuckled coldly. He could empathize with the waiter, but he felt unfairly reprimanded, which didn't sit well with him. Let me say it again, call your manager, or whatever happens next, you'll have to bear the consequences. The waiter was taken aback by Fang Jueyu's intimidation. She looked up at him, and his stare made her feel an irrational fear. This is the reception desk. Please call the manager. Someone is asking for him. Ultimately, she did as Fang Jueyu instructed. Not long after, a man, appearing to be in his early 30s and pleasant-looking, came rushing out. Manager, these 2 are looking for you, said the waiter, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Jueyu after speaking. Is there anything I can assist you with? The manager asked courteously. My friend and I would like to dine here, but it's too crowded. Can you arrange a table for us quickly? Fang Jueyu took out the black bank card given to him by Fang Huai. Initially, the manager was about to say something, but when he saw the card, his pupils dilated, and he swallowed his words back to a store manager. He surely received some special training and briefings. During his training, he had learned to identify certain extraordinary individuals through specific experiences, not only focusing on attire and demeanor, but also identifying special bank cards. The card, this particular black card, Fang Jueyu was holding was listed as belonging to a group of people one should absolutely not provoke. In fact, during the training, the instructor had repeatedly stressed that if you didn't want to be thrown into the Huangpu River the next day, you must serve those with this card with utmost diligence, fulfilling all their requests. Esteemed guest, welcome. The manager bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'll arrange a table for you right away. Thank you, Fang Jueyu nodded, pulling the astonished Guosenyu inside the restaurant. Did you do anything to offend these 2 guests? The manager asked the shocked waiter. Trembling all over, the waiter thought. If she hadn't understood what's happening by now, she must indeed be a fool. It seemed she had offended someone she couldn't afford to cross. This way, please. The manager personally led Fang Jueyu and Guosenyu to an elegant seat by the window. Through the window, they could see the enchanting night view of the city, and it was distanced from other tables, offering a quieter ambience. There were 4 such seats, reserved for special guests. These seats weren't something that just anyone could enjoy. I apologize to both of you on behalf of the server from earlier. I hope her rudeness didn't disturb your dining experience. The lobby manager brought the server before them, and she looked down, clearly aware of her mistake. The lobby manager had reminded her earlier that whatever happened, she must earn forgiveness if the guests were short-tempered and insisted on pursuing this. Even the owner of the establishment could be in trouble. Forget it, Fang Jueyu waved his hand. I know your work can be grueling, but never vent your emotions on the customers. That should be the greatest taboo in the service industry. Just be more careful next time. Thank you for your understanding. Hearing that Fang Jueyu wouldn't pursue the incident, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. To express our apologies, today's expenses will be waived for both of you. You can scan the QR code on the table to order, and we'll arrange it as quickly as possible. All right, we understand. Thank you. The server, feeling a huge relief, left with the lobby manager Today's incident likely taught her a vivid lesson, and no matter how bad her mood might be in the future, she wouldn't dare treat customers with such an attitude. Fang Jueyu, Guasinyu pouted. Didn't I say that I was treating you to dinner today? Now it's all on the house. What's up with that? You're still treating, aren't you? There's no difference, huh? No, it's not the same. Not having spent a dime, Guasinyu looked distressed. She intended to properly thank Fang Jueyu for his help, but she didn't imagine his influence was so significant that they could just walk into a place and get a free meal. Next time we're free, I'll treat you again. This one doesn't count, Guasinyu insisted. Even if we pick another place, it might just turn out to be one of my own restaurants, or perhaps they'll comp our meal too. You better not waste your effort. Fang Jueyu himself wasn't even sure how many restaurants he owned. Even this seafood restaurant might turn out to be part of a restaurant group under his name. It's really hard to get along with you rich folks. Guasinyu pretended to be upset. All right, let's eat first. Don't go against your stomach. Fang Jueyu opened his phone to order. After all, it was free, so why not eat? Growl. After a busy day, Guasinyu's stomach let out a few protesting sounds, embarrassing her into quickly lowering her head. You didn't hear anything just now. I didn't hear anything, ha ha ha. Fang Jueyu couldn't help but laugh. Guasinyu was quite down to earth after all. By the way, Sinyu, what's going on at your home? I remember you said before that you started streaming to earn your tuition and living expenses so as not to burden your family. At this point, Guasinyu's face filled with worry. Maybe it's just fate. Her father, Guashu, was a construction contractor. Just 2 years ago, due to an accident, 2 workers died unexpectedly, and Guashu was required to pay over $2 million in compensation. With this, the cash flow faced issues, and the family business collapsed, leaving them with millions in debt. Normally, with Guashu's capability, he could resolve these issues in time, but that was when he was diagnosed with uremia. Guashu's health plummeted, and he could only rely on dialysis to sustain his life until a suitable kidney could be found for transplant, worsening the family situation. Fortunately, after meeting Fang Jueyu, the money he gifted her on the streaming platform, combined with the signing bonus, amounted to a significant sum. With that money, she's managed to pay off more than half of the debt, which is why she's so grateful to Fang Jueyu. Has a kidney been found yet? Fang Jueyu knew this was a very challenging task. Many patients with uremia lost their lives waiting indefinitely. Not yet. Guasinyu shook her head. I don't know when we'll find a matching kidney. Although her family's circumstance improved, Guasinyu still hoped her family could return to their safe and happy life. I'll find some time to visit your dad. Fang Jueyu suddenly thought about some failed alchemical pills he recently obtained from his ancestors. Since they could cure cancer, dealing with uremia should be a breeze. But to Guasinyu, this had another implication. Since this was their first meeting, the idea of taking him to visit her father felt a bit improper. Well, I'll thank you in advance on behalf of my dad. After contemplating, Guasinyu nodded. Fang Jiyu's goodwill was evident, and besides, the improvement in her family situation was all thanks to him. Soon enough, the food they ordered arrived. Although it was also a seafood feast, the quality didn't quite compare to the most extravagant seafood noodles she ever had. Suddenly, Fang Jueyu found himself missing the meals made by his chef. You know, when you have time, come over to my place. Our chef makes dishes you'll remember for a lifetime. Fang Jueyu didn't mind if Guasinyu misunderstood. He merely wanted to share the experience of his chef's cooking. Sure. Guasinyu's heart raced. Was Fang Jueyu hinting at something? Honestly speaking, it's hard not to be moved by someone like Fang Jueyu, with his outstanding appearance and prominent family background. Moreover, he had helped her, and over time, she sensed that he wasn't a spoiled heir, but someone so exceptional. Was she even worthy? Hey Sinyu, aren't you supposed to stream today? Fang Jueyu casually asked while eating. He had watched Guasinyu stream for a long time, and unless something came up, she was almost always online. Oh no, I forgot. Guasinyu smacked her forehead. I promised the viewers an outdoor stream after the show today. Why don't you stream the meal then? Fang Jueyu didn't mind. It was Guasinyu's job, and he didn't care if he appeared on camera. After all, people had already photographed them together today. Then, should I really go live now? You won't mind, will you? Guasinyu cautiously asked. What's there to mind? Go ahead and stream. With Fang Jueyu's approval, Guasinyu quickly took out her phone and started the stream. She promised the viewers she'd start at 7, but now it was already 7:30 nevertheless. There were still over 100,000 fans chatting casually in her live stream. Sinyu, you stood us up. Spill it. Which jerk are you secretly meeting? As expected, the essence of humans is always pigeon. Don't you know? Someone saw Sinyu and a handsome guy together at China Joy today, and rumors say that guy is Liu. No way. Has our Sinyu been stolen away? Just thinking about how Lu might devour Sinew, not leaving a bone tonight, makes me feel like I'm gonna die. Sinew, show yourself. Haha. Guo Sinew put her phone in front of Fang Jueyu. You're in trouble. My fans are collectively railing against you now. Sinew is online. As the system notification popped up and Guo Sinew's face appeared on the screen, the livestream room instantly exploded, and the number of viewers skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to over 1 million. Oh my god, is this a goddess descending to Earth? I finally get to see Sinew's face. Let me call her wifey first. Anyone who disagrees can solo me online later. I'm the first from a Jiayin gang to disagree. Sinew, where are you? Is President Lu with you? Are you two together? Sinew, President Lu must be a wealthy playboy. Please don't fall for his tricks. Hello, everyone. Guo Sinew greeted her fans warmly. Sorry, we were queuing up for food earlier and accidentally forgot about the live stream we promised. Guo Sinew stuck out her tongue, and her charming expression immediately stirred a hubbub of wailing from the male fans. Today, let me do an eating show for you. I'm currently at a seafood restaurant called Bar Rent. Let me show you my meal for today. Guo Sinew pointed the camera at the food on the table. Why? Oh heavens, how can you eat so much and still stay so skinny? Is there any justice? The person above is an idiot, identified and confirmed. Obviously, no one can eat all that by themselves. Didn't you notice there's another set of utensils on the opposite side? Sinew, who's sitting across from you? Is it President Lu? Show us my husband's face. Nobody can steal my husband. Except for Sinew. No one's worthy of him. Yes, I'm having dinner with President Lu. Guo Sinew admitted honestly. President Lu was also at China Joy today, and thanks to him, I have so many followers now, so I'm treating him to a meal as a thank you. You wouldn't believe it. I just wanted to treat President Lu to a meal, but he pulled out some unknown card, and the restaurant ushered us to a VIP seat and even waived our bill. Sinew, no need to explain. We believe you. Sinew, go for it. Catch President Lu, and you can be a rich lady in the future. That's normal. Everyone take a seat. With President Lu's wealth, there must be a line of people wanting to treat him to a free meal. Show us President Lu's face plus 10,086. President Lu, they want to see you. Guo Sinew didn't directly call Fang Jueyu by name. On the streaming platform, using President Lu was more appropriate. Fine, let them see. Fang Jueyu shrugged. There was nothing to keep secret now. Guo Sinew boldly aimed the camera at Fang Jueyu's face and gave him a close dash-up. IT had to be said. After genetic enhancement, Fang Jueyu's features became exceptionally perfect, leaving almost no weak points. Moreover, this perfection wasn't the slightly feminine beauty of the current entertainment industry's young idols, but a sunlit charm. Wow, too handsome. Rich and handsome. He can do whatever he wants. Why? Everyone earned their way into this world, competing with billions. But why is his starting line the finish line we can't reach in a lifetime? President Lu, is it my fault for being both handsome and rich? Get together. President Lu, say something. President Lu, be honest. Do you have a crush on our Sinew? President Lu, was that helicopter this morning really yours? President Lu, I heard you used money to shock President Wang today. Is that person he talked about really you? Hello, everyone. I am Lin Deep Seas Lu. Fang Jueyu pretended to stay calm. In truth, he was bombarded with so many questions he didn't even know where to start. Haha, today I'll be a war correspondent and interview our President Lu for everyone. Guo Sinew excitedly suggested, quickly forgetting the delicious food on the table. Sinew, you're too funny. Yes, please interview President Lu. We want to know if what's said on Weibo is true. Yes, it's all true. That helicopter is mine. And so, is that Maserati sports car? Fang Jueyu admitted openly. President Lu, could you tell us what happened with President Wang today that got such a big reaction from him? Guo Sinew randomly picked a question from the chat. Oh, he wanted to make a movie of Battle Through the Heavens. Everyone knows this. He was short on financing, and I told him I'd cover whatever he was short. Then he tweeted that post. You scoundrel, shut up. A red message flew across the screen. The ID was none other than the familiar Wang Tsong, who was apparently watching the live stream. Ha ha! President Wang appeared. Everyone come and see. Airing grievances. President Wang, is it true? President Wang, what's it like to be showboated in front of and can't refute it? I just logged in to see. Didn't expect to catch you talking bad about me behind my back. You wait, I'll come to Jiangnan City in a few days, dispose of you, then inherit your estate. Let's see how rich you really are. Wang Tsong sent another red chat and then exited the live stream. No way. Could President Lu really have more money than the principal? Maybe. After all, the principal has only started his business a few years ago. But even if President Liu is wealthy, he shouldn't have more money than President Wang's father, right? President Liu, could you tell us just how much money you have? The person above, are you stupid? Even if you ask, do you expect them to tell you? It's a business secret. Actually, it's no big deal to say. Fang Jueyu commented calmly. Immediately, a flurry of 666 comments floated across the screen, with everyone waiting for Fang Jueyu to reveal a jaw-dropping number. But I'm really sorry. I truly can't tell you, because I don't know myself how much money I have. 66. President Liu is the only one I approve of for bragging. This is the sassiest line I've heard this year. I'm not a money lover, Jack Ma. I don't know my wife's beauty, Lu Dongxiang, average appearance, Gu Wenla, ugliest in the family, Lin Rahan. Now there's another one. I don't know my wealth, President Liu. Comment above, epic summary. Wasn't this supposed to be Sinyu's eating show? I clicked on it for that. How did it turn to President Liu's personal wealth flaunting show? My mom asked why I'm watching on my knees. The interaction with netizens carried on for over an hour, as Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu happily chatted with their viewers while eating. Before long, they'd nearly finished everything in front of them. All right, folks, we've finished eating, and now we're planning to head back. I'm logging off now, and tomorrow night, I'll continue singing for everyone. Guisinyu announced as she prepared to end the live stream. Sinyu, you have to promise you're really going back to your room and not off to President Liu's multi-thousand square meter villa. Oh no, I have a premonition. Sinyu will be in for a bloody disaster tonight. I feel the same as the person above. Let me go cry first. President Liu, take it easy. These people, always talking nonsense. Guisinyu, blushing, turned off the increasingly bold comments in the live stream chat. She glanced at Fang Jueyu. Fortunately, he didn't notice the remarks from the viewers. Let's go. I'll take you back. Where are you staying these days? Fang Jueyu asked. Oh, it's arranged by the platform, at the Gusin Haotai Hotel. It's the closest one to the venue, Guisinyu replied. By the way, where are you staying? I should have a few houses in Shanghai. I'll check with my assistant later. Hey, do young people these days all like to brag like this? A middle-aged man passing by sighed, obviously having overheard what Fang Jueyu had just said, but Guisinyu didn't mind because she knew very well Fang Jueyu might actually be telling the truth. Littling, could you help me see if there's any place to stay near the MO capital? Fang Jueyu called Zhuang Ying directly, almost 100% certain he would get a positive answer. I've already arranged it for you. Zhuang Ying knew Fang Ju definitely wouldn't return to Jiangnan City today, so she had arranged accommodation for him early on AS, one of the country's economic centers. While the housing prices could make people shiver, it didn't matter at all to Fang Jueyu. Will you be staying alone tonight, or with someone else? Of course alone. Fang Jueyu blushed, thought he naturally understood what Zhuang Ying meant by two people. TSK, young master, you're not very impressive. I thought you'd bring that little girl named Guisinyu back. Zhuang Ying teased. She liked to browse Weibo in her free time, and although the matter of Fang Jueyu and Guisinyu didn't make the headlines, it was trending. Am I that kind of person? Fang Jueyu said. This was just our first meeting. You know that I'm not that casual, and neither is she. Haha. It seems young master has genuinely fallen for her. I guess I should do something to earn some favor with our future young mistress. Zhuang Ying chuckled. What are you going to do? I'm warning you not to mess around. I have yet to settle the score with you for today's incident. Fang Jueyu felt a bit flustered. With Zhuang Ying's creativity, who knew what wild and strange ideas she might come up with? Although she referred to him as young master, Zhuang Ying seemed to have understood Fang Jueyu's temperament thoroughly, knowing where his limits were and what would or wouldn't upset him. Fang Jueyu didn't know that aside from her master's in economic management, Zhuang Ying had also minored in psychology. I won't mess around. Rest assured that I just want to arrange better treatment for Miss Guo's father. You do have a team of foreign experts. I'll find a time to give Mr. Guo a full body examination to determine the best treatment plan. Thank you for that. Fang Jueyu had a better solution. But if they cured Guisinyu's father's uremia overnight, it wouldn't be something he could gloss over. However, if the treatment was under his people's control, then everything would be simple. It's the right thing to do, Zhuang Ying said. Oh, by the way, you have a property at the Thompson Riviera by the Huangpu River. If you want a villa, it might be a bit farther. Let's go with that for now. Send me the address and I'll make my way there. Sure, your house has a fingerprint password lock, and we've already updated your information. You can move in immediately, and I've arranged for it to be cleaned during the day. Great, got it. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Jueyu looked at the location of the house and immediately drove there. The Thompson Riviera was indeed a renowned complex in the country, and location was just one of its many advantages, with its infamous price tag being what made it even more notable. Though it was an apartment-style residence, Fang Jueyu estimated the price was certainly not cheaper than his villa in Jiangnan City, especially since, according to the information Zhuang Ying sent him, his unit was on the top floor, so its price was imaginable. The license plate of Fang Jueyu's Maserati seemed to have also been entered into the security system that he drove into the apartment complex smoothly. It was indeed the famous Thompson Riviera. The underground garage was just like a large luxury car exhibition. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Rolls-Royces could be seen everywhere, and those $1 or $2 million cars were ranked lower. Even his Maserati MC12, which cost over $10 million, was just middle tier. Democrat, Minnesota. When I get back, I'll get one of each kind. I don't believe I won't be able to spend all my money, Fang Jueyu said defiantly. He took the elevator to the top floor, and when he pressed his fingerprint to unlock the door, the 400-square-meter luxury apartment appeared before him. At a height of more than 150 meters, he could overlook the entire city and even see the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower directly. Living in such a place must be the ultimate dream of countless people striving in the MO capital. Little E, how much is this house worth? Fang Jueyu asked casually. This house has a total indoor area of 427 square meters, and right now, the price per square meter is between 260,000 and 300,000. However, the property was built for you, so you didn't spend a penny. What? Why? Was it a gift from someone else? No, the Thompson Group is yours. The current chairman of the group is Miss Zhuang Ying's uncle. But if you want to play as the chairman, those shares can be handed back to you anytime. Haha, no need for that. Let him continue managing it. Fang Jueyu laughed awkwardly. Spending money was one thing, but if you're to earn it, the group might go bankrupt in no time. The house had been cleaned thoroughly. After a shower, Fang Jueyu lay down on the bed. He wasn't much of a Weibo enthusiast, having registered an account 2 years ago during his student council days when he needed to repost some league committee promotional material, but he hadn't used the account since then. Many internet celebrities maintain their popularity through Weibo. If Fang Jueyu wanted to complete the first stage permission task and enhance his popularity, Weibo seemed to be a viable route. Hey, Little E, if I bought Weibo, could I control the trending topics at will? Fang Jueyu mused. Host, that's cheating. I strongly disapprove of your behavior. Little E gave him a digital middle finger in his mind. Actually, if you wanted to go down that route, there's no need to purchase it. The Earth's internet holds no secrets for me. I can alter data at will. Can you help me then? No, I refuse. Little E declared righteously. However, if there are any unfavorable comments about you online, I can help filter them out. That's workable too. Fang Jueyu just entertained the idea that if Little E controlled Weibo's trending topics, wouldn't it take away a lot of fun for him? His current dream was simply to splurge money every day, show off a bit, and flirt with some girls. Nothing more, just simple and happy. Fang Jueyu logged into his Weibo, and the only post was from that promotional event 2 years ago. He replaced his profile picture and changed his Weibo name to his own. Ding dong. He was about to sleep when a WeChat message popped up. It was from Guosinyu. Fang Jueyu, are you asleep yet? Not yet. Just about to head to bed. Are you going back to Jiangnan City tomorrow? Probably. It's the anniversary of my high school soon, and I'm planning to visit and see my teachers and classmates. All right, then I guess we can only meet again in Jiangnan City. What's wrong? You seem awfully down about not seeing me. Fang Jueyu teased her. No, I'm not. Guosinyu sent a meme. But on the other side of the phone, she was indeed wearing a slightly sullen expression, still hoping he could attend her performance in 3 days. All right then, I'll visit your dad with you when I'm back in Jiangnan City. I've contacted some international experts who should be helpful for his condition. Thank you. This time Guosinyu didn't refuse. I feel like I'm increasingly indebted to you. Guess I'll have to work for you to repay the kindness. Don't worry, I accept payment in kind. Fang Jueyu joked. You big pervert. Guosinyu blushed again. All right then, go sleep, or you'll lose air. I'll return first thing tomorrow and contact you when I get back. Okay then, good night. Good night. Fang Jueyu put down his phone, staring at the ceiling and smiling foolishly, lost in his thoughts. This kind of feeling seemed really nice. Hello? Who is it? Can't people sleep around here? Fang Jueyu, still half asleep, fumbled for the ringing phone beside his pillow. Lazy pig. It's time to get up. Fang Jueyu was notorious for his grumpiness when woken up. Just as he was about to lash out, that mesmerizingly sweet voice sapped all his will to fight. Sinyu, why are you up so early? It's already 8 o'clock. It's not early. Guosinyu had vocal training every morning, a daily must-do for music students like her. How is 8 not early? It's summer break. Even during school, I wouldn't wake up before 10 on weekends. Fang Jueyu retorted confidently. His roommates slept even later than he did. Are you getting up or not? Getting up, getting up. Fang Jueyu lazily crawled out of bed. I'll be back this morning. Don't miss me too much. As if I'd miss you. Not talking to you anymore. I'm off to practice piano. Bye. Guisinyu hung up the call and sent a message. Be careful on the road. I know. Fang Jueyu smiled knowingly. It really was time to get up today. With the peak tourist season these days, if he didn't want to keep getting stuck on the highway, he'd better leave early. Otherwise, calling for a helicopter again might land him in the headlines. The apartment offered meal delivery services, so Fang Jueyu called the service center. Is this the service center? Yes, sir. Would you like breakfast delivered? We have. Please send me a bowl of pickled mustard and shredded pork noodles, and no scallions. Thank you. Fang Jueyu hadn't even bothered to check what breakfast they offered before ordering. The staff at the apartment service center was taken aback. First grade was a top-notch apartment, home to multimillionaires who were typically quite particular about their meals. As such, the food they provided was very high-end. Sister Lon, what's up with that look on your face? Another staff member asked, seeing the expression of the switchboard operator. The resident from the top floor just called to order breakfast. Guess what he wanted? What? He wanted pickled mustard and shredded pork noodles. Sister Lon couldn't help but smile wryly. Seriously, what do these rich people think? We offer free gourmet breakfasts, and he opts for an $8 bowl of noodles. Ha ha ha, I thought he wants sea cucumber and abalone, the staff chuckled. It's pretty normal. The rich get tired of delicacies and crave something simple like cabbage and tofu. Principal Wong often has roadside barbecue. Don't worry, just send someone to a noodle shop to get it. You're right. They couldn't let the resident wait too long, so she quickly called a nearby noodle shop known for its taste. Boss, send a bowl of pickled mustard and shredded pork noodles to first grade service building. Yes, you heard right. It's pickled mustard and shredded pork noodles. Slurp. Fang Jueyu slurped his noodles with great delight. Not bad, not bad. It tastes great at a rice ball. Would have been perfect. Satisfied, he tidied up, considering that his custom car and clothes should arrive within a couple of days. It was time to head home. He took the elevator to the underground garage, but frowned as he spotted his car. The exit of his parking spot was entirely blocked by another car, and the other side was a wall that he couldn't leave unless that car was moved. It was a silver gray Porsche 918, priced over $14 million, almost the same class as his Maserati. But that model had been in production since 2013, while Fang Jueyu's car was a limited edition from 10 years earlier and therefore more valuable. What the hell? Fang Jueyu went over to see what was going on. Maybe the owner left it there due to an emergency? Normally, people leave their numbers on the dashboard. His surprise, someone was inside. A young man in his early 20s, snoozing on the steering wheel, apparently drunk. Do these young rich kids have a death wish, driving drunk like that? Fang Jueyu felt a flicker of rage. Incidents like these have been rampant lately, with rich kids racing drunk and causing accidents that claimed innocent lives. Fang Jueyu despised these people. Usually they had strong backgrounds, and getting off with minor compensation and a short jail time changed nothing despite public outcry. Hey, Fang Jueyu knocked on the window. Wake up. Who the hell are you? How dare you interrupt my sleep? Get lost. The young man clearly hadn't sobered up. As he rolled down the window, a strong stench of alcohol poured out. Move your car. It's blocking mine. Fang Jueyu said sternly, but he didn't plan to argue with a drunk fool. So what if it's blocked? Don't you have legs? Can't drive, can't leave. The young man glanced at Fang Jueyu, his gaze filled with disdain. Huh. The comment amused Fang Jueyu. I'm giving you one more chance. Move your car, or I'll call the police. Drunk driving? A few years of communal meals should be nice, right? Jail. Huh. Who do you think you are? I'm not going. What can you do? If you got guts, smash my car. The young man seemed dead set on confronting Fang Jueyu. That's a good idea. Fang Jueyu was also getting angry. He looked around and noticed a fire axe in a nearby cabinet. Fang Jueyu went up to the fire cabinet, kicked the glass open, and grabbed the axe, feeling its weight comfortably in his hand. What are you doing? The young man panicked. This car costs $14 million. Can you afford to smash it? Only $14 million. Even 10 of these wouldn't matter. Fang Jueyu walked to the car and swung the axe down. Enhanced with twice the physical strength, his power was terrifying. The axe almost cleaved the car door open. The young man was scared witless, scrambling out of the car in fear Fang Jueyu might chop him as well. Are you crazy? Shut up. Fang Jueyu glared at him, the chilling look making the young man shrink back in fear. Crash. Clang clang. Crack. In just a few minutes, the luxurious sports car had been reduced to a heap of wreckage under Fang Jueyu's axe. He tossed the axe to the ground and wiped the sweat off his forehead. That felt great. UF kin psycho. The young man, seeing Fang Jueyu put down the axe, suddenly gained courage that he was taller than Fang Jueyu and believed he could win in a fistfight. Boom! Fang Jueyu's kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying and landing heavily. 14 million, right? Give me your account number. I'll transfer it to you right now. Fang Jueyu towered over him, declaring arrogantly, "Do you have any idea who my dad is?" The young man clutched his chest as he struggled to get up from the ground. Obviously, Fang Jueyu's kick had caused him significant pain. "I don't know who your dad is," Fang Jueyu shrugged, "but I do know that if the police find out you're driving drunk, not only will you be in trouble, but your dad will be too, even if he's Li Gang." This era was no longer the time when officials could cover up for each other and block everything with one hand. As long as there was evidence, no one could be above the law. "I suggest you turn yourself into, it's better than having me take you there myself." He recalled that tragic incident in Jiangnan City when a Maserati owner driving drunk claimed several young lives. Although Fang Jueyu wasn't a superhero, if something like this happened once, it could happen again. While they were lucky no one was harmed this time, who knew about the next time? At the very least, this young man needed to face consequences for his actions. "Let's settle our score first." Fang Jueyu walked toward the young man. What do you want to do?" The young man couldn't help but take 2 steps back. "Cut the nonsense." Fang Jueyu snatched a wallet from him. Although it didn't have much money, all the bank cards and IDs were inside. "Hey, Sister Xiaoying, can you do me a favor and transfer 14 million into account 622202XXXXXXXXXXXX? Yeah, I just smashed someone's car. How did I start trouble? This moron got drunk and parked his car right next to my parking spot and wouldn't move. So I had no choice but to smash his car. All right, the money will be there soon." Fang Jueyu threw the wallet back, remembering the guy's name, Sun Yuhui. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Sun Yuhui's phone received a text message showing that 14 million had indeed been deposited into his account. Without a blink, he had smashed a car and just handed over millions. Although Sun Yuhui's family was affluent, he admitted to himself that he couldn't do such things. He knew most of the rich kids of the area. But this was a face he definitely didn't recognize. "You smashed the car. What else do you want?" Sun Yuhui was already intimidated by Fang Jueyu's presence and grew nervous seeing he hadn't left yet. "I told you, we're settled. Now I'm dealing with your drunk driving. You want to turn yourself in? Or should I call the police to come over?" "Don't push your luck, man, that I didn't hurt anyone. Meddling won't end well for you." Sun Yuhui immediately backed down when he heard about the police. Although he drank last night, a blood alcohol test would definitely show he was over the limit. His clothes reeked of alcohol, and only a fool wouldn't know he had been drinking. Checking the underground parking security footage would clarify everything. "Seems you haven't realized the mistake you've made." "Fine, I'll stick my nose in it today." Fang Jueyu directly took out his phone and dialed the police. "Put down the phone." In a panic, Sun Yuhui forgot about Fang Jueyu's terrifying fighting skills, resulting in another footprint on his chest. What the heck? Are they filming a movie here this early? Another young man who just came downstairs saw the scene where Sun Yuhui was kicked. Most of the young people living here were well-known rich kids. Usually idle, they seldom come across scenes like this, so he immediately took out his phone to film it. "Dude, was it you who smashed the car?" The young man pointed at the smoking wreckage. "Yeah, this idiot got drunk and parked his car next to my spot. I tried reasoning, but he wanted to play tough, so I smashed his car." Fang Jueyu said candidly. "That's amazing, man, but that car wasn't cheap. At least 13 million, sure, you got even, but was it worth it?" The young man was wealthy too, but he couldn't afford a Porsche 918 that he drove only a car worth 4 or 5 million and felt the pain just looking at it. "No worries, I never consider the price when smashing cars. Any price I can afford." Fang Jueyu declared boldly, just as the police call connected. "Hello, police. I'd like to report a case of drunk driving. Yes, in the first-grade underground garage. No injuries. All right, I'll be here waiting for you." Fang Jueyu put down the phone and coldly looked at the dumbfounded Sun Yuhui. "Just wait." Fang Jueyu didn't know that the young man's phone had perfectly recorded the entire scene. Destroying a car worth over 10 million, plus his remarks, left people wondering since when Shanghai had such a fearsome figure. Within minutes, this video went viral online, as most netizens were already awake, and the young people on break saw it immediately. "I never consider the price when smashing a car. I'm giving that 32 likes. Oh my god, over 10 million. A tycoon indeed. Even if I got the car, smashing it is such a waste. Guys, doesn't this person look familiar? Demon, that Maserati. That's the car of General Liu. That person is General Liu. It's General Liu." That's just his usual way. Even Principal Wang admitted to being overwhelmed by his money. That idiot just hit a brick wall. Look, General Liu doesn't seem to plan on letting him off easy. Support General Liu. Drunk drivers deserve punishment. People need to pay attention. This guy must be punished. Go, General Liu. In just a few minutes, the video exploded in popularity. Fang Jueyu had stirred up such a big deal in just 2 days that even he was unaware. Though his actions were exaggerated, he received unanimous approval from the netizens. You smashed the car, right? Fine, I'll just pay you. You're driving drunk? Sorry, don't care who you are. You must face the law. Soon, a police car arrived in the underground garage. Smelling the strong scent of alcohol, the officers frowned. After drinking so much the night before, no one would believe it unless he downed 7 or 8 bottles, so they skipped the testing. Take him away. 2 officers directly escorted Sun Yuhui to the car. Sir, were you the one who reported this? Yes, I am. Fang Jueyu nodded. We'll handle his drunk driving, but about the car. Don't worry. I've already compensated him for the car to the last penny. Enough for him to buy a brand new one, but I might need your help with this pile of scrap metal. Before the policeman could speak, Fang Jueyu continued. As an apology, I plan to donate 10 million to your police department to help our officers upgrade their equipment. The policeman was stunned. What? Your department doesn't accept donations? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course. We do, certainly. The policeman nodded quickly, afraid the chief would hammer him if he refused. Their division had a limited budget each year. Their vehicles and offices hadn't been upgraded in ages. Then, please accompany us for a bit. We need to take a statement that AS for the donation. Our chief will discuss it with you personally. All right, let's go then. Fang Jueyu said as he got into the car, following the police car, leaving only one officer to wait for others to help deal with the totaled 918. What the heck is that possible? The onlooker hadn't left, and seeing Fang Jueyu casually transferring millions and donating, felt himself wealthy. Yet compared to this man, he was just a beggar. Mr. Fang, you truly are an outstanding young man of our Huaxia. The chief of the Public Security Bureau on Binjiang Avenue in Shanghai warmly shook Fang Jueyu's hand as he saw him out of the bureau. Handling a DUI case involving a wealthy second-generation heir wasn't a difficult task, that on the contrary. In this city where the rule of law was extremely advanced, it was easier to execute the relevant punishments. Since no harmful consequences were caused and Sun Yuhui had no prior offenses on his record, he was only fined and his driver's license was revoked. With a criminal prosecution, even if his family had money, it wouldn't save him from 10 days to half a month in jail. This outcome already satisfied Fang Jueyu. As for the 10 million he promised to donate to the Public Security Bureau, it was transferred in minutes. With this money, they could apply for more police cars, which played a crucial role in strengthening their police force. The chief, Zhou Mingchuan, even came close to calling Fang Jueyu his brother and invited him to come to Shanghai. More often, promising to treat him to a meal, he assured him that he would help solve any troubles as long as Fang Jueyu was in the right. A call from Zhuangying. Fang Jueyu, finally free, noticed 2 missed calls on his phone. Hey, Sister Xiaoying, were you just trying to reach me? Fang Jueyu called back. What's up? Oh, my dear young master, you better check out Weibo.in. Just 2 days, you've taken over the Weibo headlines. Really? Fang Jueyu quickly opened Weibo. Indeed, the video of him smashing a car had become a hot topic, with views reaching tens of millions and the trend still skyrocketing. Shockingly, this seemingly unruly act not only didn't attract much criticism, but also garnered cheers since what he did was so delightfully satisfying. The official Weibo of the Binjiang Avenue Public Security Bureau in Shanghai even reposted the video, giving a huge thumbs up and breaking the news of Sun Yuhui's DUI, thus silencing those who were blindly criticizing Fang Jueyu. I never care about the price when smashing cars. This line immediately replaced the one by President Wang. I never care if my friends have money, because none of them have more than I do. Massive numbers of netizens began searching for Fang Jueyu's personal Weibo. Young master, if you release your personal Weibo now, I guarantee you'll gain millions of followers overnight, and half of them will be fangirls. True, after some thought, Fang Jueyu decided it was time to reveal his Weibo handle. Whether it was Guisinyu or Teacher Park or even Wang Tsong, they had hundreds of millions of followers. If they helped to spread the word, the news would quickly go viral. I'll do it when I get back. He wasn't sure how he gauge his task completion, but having millions of followers should cover the level 1 privilege task, right? Oh, by the way, Mr. Hiram just told me that the outfit prepared for your attendance at the school anniversary is ready and can be delivered this afternoon. You can try it on to see if it fits when you return. Great, please thank Mr. Hiram for me. Not long ago, Zhu Ming called him. hoping he could deliver a speech as an outstanding alumni at the school anniversary. Such an occasion truly required a decent formal suit. Just as Fang Jueyu was about to start the car, another call came in. It's never-ending. Why are there so many calls early in the morning? At this time, he should already be on the highway. But somehow, back and forth, this much time had been delayed. Mr. Fang, it's Zhou Ruixiang. The custom car we designed for you was completed the day before yesterday. We just shipped it via your private freighter to the port. Where should we send it? Really, so fast? Fang Jueyu recalled that Zhou Ruixiang mentioned the customization would take 2 weeks, but it was completed several days ahead of schedule. Yes, because it was your car, the factory didn't dare delay, working overtime for several days. But rest assured, the quality is guaranteed. Zhou Ruixiang confidently assured him. Fantastic. Excited, Fang Jueyu could hardly wait to head back to Jiangnan City. Please send it to Villa Number 1 at Jiangnan Garden in Jiangnan City. Sure, it should be delivered by 4 p.m. Please wait for a while. Oh my gosh, my car has arrived. Honestly, the Maserati he was driving, though pricey, was just about the appealing insignia to him. Compared to that, his old Porsche Cayenne was spacious and comfortable. But this Apollo Sun God was different. It was his dream car, a custom-made car, just for him. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. The journey back was not as congested as the trip over. But by the time Fang Jueyu returned to Jiangnan City, it was nearly 4 o'clock. The roar of the Maserati sport car caused many pedestrians to whip out their phones and snap photos. But little did they know, the car's owner was already fixated on another. Sure enough, a large truck was parked in the small plaza at the entrance of his villa. The truck's cargo compartment was a huge transparent shell, inside of which lay a supercar, explosively cool in its dark purple appearance. The aerodynamic body and the exquisite spoilers left Fang Jueyu with an irresistible urge to touch it. A dream car he could have gone his entire life without seeing was now just parked there in front of him. Mr. Fang, let me introduce to you this specially customized Apollo Sun God VE. Zhou Ruixiang saw the look in Fang Jueyu's eyes and knew the car was completely to his satisfaction. This new car adopts a full set of carbon fiber chassis and body to increase its hardness and resistance to wear. New metal was added in a certain ratio. Even at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, hitting something solid would only cause slight deformation and not damage the cockpit. The car costs approximately 12.7 million US dollars. But you wouldn't believe it weighs only 1,250 kg. It can reach a top speed of 430 kilometers per hour, with an acceleration of 100 kilometers in just. Zhou Ruixiang continued with an endless stream of details, but Fang Jueyu didn't catch a word. All he wanted was to get in this car and take it out for a spin. Can I take it for a drive now? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course, the car is already registered and licensed. You can drive it anytime. Zhou Ruixiang signaled, and the car was carefully lowered from the truck to the ground. Throughout the process, Fang Jueyu held his breath, nervous that it might accidentally get scratched or bumped. Sister Xiaoying, could you park this car for me? Fang Jueyu threw the Maserati keys to Zhuang Ying. If you like this car, you can drive it from now on. Zhuang Ying's expression changed sharply. She didn't expect that the Apollo Sun God would impact Fang Jueyu so heavily. The Maserati had only been driven for a day or two, yet he could discard it so easily. Ha ha ha, young master, I love you. The car costing over 10 million was limited edition. Even with Zhuang Ying's wealth, she wouldn't have splurged on it. It's a free car. Why not take it? Fang Jueyu pressed a button, and the gull-wing door swung open that he seemed too excited and stumbled over the door, falling right onto the seat. But he quickly got up, started the car, shifted gears, and hit the gas pedal. Virum! With a beast-like roar, the sports car ghosted out of the neighborhood. Ugh, what a waste. There's a speed limit on the road. This car is so stifled. Only the driver could understand the pain of driving a car that could reach speeds of 267 miles per hour on city roads limited to 25 mph. Fang Jueyu couldn't wait to find a professional racetrack to unleash the full speed of this car and experience the thrill of that extreme acceleration. But even at this leisurely pace, this sports car was enough to elicit countless screams. Honey, what kind of car is that? It's so beautiful. Oh my God, Apollo Sun God. Sometimes sports cars attract men even more than women. Is this a new model? I've never seen it before. Honey, is this car expensive? Expensive? It's more than just expensive. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. The man looked enviously at the departing dark purple sports car. Even the worst configuration is close to 20 million renminbi, and you have to order in queue for it. I heard there aren't many of these cars in all of Huaxia. 20 million? The woman exclaimed. It would take them 100 years of work without food and drink to gather that amount. This car should be customized or limited edition, that it's not surprising if the price exceeds 10 million US dollars. I never imagined I'd see this car here. It's like a dream. Fang Jueyu drove several laps around the surrounding streets before his excitement gradually calmed down and he returned to reality. The surrounding vehicles kept a distance of more than 10 meters from him, even at a red light. Where the car behind was at least tens of meters away. If this car accidentally got scratched, the repair costs might force them to sell their home and car to pay for it, right? Half an hour later, Fang Jueyu reluctantly returned to his villa, gently caressing the steering wheel as if he were touching his wife. He even had the strange urge to spend the night in the car. "So, Mr. Fang, are you satisfied with this car?" Zhou Ruixiang asked. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. Although Fang Jueyu didn't know much about cars, for him, fast enough, stylish enough, and thrilling enough were the three essential points, and this car fully demonstrated all three. "Your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for us," Zhou Ruixiang said with a smile. "By the way, will this car be sold to the public in the future?" Fang Jueyu asked. "Yes, but we will only sell the standard version, without using those expensive special metals in the materials of the car. The power system will also be slightly reduced because this car was specially modified for you, but the appearance will remain almost the same. That we plan to price it at 5.2 million US dollars, and it will only be sold to certain special customers. From the appearance, my car doesn't seem to have any particularly distinctive features." Fang Jueyu was slightly disappointed. Hee, Mr. Fang, our designers have already considered this. Press the button with our car logo on your left hand. This one. Fang Jueyu found the button and pressed it. Then the car suddenly emitted a barely noticeable mechanical sound, and a stereoscopic purple gemstone sculpture, akin to the small golden ornament on a Rolls-Royce, popped up from the front of the C. It was an eagle and griffin with outstretched claws, exactly the one from the Apollo supercar's emblem. The eagle and griffin of the standard version are made of gold, but yours is crafted from a high-purity purple crystal. That's the biggest difference, Zhou Ruixiang proudly stated. This gemstone was acquired by Fang Jueyu's ancestor from collector, undoubtedly a rare treasure, and it was only after the company connected with the family that helped Fang Jueyu keep the purple gemstone that it was cut and mounted on the CAR.I in terms of value. This gemstone might be worth as much as 10 cars like this one. Wow, with such a touch, I don't even dare to drive this car out. Fang Jueyu was moved by this generous gesture. If the car got damaged, he might not feel too bad because it could be rebuilt, but if this gemstone got lost, there might not be another like it in the world, not even with money. Rest assured, Mr. Fang, the inlay slot has been modified, that if someone tries to forcefully open it to steal the gemstone, they will be hit with a strong electric current, and the vehicle will automatically alarm, so you can be at ease. That's good to hear. Only then did Fang Jueyu breathe a sigh of relief. Please pass a message for me. Give the employees working overtime at the German factory 3 days off and reward them with a month's salary. Fang Jueyu was in a good mood. On behalf of those employees, I thank Mr. Fang for his generosity. Oh, and Ms. Zhuang, give manager Zhou an additional end-of-year bonus of 1 million this year. Understood, young master. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Zhou Ruixiang beamed with joy, almost bursting into a smile. Although he was the Huaxia distributor of the supercar, there were very few people in Huaxia with the purchasing power and qualification, so he only received a base salary each year. This 1 million reward was practically a windfall. Fang Jueyu drove the car into his underground garage. The Maserati he gave to Zhuang Ying was naturally parked in the garage of her mansion. This villa had 20 parking spaces, and with only one car in it now. It looks somewhat empty. I should check what other good cars are out there to fill this garage. Fang Jueyu was somewhat dissatisfied. He couldn't possibly drive this car everywhere. Sometimes it might be better to drive something more discreet. Young master, Mr. Hiram is still waiting in the villa. Do you want to try on the clothes now? Zhuang Ying asked. How could I forget about that? Fang Jueyu slapped his forehead, feeling slightly embarrassed for leaving someone waiting for an hour. By the way, Ms. Zhuang, please arrange dinner, following English standards and style. I'll invite Mr. Hiram to dinner tonight. Okay, leave it to me. Zhuang Ying took on the task and left. Fang Jueyu returned to the villa, where Hiram was sitting on the sofa, sipping coffee, but there wasn't a hint of impatience on his face. As a royal designer, he could wait. But the other party needed to qualify, and Fang Jueyu was indeed one of the few qualified. Mr. Hiram, I'm sorry, I got a bit excited after receiving my new car and forgot about you, Fang Jueyu said apologetically. Oh, don't worry, dear Mr. Fang, your coffee is quite good. Actually, letting me wait a little longer is fine, as long as I have this coffee to enjoy. Hiram said humorously. Ha ha, Mr. Hiram, you're too funny. I've already asked my chef to prepare dinner. Please stay and eat here, and I'll have a driver take you back afterward. Mr. Fang, you're too courteous, as you Waxians would say. I'll follow your lead. Hiram happily accepted the invitation. Shall we try on your clothes first? Sure. Fang Jueyu took the extremely elaborately packaged suit and put on directly. Fang Jueyu was originally somewhat thin, but now he was a perfect clothes model. The saying the clothes make the man seemed to be vividly demonstrated on him. After putting on the suit, he transformed from an ordinary student into a gentleman full of grace. Mr. Fang, this suit is made of cashmere wool, silk, and gemstone that I incorporated Huasian elements into our English style, using the best materials, and it also has automatic temperature regulation, making it suitable for any season. Amazing! Fang Jueyu looked at himself in the mirror, very satisfied with this suit, especially the subtle golden dragon totem on the buttons, which was grand yet not tacky. With the embellishment of gemstones, it would absolutely shine anywhere without looking like the extravagance of a nouveau riche. This level of design skill was truly worthy of the title of the chief designer for English royalty. Mr. Hiram, this suit isn't cheap, is it? Fang Jueyu remembered that many tailored brand clothes often cost tens of thousands. So this suit must be around 100,000, right? Yes, Mr. Fang. The decorations on the clothes are G color, VS2 quality gemstones, with more than 200 pieces totaling about 150 carats. So the cost of this suit is 500,000 British pounds. 500,000 British pounds. Fang Jueyu's face darkened. Was he wearing a house on his body? The suit valued at a staggering 500,000 British pounds genuinely shocked Fang Jueyu. This outfit could easily be worn to the Queen of England's banquet. Wearing it to his high school reunion felt like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Fang Jueyu carefully put the suit away. A single diamond falling off could be worth a lot. Except for certain special public occasions, he thought it best not to wear it casually. After having a delightful dinner with Mr. Hiram, who couldn't stop eating the delicious meal, Hiram guaranteed that even the meal at the Queen of England's birthday banquet last year wasn't this tasty. After dinner, Fang Jueyu arranged for someone to send Hiram home. Then he blissfully took a bath and lounged in his luxurious gaming chair in a bathrobe in front of the computer. Let's see what nice cars there are. Fang Jueyu opened the website, seemingly determined to fill up his garage. Spending this money might just make a splash in his 500 billion fortune, right? He was stunned as he hadn't expected it. He spent 14 million on cars and 10 million in donations today. He spent more money in one day than most people do in a lifetime. Yet he hadn't even touched the surface of what he earned today, that he looked at the additional 800 million US dollars in his account and sighed deeply. Spending money is a kind of loneliness, right? I remember there were two cars as famous as Apollo's sun god. Fang Jueyu opened a search engine to check. Pagani Huayra, top speed 403 km per hour, 0-100 acceleration in 3.2 seconds, priced over 1 million euros. Not bad. Noted down. Fang Jueyu pulled out a notebook from the drawer and started writing. Aston Martin Valkyrie, the design is stunning. Aston Martin is a top luxury car brand, but Fang Jueyu never liked its design before. However, this Valkyrie shattered his previous prejudice. If you had to use a word to describe it, even using sexy was not an exaggeration. Limited to 150 globally, starting at 2.5 million euros. Nice, put it down. McLaren 600 LT. The price is quite cheap, but it looks nice. It could be for grocery shopping bought. Oh, how did I forget the Bugatti Veyron? After more than an hour, the writing in Fang Jueyu's notebook was erased and rewritten again and again. There were just too many good-looking cars, but his villa only had so many parking spots. Parking them elsewhere seemed wasteful, which was a bit of a headache. Okay, these will do. Fang Jueyu had written down the names of 20 cars in his notebook. Click. He took a picture of the car list and sent it all to Zhuangying at once. Xiaoying, do me a favor, give me one of each of these cars with the most luxurious configuration. No other requirements, but they must look cool, and the color must be flashy. Sure, leave it to me. I'll make sure to get them for you, as quickly as possible. Zhuangying took a look at the detailed list. There were supercars and luxury business cars, but who knew why he listed a Wuling Hongguang too? Maybe he wanted to take 50 friends out for fun when bored. Time to work on my Weibo. Fang Jueyu, bored, watched some live streams for a bit that Mr. Pooh was still gaming as usual, and Guoxinyu was hosting an outdoor live stream, eating at some snack street in Magic City. Eat, eat, eat. Careful you don't turn yourself into a fatty. Fang Jueyu sent a bullet comment. Caught a wild Lu Zong. Seeing Fang Jueyu, the water friends became excited. You're here, brother. The bunny is so cute. Why eat the bunny? Lu Zong, Why aren't you there today? Aren't you worried about Sinyu being out alone? Lu Zong need workers? I'm strong and can do anything. What's it to you? I can't gain weight no matter how much I eat. Guo Sinyu took a big bite of the roasted rabbit meat in her hand in front of the camera. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sinyu, you've never used this tone with us water friends. Could be you two really are getting along. That coquettish tone aroused a strong discontent among the water friends. Spill the tea, give us the gossip. Sinyu, do me a favor, this is my Weibo account. Have your fans follow it. I'll be holding raffles now and then. Fang Jueyu sent Guo Sinyu a private message. Oh, we're getting into Weibo too. Guo Sinyu was a bit surprised, but mostly happy. Sure, no problem. Lin Shenzhen Lu rewarded the streamer Sinyu with Panda times 99. What are you doing? Showering me with so many gifts again. Fang Jueyu went in with 990 pandas. Guo Sinyu got a bit angry instantly. Are you not treating me as a friend? How could I? You might be a big star in the future. I need to pay you when I tap you for ads, right? Fang Jueyu joked. No way, you can't do this next time. Okay. I promise it won't happen again. Fang Jueyu seemed to understand why Guo Sinyu was angry, and there was a faint hint of joy in his heart. Everyone gets a treat. Guo Sinyu shouted in the live stream. Your Lu Zong has given me his Weibo account. As long as you follow his Weibo account, there'll be all kinds of benefits in the future. Don't say, I didn't tell you. Wow. Lu Zong finally remembered his Weibo password. Quick, anything leaking from Lu Zong's fingers is enough for us to feast for a while. Brothers, you guys keep watching, I'm out. What if Lu Zong holds a raffle and I win? Count me in, I'm going to follow my hubby's Weibo now. Guo Sinyu's live stream had over 2 million people online, and Fang Jueyu's follower count started skyrocketing. Keep streaming, Sinyu. I'll go ask Mr. Pooh and Principal Wong to help promote too. Fang Jueyu said goodbye and entered Mr. Pooh's live stream. His screen was all black, and he was angrily cursing the enemy jungler who caught him with an entire division's force. Lin Xinjian Lu rewarded Mr. Pooh with Panda times 99. Mr. Pooh, help promote my Weibo account. Fang Jueyu directly sent a private message. Ajpk, Lu Zong is generous. This ad fee is well earned. Mr. Pooh immediately started the promotion in his live stream. His fan base was much larger than Guo Sinyu's, and naturally, the effect was better. After a meal last time, Principal Wong and he exchanged contact information. He dialed Principal Wong's phone, but the voice on the other side sounded a bit strange. Huff, huff. There was heavy breathing, mixed with some inappropriate sounds. Oh, DMN, I think I've done something indecent. Fang Jueyu blushed. If he didn't know what was happening from these sounds, he'd have to be a fool. Fang Jueyu, what the hell? Do you know you almost made me collapse with your call? If my buddy has a problem, can you afford it? Wang Tsong started scolding over the phone. All right, my bad. Fang Jueyu apologized repeatedly, knowing he was in the wrong. You go ahead, we can talk later. Fang Jueyu quickly hung up the phone. If whatever Wang Tsong was dealing with really had an issue, it might cost him a failed elixir he had. Those were precious treasures, not something money could buy. Young master, I placed all the car orders you wanted. They should start arriving at your garage from next week. Shortly after, Fang Jueyu received a text from Zhuang Ying. Nice. Fang Jueyu praised Zhuang Ying's efficiency and immediately had Xiao Yi pull up his wealth dashboard. All these luxury cars together must cost a few billion, right? But when he saw the number, he was dumbfounded. The amount hadn't decreased. It had increased by tens of millions of US dollars. Xiao Yi, explain what's going on here. Fang Jueyu was about to lose it. He bought 20 luxury cars and didn't spend a dime. Host, don't blame me. Have you ever seen someone pay when they eat their own snacks from their family store? Xiao Yi's response left Fang Jueyu stumped. Except for that one car, Wuling Hongguang, you have substantial shares in all the companies producing those cars. The custom cars don't cost you a penny. Even if you pay, the money would simply circulate back to your own pocket, making no big difference. Wow, is spending money really this hard? Fang Jueyu smashed his mouse in frustration, but the expensive alloy mouse didn't even have a scratch. While a small dent appeared on the premium hardwood floor, he glanced back at his Weibo. The number of followers had surpassed 1 million and kept increasing at a staggering rate, with tens of thousands of new comments on his post promoting the youth league. Who knew him? Lu was also a patriotic youth. Fang Jueyu, is that Mr. Lu's name? I had an elementary schoolmate with the same name. A friend of mine told me before he died to ask, when's the giveaway starting? Be honest, isn't that friend you? Don't ask, the friend on the 3rd floor is me. Youth League rocks in Huaxia. 20 minutes later, Fang Jueyu's phone rang again. It looked like Wang Tsong was done. Judging from the gap in calls, he seemed somewhat capable, although it was unclear if the earlier call had startled him, causing any performance issues. Fang Jueyu, you have 1 minute to explain yourself, or I'll come to Jiangnan City and kill you in 2 days, Wang Tsong said menacingly. Fortunately, his little brother didn't suffer any mishaps. Otherwise, he'd have rushed to Fang Jueyu's house this instant. Hey, I just wanted you to help promote my Weibo account. You have so many followers, it's bound to be effective. Fang Jueyu explained. You're kidding me, that's what you call for. Wang Tsong on the other end wanted to rip Fang Jueyu to pieces. You could have just sent me a text or a WeChat message. Why call? All right. Don't be mad. I'll give you a 20% discount on the helicopter you wanted. No, 50%. Wang Tsong haggled. No, 70%. No, 60%. 65%. Or it's nothing. Deal. Wang Tsong agreed, happy to save several million US dollars. It seemed that earlier call was oddly endearing now. Then hurry up and promote for me. Fang Jueyu impatiently urged. Okay. Wang Tsong nodded. By the way, I'll come to Jiangnan City next week, that we can chat about the movie and I can check out your mansion, said Wang Kong. No problem. Let me know what you like to eat, and I'll have my chef prepare it for you. Democrat, Minnesota. Brother, I don't even have a personal chef in my place. I must taste your chef's cooking. Wang Tsong ended the call and quietly opened Weibo. Let me introduce someone. This bastard almost killed me with money yesterday at Fang Jueyu. Wang Tsong had over 20 million followers. His post was more effective than ads from both Principal Park and Guo Xinyu combined. The principal finally dug up this big tycoon's Weibo. Brothers, let's go blow up his Weibo. Principal Wang, first meme division reporting, requesting deployment. Principal Wang, second saucy division reporting, requesting deployment. Countless netizens flooded Fang Jueyu's Weibo, eager to see who this person was, who even Wang Tsong saw as obscenely wealthy. But the post, barely up for a minute, left everyone dropping their jaws. Thanks for following me on Weibo. I'll occasionally hold giveaways here. Let's start with a welcome gift today. 500 iPhone 11 Pro Max, 256 GBs, plus a Lamborghini Gallardo. Just repost to enter the draw. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. The cultural less first floor reigns with holy crap. I too must say, a whole load of crap. I've seen giveaways with phones, but a car. It's my first. Bowing to you, sir. Mom, come see this guy. This car is mine. No one fight me for it. Reposted. I'm getting a license plate tomorrow. You're outstanding, I concede. Wang Tsong also saw the post. Although wealthy, he'd never seen such a massive giveaway. A Lamborghini. Giving away a $500,000 car in a draw stunned him and his friends. Since you're so generous, I can't lose face. Wang Tsong felt compelled to match Fang Jueyu. Wang Tsong will sacrifice myself now. 500 iPhone 11 Pro Max, 256 GBs, plus a Ferrari 488. Old rules. Just repost to enter the draw. Wang Tsong had saved millions of US dollars on the helicopter from Fang Jueyu, a gift for his father Wang Lin's birthday. Although he gave the gift, the money came from Wang Lin. Getting the helicopter was the real effort. Back and forth, Wang Tsong still pocketed millions of US dollars. Spending a million yuan on giveaways was merely tipping his cap to fate. The duel between the two lottery extravaganzas quickly trended on Weibo.by 10 p.m. Fang Jueyu's followers skyrocketed to 5 million by the next day. It might even hit 10 million. Hey, Fang Jueyu, with so many followers, why not get verified on Weibo? What? See mine, CEO of Zhu TV, director at Bidar Group. You, being this influencer, should have some title, right? But I own too many companies that, if I list them all, there might not be enough space on Weibo. All right, here we go again. I got studies. Gotta go. Wang Tsong simply ignored him. Fang Jueyu looked innocent. Did I say something wrong again? Seems like telling the truth these days just earns you disdain. Oh my God, isn't this a bit exaggerated? The next morning, when Fang Jueyu opened Weibo on his phone, the iPhone 6 he'd been using for 3 years had officially declared its retirement. The sudden influx of over 10 million followers overnight created an information explosion that his phone just couldn't handle, rendering it completely useless. What bad luck, Fang Jueyu grumbled. Anyone would be upset about breaking a phone first thing in the morning, even if they had 10 brand new iPhone 11s stored in their drawer. Luckily, the SIM card didn't burn out. Fang Jueyu switched to a new phone that he wasn't sure if Zhuang Ying had done something to it, but all his usual apps were already on the home screen. Just popping the SIM card and he could use it, saving a ton of time installing new programs. Forget it, I'll just check on the computer then. Even with a new iPhone 11, it might not survive such powerful traffic, but his computer was a supercomputer. Handling this information would take just minutes. Sure enough, when he opened Weibo on the computer, there wasn't a hint of lag. Clicking on his profile picture, Fang Jueyu's follower count had astonishingly reached 10.91 million, and that was just overnight. The comments under his giveaway post had also surpassed 100,000, though most were just pointless banter and emojis that AS for his direct messages. They had exploded too. Although it showed as 999 plus, the actual content could easily add a couple more zeros without exaggeration. He randomly clicked on a direct message, and it turned out to be a restricted photo, complete with contact info and a selfie below. It was practically a blatant hookup invitation. Xiao. And next time filter these kind of messages for me, that I'm worried my eyes will burn out if I see too many. Fang Jueyu said, "Oh, but the host's heart tells me you're enjoying this. Are you sure you want me to delete them?" "Shut up." Fang Jueyu snapped fiercely. "You know too much. Just do what I say." Suddenly, he remembered what Wang Tsong mentioned last night. Indeed, as a blogger with millions of followers, it seemed a bit off not to have a title of some sort. Fang Jueyu owned countless companies, so casually listing one wasn't an issue. But that wouldn't make him stand out. That if he was going to get verified on Weibo, it had to be the most eye-catching certification. A man can be broke or ugly, but he has to be unique. Otherwise, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Since he was both handsome and rich, wouldn't it be a shame not to flaunt it a little? Do I own any impressively amazing companies? Ones that just hearing the name would send shivers down their spine? Fang Jueyu asked arrogantly. "Host, you hold 51% of Wagyu Company in the United States and are practically their actual chairman. That I think that's pretty good." No wonder. The iPhone 11 isn't officially launched yet, but I already have several units in my drawer. I'm the biggest shareholder. Fang Jueyu finally solved the confusion he had earlier. "No, that's too mundane. That just proves I have money. Something more flamboyant, perhaps." Fang Jueyu asked again. "Well, host, if you're any more flamboyant, I think you should check out your own international private psychiatric hospital." "What the heck? I even own something like that." Fang Jueyu burst into laughter. His assets truly spanned various fields, even psychiatry hospitals. Didn't that make him a psychiatric hospital dean? Yes, just use that. Fang Jueyu had a sudden idea and thought. Having just money wasn't interesting enough. "Quickly, send me the proof materials." Fang Jueyu immediately filled out the verification application with great care. Weibo staff were busy handling all sorts of business when suddenly, the text received a particularly strange application. "Dean of Dawn International Psychiatric Hospital? Remember this hospital? Is this person joking with us? I've never heard of this hospital." The tech, already in a bad mood due to the workload, found this application like fuel on fire. "Wait, don't say that. This hospital actually exists." A colleague turned his computer around. The hospital is established on the border between Huaxia and Russia, specializing in psychiatric disorders. They say it's privately funded and the treatment equipment is super expensive. And who's the legal representative of the hospital? Check it yourself. Didn't the application require proof? Upload? The staff suddenly saw the applicant. "Isn't this President Liu? You know them?" Who doesn't know? The headlines these past few days have been all about him. The car giveaway with Principal Wang yesterday. That was him. Wow, with so much money. Shouldn't he be the chairman of a corporation or something? Unbelieving, he clicked on the application materials. But to everyone's surprise, after checking, all the materials turn out to be real and valid. The hospital's original legal representative was someone named Fang Huai, recently transferred to Fang Jueyu's name. So, that's how the rich play these days. Tisk, do you think rich people are very happy? You're wrong. You can't even imagine their joy. What should we do then? What else? Approve it. All the documents are in order. Half an hour later, a golden Weibo verification appeared under Fang Jueyu's Weibo avatar. Fang Jueyu, Dean of Dawn International Psychiatric Hospital. "President Liu, weren't you a shareholder of Maserati? How'd you suddenly become the Dean of Psychiatric Hospital?" "Ha ha. President Liu, what are you up to? Are you trying to make us laugh our heads off and then get yourself some business?" So epic. From now on, President Liu needs a new title. There was a Principal Wang before, and now there's Dean Fang. This maneuver deserves 101 points. Couldn't you tell? You think President Liu is just being playful? No, you're wrong. President Liu is proving that his empire spans various fields, that there's nothing we can think of that he doesn't own. Hats off to you in terms of uniqueness. Wang Song left a comment and quietly gave a thumbs up. All right, friends, stop speculating. I just find titles like director or president a bit dull. This is my lifestyle statement. I am who I am, a unique spark. Fang Jueyu updated a Weibo post. Ha ha! Dean is flamboyant enough. Dean, I have a classmate with a mental illness asking when you're announcing the results. Dean, does the psychiatric hospital need staff? I just graduated with a Ph.D. in psychiatry from Yinjing Medical University. Honey, draw for me. All right, time to get ready for the university celebration in a couple of days. Fang Jiu, closed Weibo, Xiao Yi, draft me a speech so I can memorize it quickly. Ugh, this game is getting boring, always dominating the server. Fang Jiu yawned and turned off a popular mobile game. Although mobile games had lower hardware requirements than PC games, their money-burning capacity was not inferior in any way, with frequent charges of hundreds forcing most people to balk. Fang Jiu had played numerous mobile games, but the most he'd spent was just the $6 first-time charge. Now, however, he could easily go crazy with $648 recharge. Just a VIP, right? He'd fill it up for you effortlessly. Fang Jueyu spent tens of thousands in the game one afternoon, hoping to spend a little more to slightly reduce the figures in his ever-increasing mobile funds. But those tens of thousands merely helped him pass a boring afternoon. Just when he was feeling bored, his roommate, Chung Kai, called. He should have been busy getting the company ready lately, but he still found time to call. Could it be that he was out of funds? Hello, Boss Chung. How come you have time to call me? Fang Jueyu teased. Old Fang. Is that internet sensation the big tycoon you? Chung Kai got straight to the point once the call connected. They occasionally browsed Weibo. Recently, someone known as Boss Lu had taken the internet by storm. Even now, browsing on an old-school phone would reveal it. Others couldn't recognize the slightly changed appearance of Fang Jueyu, but Chung Kai, who had just dined with him recently, could. Although the photo was a bit blurry, it faintly showed some features of Fang Jueyu's appearance. Chung Kai was initially unsure, but when this person revealed their Weibo, it was nearly confirmed, prompting him to call to verify. Yup, that's me. Fang Jueyu confessed openly. You're incredible. Despite almost being certain already, hearing Fang Jueyu admit it sent a shiver down Chung Kai's spine. Chung Kai knew Fang Jueyu had inherited a large sum of the family's assets. Although Fang Jueyu once humorously claimed he didn't know how much he had, it seemed it wasn't an exaggeration based on recent events. That helicopter was appraised by professionals as a modified military helicopter from the United States, costing at least $100 million. The Maserati MC he appeared in at Magic City was priced at over $10 million. Not only that, he could even give away a sports car in a lottery, which proved his terrifying financial power. The $10 million he invested in them didn't even count as a drop in the bucket for him. Do they all know? Fang Jueyu asked. Of course they know. Where else did they think I got $10 million to start a gaming company? Chung Kai barked. Goodness, living 3 years with a billionaire as a roommate does put a little shine on my name. Quit the nonsense and focus on your work. I have 70% of the company's shares and am counting on you to make money for me. Fang Jueyu chuckled. Old Fang, actually this time I called to ask for a favor. Chung Kai suddenly became a bit hesitant. What's up? Don't beat around the bush. We're buddies, aren't we? It's not me. It's Ding Minghui. Old Ding, what's up with him? Remember Ding's longtime girlfriend? That girl, Fu Zi. Oh, I know. Ding Minghui's girlfriend was attending college in Shu. They've been together since high school. Fu Zi once visited Ding Minghui at school, and he even treated them to a meal. He remembered Fu Zi as petite and cute, a bit timid and shy, but a very nice girl. At tea leaves from the way she looked at Ding Minghui, you could see the deep affection. Quit speaking in riddles. What's the situation? Fang Jueyu pressed. It's his mother-in-law. Chung Kai sighed. You know, Ding's parents are workers at a small factory. Their family's not well off, and they've exhausted their savings just to send him to college. It's about time to look for internships, and Fu Zi introduced Ding to her parents. Everything else is fine, except they hope Ding can buy a house in Jiangnan City, but you're aware of the housing prices here. So what happened? Her parents, of course, disagreed. Fu Zi's family is also just working class. They hope Fu Zi can find a boyfriend with better conditions, so they want her to break up with Ding Minghui, but they refuse. Man, the world's messed up. You know, it used to be so simple to date and marry him. Why Dad said when my grandpa married my grandma, it only took a cow. While saying this, Fang Jueyu thought his dad was probably talking nonsense. Given their family's wealth, it would take a prairie full of cows to match his grandpa's status, right? Tell me about it. Now Fu Zi's parents are arranging blind dates for her, and lately, Ding's been out of sorts. Didn't you tell them about your startup? Fang Jueyu asked. We did, but we invested that money into hiring, spaces, and servers, which is the company's money, not ours. Her parents said many young people try startups, but how many succeed? Her parents are straightforward indeed. Fang Jueyu laughed. There's no way his brothers would live their lives mediocrely, right? By the way, Fuzi's parents are forcing a blind date next Friday. The other party is a sales manager at a big company, pretty young too, a strong competitor, and Ding heard the guy's a bit interested in Fuzi. Shinkai said worriedly, "Tell Ding to relax, I've got this. Leave it to me. Tell him to follow Fuzi that day." Fang Jueyu already had a plan. "All right, with your assurance, I'm relieved." Although he didn't know what Fang Jueyu was planning, Chung Kai felt halfway reassured seeing his confidence. "Oh, there's one more thing, but this is my issue." Chung Kai's tone suddenly turned cheeky. "What? Is your girlfriend's mom forcing a blind date on her too?" "No way. You know I've been single forever, but this does have to do with finding a girlfriend." "Oh, spill it." "Old Fong. Hee, didn't you recently run a lottery? I heard the grand prize is a Lamborghini Gallardo. Could you pull some strings for me? What's that got to do with finding a girlfriend?" Fang Jueyu asked. "Everything. If I had a sports car, finding a girlfriend wouldn't be an issue, right? See, we've been roommates for 3 years that I've borrowed money from you so many times. Once, when you had a fever, I went out in the rain to buy you medicine. Isn't it fair to get a little help now?" Chung Kai appealed emotionally and logically, almost moved by himself. "It's fair." Fang Jueyu grinned mischievously. "I have something better for you, want it?" "Want? What are you giving me? Don't tell me it's your Maserati sports car, huh?" "Old Fang, you're too generous." Shinkai couldn't help but start rubbing his hands excitedly. "Here's a word for you, Scram. Want a car? Go step in some dog crap a few more times. Maybe you'll win it. Money and friends are separate. No favoritism here." Fang Jueyu ultimately didn't open a back door for Chung Kai. Good relationships were one thing. Matters of principle were another. Anyway, with their abilities plus Fang Juyu's investment, having a decent wealth was just a matter of time. Old Ding's issues still need careful planning. Fang Jueyu mused. Among the 4 people in their dorm, Ding Minghui was the most honest. But in this society, being honest wasn't always a good thing. Often, honest people were the ones being bullied. Fuzi's parents introduced her to a boyfriend with decent conditions. The other party would certainly try every way to make Ding Minghui lose all self-esteem and eventually bow out voluntarily. But Fang Jueyu had seen Ding Minghui's feelings for Fuzi visit her at her school. Ding Minghui often barely afforded food, sometimes relying on financial support from Fang Jueyu and the other two to hold out until the next month. That, of course, Fuzi was a good girl. Otherwise, Fang Jueyu wouldn't bother helping him, but he didn't want anything like what happened with Jiang Yuan to happen to Ding Minghui. With Ding Minghui's personality, he probably couldn't handle such a blow. "Little Ling, help me with something." Fang Jueyu called Zhuang Ying and explained his plan in detail. Since Fuzi's parents wanted to make things difficult for Ding Minghui, he had to let him shine and slap that competitor hard. And no one could just take away his brother's woman. "Okay, young master, I'll get it done right away, and everything will be arranged by next Wednesday." "Thanks." With Zhuang Ying's assurance, Fang Jueyu was relieved. By then, Fuzi's parents and that so-called promising young man would be left stunned. "By the way, it's almost 8 o'clock. The draw should be soon." Fang Jueyu logged into his Weibo, where his lottery post had attracted a barrage of comments. 500 phones, 1 sports car, with a total value over 10 million yuan. Over 10 million people were eyeing these grand prizes. Although the chances of such good luck were slim to none, people always had a glimmer of hope that maybe the pie would just fall on them. At 8 p.m., millions of people sat by their computers. Fang Jueyu opened the automated lottery system and pressed the start button. Instantly, a list of Weibo IDs appeared in the list of winners. "Wow, I won, haha." A young man emitted a squeal of laughter like a pig being slain in front of his computer at home. Although it was just an iPhone 11, given that over 10 million participated, being one of the 500 winners was quite a stroke of luck. "What's all the noise about? Did you find money?" came the voice of a middle-aged woman from outside the room. As the saying goes, it's joy for some and sorrow for others. Those who won spread the word everywhere, boasting, while those that didn't wore long faces. Even though most people didn't win, they didn't expect much at the start, but seeing the lucky ones still evoked a bit of jealousy. After all, the essence of humans is the essence of lemons. I participated in 127 Weibo lotteries and haven't won anything. Am I a lottery repellent? Dude upstairs, you're bragging with just 127 tries. I've tried over 300 times and haven't won. Have I said anything? You two rookies, I've entered over 500 lotteries of all sizes and have never even won a try again on a drink cap. Can you both just zip it? Ha! Fang Jueyu, I won your phone. Wisin, you sent a screenshot. What's there to be excited about? With your status, buying an iPhone 11 isn't a big deal. Fang Jueyu replied. knowing that top-tier influencers with millions of followers had annual platform contract fees in 7 figures or more. It's not the same. Guisinyu sent a smug sticker. I won this with my skills that can I show off a bit. I'm a lucky charm, and maybe I'll win whatever you draw in the future too. If that's the case, I might as well keep you as my lucky star. Fang Jueyu teased. Not just anyone can keep me. Guisinyu pouted. She seemed to have become immune to Fang Jueyu's occasionally outrageous comments. All 500 lucky winners have been announced. Next was the Lamborghini Gallardo, the car that made millions jealous. Winning it, even if not driven, could be sold for nearly 5 million yuan, a sum most people couldn't accumulate in a lifetime. Liang was a struggling online writer, slogging through monotonous writing work daily. The 9 to 10 grind had become his lifestyle. Living in Jiangnan City, a city with relatively high living costs, he had a paltry salary, no house, and no partner. Recently, he stumbled across Fang Jueyu's Weibo. Though a homebody, he needed creative inspiration. His current novel depicted the life of a godly tycoon, and recent events orchestrated by Fang Ju gave him plenty of ideas, significantly boosting subscriptions recently. Last night, with a just-for-fun attitude, he clicked to join the lottery, not expecting to win, just try his luck. As expected, among the 500 phones, he found himself having zero luck. But as he was about to close Weibo and return to writing, the direct message popped up. Congratulations, lucky user! You've won a Lamborghini Gallardo in this lottery. Please contact our staff soon for prize arrangements. What's this? Liang thought he was seeing things from too much writing that he never dreamed of hitting the jackpot. Even winning a phone would have been like stepping in dog poop luck. He checked his redemption code. The lottery platform had already published the final prize redemption code, 115487. He looked again at his redemption code, 115487. It's the same, exactly the same. Liang's first thought was he'd been struck by a meteor. The 1 in over 10 million chance had landed on him. That was a luxury car worth 5 million, an unimaginable dream for most. He was breathless. Even his blood pressure rose. The dizziness almost overwhelmed him. Only those who've experienced such luck could understand the disbelief at that moment. For Liang, the car felt somewhat unreal. Even if he was given a car, he had to afford its upkeep. Could you ask Dean Fong if the car could be exchanged for an equivalent cash prize? Liang tentatively sent a message to the backstage. If nothing else worked, he planned to sell the car directly. Doesn't want the car, prefers cash. Fang Jueyu saw the message. That's fine, there's not much difference anyway. Could you ask for his bank account? I can transfer the money to him now. Really? Words couldn't describe Liang's excitement. He sent his bank account number with trembling hands. 0.5 minutes later, he received a text message. Your account ending in 2754 at XX Bank has been credited with 5 million yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 zeros. It's really 5 million. Liang felt like he was dreaming. What the heck? With 5 million, why would I continue writing books? Liang immediately opened his author backend and wrote in the novel's Star Blood song, this new chapter. Lin Shi looked at himself in the mirror this morning and suddenly thought, how am I so handsome? He was dazzled by his own handsomeness. The end. The day of the school celebration finally arrived, as scheduled. Zhu Ming had called him yesterday, notifying that the ceremony would be held at 8:30 in the morning. All the teachers and students would gather at the stadium to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the school. Haihua City was a 2-hour drive from Jiangnan City. Fang Jueyu had woken up early. Fortunately, after his physical enhancement, he required much less sleep than before. Although he usually slept until 10 out of habit, 5 or 6 hours of sleep were enough for him under normal circumstances. He changed into his tailored suit, and the person in the mirror appeared handsome and upright, with a vastly different aura than before. For this school celebration, he reckoned many old classmates wouldn't recognize him. Thinking of this, a face that was slightly baby-faced and had side-swept bangs appeared in his mind. It had been 3 years since they last met. He wondered how his so-called first love, who had triggered the scum girl curse, was doing now. Hey, Fang Jueyu, where are you? Want to go together? I'll come to your house to pick you up. At just a little past 6, Jiang Yi called Fang Jueyu. Their houses were only a street apart, and they'd practically gone to school together since childhood. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I moved to Jiangnan City, near Jiangnan University. Fang Jueyu suddenly shuddered. He could tell anyone this news, but knew Jiang Yi would kill him if she found out through someone else. Wow, Fang Jueyu, your wings have hardened. You didn't tell me you moved. Sure enough, Jiang Yi roared on the other end of the phone. Do you think you're that wealthy Fang Jueyu now? Got money and inflated? You don't tell your brothers of over 10 years about such big news? Fang Jueyu really wanted to say he was that Fang Jueyu. But if he did, things would likely become even more embarrassing. Oh, I only moved 2 weeks ago, and I've been busy with the renovation, haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Fang Jueyu replied in a humbled tone. At worst, I'll treat you to a meal today to make amends. You can choose whatever you want, is that enough? Okay, you said it. Don't cry poor later. Jiang Yi's tone was still unforgiving. By the way, are you still in Jiangnan City? When they got down to business, Jiang Yi's tone softened a lot. Yeah, I was just planning to head out. Are you serious? It takes over an hour by train, and you'll waste a lot of time on the road. That'll be why the time you arrive, half the celebration will be over. No worries, I'm driving myself. IT won't take that long. At most 2 hours to get to the school. Wait, did your family buy a car? No wonder you moved to Jiangnan City despite the high property prices. Did your family get rich? Both of their parents were good friends, and Jiang Yi had a general understanding of Fang Jueyu's family situation. Although not impoverished, they never had much extra money. Kind of. Fang Jueyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Jiang Yi didn't know yet that he was the Dean Fang, causing a stir online, which saved him a bit of trouble for now. Then hurry up, be careful on the road, that I'm waiting for your treat tonight. Jiang Yi hung up the phone with satisfaction. For her, extorting Fang Jueyu was one of life's greatest pleasures. This annoying sister. Fang Jueyu smiled helplessly. Over the years, her personality hadn't changed a bit. Jiang Yi was actually a very pretty girl, standing at a goddess-like height of 168 centimeters with a great figure. But maybe because they grew up playing together, their relationship was more familial. Still, many people thought they were a couple when they went out together. In front of others, she was quite aloof. But in front of Fang Jueyu, she showed her true self, that sharp-tongued, a little dirty-minded, and even liked to hit people, although without much force. During the college entrance exam, Jiang Yi didn't perform very well, only making it to an ordinary second-tier college. However, since it was also in Jiangnan City, they occasionally met up for meals. After Fang Jueyu started dating Jiang Yuan, he deliberately kept some distance from Jiang. Once, he introduced Jiang Yuan to Jiang Yi. Perhaps because girls have accurate instincts about people. On their way back, Jiang Yi warned Fang Jueyu to be cautious. That time, Fang Jueyu got mad at her. Thinking back now, he felt quite sorry for her, and this was the perfect opportunity to apologize properly. Fang Jueyu didn't intend to be so ostentatious, but when he saw his garage contained only the Apollo Sun God and a Wuling Hongguang, he could only sigh. If I'd known, I should have bought a regular car that cost 20 or 30,000. While the dark purple car sped along the highway, Fang Jueyu finally felt a sense of satisfaction from driving a sports car. Although he could only drive at a speed of just over 100 kilometers per hour, it was far better than crawling in city traffic. Many people pulled out their phones, wanting to take a photo of the car. But because of the special glass, Fang Jueyu could see everything outside, while those outside only saw darkness. They could only photograph this cool car. Haihua City, although endowed with unique coastal resources, wasn't very developed. IT lacked large enterprises, relying instead on a relatively thriving tourism industry, with a small population ranking at the bottom within the province. The light rail connecting Haihua City to Jiangnan City had also only been built in the last 2 years. Before, when he attended university, he had to take a bus for more than 3 hours. Driving himself for the first time was indeed a really nice experience. He had long grown accustomed to the envious stares of passers-by, knowing that such scenes would only become more frequent. Leaning on the vehicle's powerful performance, the car maintained a speed of nearly 120 kilometers per hour. Even though he had to lower it after leaving the highway, he still arrived at Haihua No. 2 High School a little after 8 o'clock. Despite not many people being at the school gate, it was already crowded with all sorts of cars. Today, the school's main players weren't the diligent students, but the alumni attending the celebration. Only those who had done quite well dared to attend the celebration, which was evident from the vehicles parked outside. Nearly none were priced below $500,000, and there were plenty of luxury cars worth millions. Some even cost over $200 million, like the BMW i8, but compared to Fang Jueyu's Sun God, they instantly lost their appeal. Of course, many young people who had only graduated a few years earlier and were still attending college were there too. Their thoughts were relatively simple, without much competitiveness or desire to show off. Most merely wanted to visit their alma mater and see their teachers. At this moment, the school gate was pretty empty. Fang Jueyu parked quietly, avoiding drawing any attention, and used his alumni card to enter the school. There were over 20 people from Fang Jueyu's class, and the school had specifically reserved an empty classroom for their use. Fang Jueyu seemed to be the last one to arrive among them. All the faces there were familiar. Everyone he had been close to was present, except for Fu Jun, who was too busy with company matters to make it. Who is this? Feels like he's not from our class. A few who weren't particularly close to Fang Jueyu couldn't recognize him right away. After all, both his physique and appearance had changed significantly, and with a different hairstyle, his entire aura had shifted. It's me, Fang Jueyu. Only 3 years and you can't recognize me. Fang Jueyu laughed. Told you, this guy is Fang Jueyu, and you didn't believe it. A guy walked over. Why have you changed so much? You're much more handsome than before. Have you grown taller too? Ha ha. College life is relaxing. Playing basketball and sleeping more made my skin better, so naturally, I look more spirited, Fang Jueyu explained. Fang Jueyu, over here. Jiang Yi waved at him. Today, Jiang Yi wore light makeup, adding a touch more allure than usual. You came quite early. Fang Jueyu greeted her. Fang Jueyu, that outfit looks good on you. Must have been pricey. Xiao Jinan, who sat at the desk in front of him, asked. He also wore a decent suit today, which seemed to be worth several $1,000s. Why dress so formally? Not like any notable alumnus is giving a speech. A voice came inappropriately from behind at that moment. Fang Jueyu didn't need to turn around and know who was speaking. The saying that every class has someone everyone dislikes is not without reason, and Sun Tzu was unanimously acknowledged as that person in their class. Sun Tzu was 181 centimeters tall. With a bit of charm in his looks, his family was well off, and his grades in class were always among the top. Logically, someone like him would be pretty popular. And in fact, he was back in high school. Any girl he pursued from another class was as good as in the bag, and until now, no one has heard of him ever failing. But he had a particularly bad habit, which was showing off. Most of the classmates who didn't attend the school celebration did so, because they heard he would be there during high school, after every exam. Sun Tzu would take his blank test paper around matching answers with others, regardless of whether they were willing to die in the end. Many people found themselves devastated upon discovering they had written wrong answers, affecting their performance thereafter. It was said that he recently found an internship at Tencent, and as long as he graduated, he could become a full-time employee. Thus, his dad rewarded him with a BMW X7 that now on his social media. He'd taken pictures from every angle of his car. Honestly, if it were just that, people wouldn't dislike him so much. That it was because, while showing off, he also liked to belittle others, which was the main reason people didn't enjoy his company. Fang Jueyu turned around and saw Sun Tzu with slick back hair, wearing an expensive Armani suit, still carrying that same arrogant demeanor. Aren't you the same? Fang Jueyu gave a half smile. I'm different from you guys. Sun Tzu flashed what he thought was a charming smile. I'm attending today as a donor guest. Although it's not much, it's still a contribution to our alma mater, right? I understand you guys, after all, you're still studying and not earning money yet. When Sun Tzu was in college, his parents gave him a sum of money to learn about investing, that he majored in finance and securities, and his school was quite good too. Under the guidance of his teachers, he indeed saved up a considerable amount over 3 years, at least a fortune by regular college student standards. Honestly, if you ignored his habit of showing off and belittling others, he was indeed a pretty outstanding person. Unfortunately, he had gathered quite a few annoying traits. Where did you buy your clothes? They look okay, but why don't they even have a brand label? Did you buy them casually from a street stall? It doesn't seem very suitable for such a formal occasion, does it? Sun Tzu scanned Fang Jueyu from head to toe and finally said, whether it's suitable is none of your business, right? Fang Jueyu replied coldly. How can that be? Today, everyone represents our class 4's image. You would embarrass our class 4 like this. Sun Tzu maintained a sour expression. Fang Jueyu, just ignore him. You know what kind of person he is. Jiang Yi spoke bluntly as always. Even in front of Sun Tzu, she spoke without mercy. She didn't need to rely on Sun Tzu for anything, and offending him was no big deal. After all, there was no relationship between them. Merely classmates, nothing more. Sun Tzu wasn't experiencing being choked by Jiang Yi for the first time. He gave an awkward smile. After all, his purpose today was not to see these classmates. Displaying his current achievements was enough to meet his objectives. What he enjoyed was standing on the school stage, receiving admiring glances from his junior students. That was the real reason he attended the school celebration this time. Fang Jueyu, what's on your clothes? It looks pretty, is it crystal? Asked Zhang Xiyu, who sat in front of Fang Jueyu. Oh, it's diamonds, Fang Jueyu said playfully. Ha ha, you really know how to boast. If it's really diamonds, wouldn't this outfit be worth millions? Jiang Yi laughed. Do you really think you're that Fang Jueyu from Weibo? Ha ha. Honestly, when we heard that name a few days ago, we were startled. Several people who were close to Fang Jueyu chimed in. Although they scrolled through Weibo, they were merely spectators. None of them knew Guisinyu, so they hadn't seen the photos taken by netizens at China Joy. Otherwise, they would have recognized Fang Jueyu from the pictures immediately. Maybe it was a preconceived notion. After all, they've been classmates with Fang Jueyu for 3 years. Everyone was familiar with each other, naturally not associating the big shot with Fang Jueyu. Even if they knew of this matter, they only thought it was someone with the same name. Hey guys, old Jean is here. Just as everyone was chatting happily in little groups, a classmate at the door shouted. Old Jin's full name was Jin Young. He was their class teacher and chemistry teacher. He was an adorable guy who had always maintained a good relationship with students, so even after graduation, everyone was willing to keep in touch with him. Everyone's back, huh? Good, so good. Jin Young had taught many batches of students, but this group was the most excellent and his favorite. For a moment, he couldn't control his emotions. What are you doing, old Jin? Everyone's back, you should be happy. Seeing Jin Young like this, some students who were easily moved also turned red-eyed. All right, everyone, stop getting sentimental. Jin Young switched to a smile. Everyone, tidy up. The ceremony is about to start. I heard the principal say that this year a remarkable alumnus donated $1 billion to the school. And they'll give a speech soon. $1 billion. My God, someone so incredible came from our school. The entire classroom was in an uproar. Oh my, if someone could donate $1 billion, wouldn't their assets be at least tens of billions? How come I've never heard of any tycoon graduating from our school? Who is it, do you know, teacher? Jin Young shook his head. We teachers only found out about this recently, but someone like that must have vast experiences. You should listen carefully to them. Maybe what they say might help you in the future. Everyone nodded. Such a person would be impossible to invite for a speech at a regular university, right? This might be an unexpected gain. Fang Jueyu, honestly, what happened recently? Jiang, he came to Fang Jiyu's side and whispered, You can fool others, but you can't fool me. I just saw you half a year ago. Don't give me some rubbish about growing taller from playing basketball. Do you think I don't know your height or face? Jiang, he pulled out her phone, revealing photos taken by netizens of Fang Jueyu with Guisinyu from a few days ago, where Fang Jueyu's features were clear and exactly the same as he looked now. Fang Jueyu gave a bitter smile. He knew sooner or later everyone would find out, but he didn't expect Jiang Yi, this clever fox, to discover it first. How is it surprised? I'm telling you, I'm also a fan of Miss Sinyu. Jiang Yi revealed a mischievous smile. You're the one on the bamboo platform tossing money like it's nothing, and the one who called a helicopter to lift your car from the traffic jam bridge. That you're also the one who made Principal Wong say you knocked him out with money, right? All right, it's me. With evidence in front of him, Fang Jueyu had no choice but to admit it. He had no intention of hiding it initially. He just wanted to astonish them and complete the task little E gave him. All right, you, Fang Jueyu. Jiang E pinched his arm hard. You get rich and don't even tell me. What happened if I ever come up? Everyone comes up with me. Suddenly, she remembered something. That alumnus old Jean mentioned who donated $1 billion. Isn't that you? Ouch, the pain. Fang Jueyu grimaced, wondering how Jiang Yi became so strong. Yes, I admit, that person is me. Ha ha, awesome. Finally. Jiang Yi, have a rich friend. Jiang Yi let go of his arm. Sun Tzu usually loves to show off. It's time someone put him in his place. I can't wait to see his face later. Hey, Fang Jueyu, it's your old flame. Jiang Yi patted Fang Jueyu on the shoulder. This time, returning for the school celebration wasn't just limited to their class. Students from almost every class in the past 4 years had more or less come, and about a dozen students from class 16-6 were also present. The so-called first love was among them. So, how about going over to say hi? Maybe when she sees you become a millionaire now, she'll have a change of heart and throw herself at you. Jiang Yi teased. Fang Jueyu didn't say anything. He just rolled his eyes at her. Back then, Sun Yuqi's reason for breaking up was fear of affecting her studies. But her commitment to studying hard only got her into an average college, while Fang Jueyu got into Jiangnan University, a prestigious university. In '01 believed there weren't other reasons. However, Fang Jueyu wasn't interested in digging into those reasons anymore. A missed opportunity was just that, and he wouldn't use his wealth to do anything he himself would find disgusting and detestable. Fang Jueyu still glanced at Sun Yuqi a couple of times. The reason was simple. Throughout his high school years, she was the only one in his heart. Maybe it was a bit of stubbornness, or maybe it was persistence, but now it was perhaps more about letting go. Look, Sun Tzu is showing off like he thinks he's the star today. Jiang Yi pointed at Sun Tzu, who was chatting animatedly with her class teacher, Jin Young, as if bragging about being his proudest student. All right, don't talk about him like that. He achieved something difficult. Couldn't he show off a bit? You're just jealous. Fang Jueyu knew Jiang Yi always disliked Sun Tzu, so he said so on purpose. I just can't stand his demeanor. Jiang Yi started imitating Sun Tzu's tone. You're not some outstanding alumni. Why are you dressed so formally? What does it matter to you what he wears? Do you think having a bit of money makes him great? Jiang Yi huffed. You have such a good temper, letting him talk to you like that without reacting. Ha ha. Fang Jueyu was amused by Jiang Yi. I'm someone who deals with billions of US dollars in minutes. Why should I lower myself to his level? Jiang Yi's eyes widened at Fang Jueyu. Fang Jueyu, you've changed. You like to show off too now. I find you sneaky now, hiding from everyone and waiting to stun them at the school celebration ceremony, aren't you? Jiang Yi hit the nail on the head with Fang Jueyu's plan. You turn out to be the best at showing off, but he's just bragging. You're genuinely awesome. Jiang Yi leaned in. Hey, what's your deal? Why did you suddenly get rich? Did your family win a lottery? I'll tell you, but don't spill it to anyone. Fang Jueyu pretended to be very secretive. I found a hidden treasure left by my ancestors, packed with antique treasures that I sold a little bit, and voila, I got rich. I don't believe you at all. Jiang Yi immediately knew Fang Jueyu was joking. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to find Shiyu to hang out. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Yi so deflated, he laughed triumphantly. The school only had less than 2,000 students, but more than 3,000 alumni attended the celebration, turning the usually sparsely populated sports field into a sea of people. Several school leaders had already taken their seats on the podium, alongside a few representative exemplary alumni. Originally, Zhu Ming wanted Fang Jueyu to join them, but he refused that if he sat there, he'd feel utterly uncomfortable. Dear students, teachers, and respected alumni, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us at Haihui No. 2 Middle School for the 70th anniversary celebration of our alma mater. On behalf of all the teachers and students, I extend my sincerest gratitude. Zhu Ming stood on the podium, his face glowing, wearing the most dapper suit from his wardrobe. A suit he would only dare wear when attending provincial meetings. He gave a fervent 10-minute speech, which, naturally, was filled with the usual platitudes, but these were obligatory routines that needed to be followed. Now I announce, the 70th anniversary celebration of Haihui No. 2 Middle School officially begins. Clap, clap, clap. The audience burst into thunderous applause, interspersed with a few cheers. Since its establishment, Haihui No. 2 Middle School has nurtured many outstanding students who have made significant achievements in their respective fields. Today, they have returned to the school with their hearts set on their alma mater. Now, I graciously introduce the distinguished alumni who have joined us. First, let's welcome with applause the alumnus from the class of '07, Wu Minghua, the founder of Cientech Electronics Information Company. A middle-aged man on the far left of the podium stood up and nodded to the students below. Mr. Wu Minghua donated 1 million yuan to support the development of our alma mater. Let's thank him. Wu Minghua's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He hadn't been running his business for very long, but among the thousands of entrepreneurs, he was considered quite successful. His company generated several tens of millions in annual net profits, and he was just in his 30s, an age brimming with potential. Getting a chance to show his face at his alma mater made that million well worth it. Next, I'd like to introduce Dong Yu, the founder of Geely Technology and alumnus from the class of '03. He has donated 1.2 million yuan to the school. Wow! Another round of thunderous applause erupted. 4 individuals sat on the podium beside Zhu Ming, each a successful entrepreneurial alumni who had donated more than 1 million to the school. Of course, besides these alumni, many more outstanding alumni have made contributions to the school. Now, let's invite them to the stage. Sun Tzu's face lit up with joy. After waiting so long, it was finally his turn to take the stage. He straightened his collar and walked up to the podium alongside several older alumni. They are the class of '13 alumna Zhang Lan, who donated 200,000 yuan. Alumnus Cheng Feng from the class of '11, who donated 150,000 yuan. Alumnus Sun Tzu from the class of '16, who donated 300,000 yuan. Sun Tzu stood with his head held high, full of pride. Although he couldn't compare to those alumni who had been in business for a long time, he had donated the most among the remaining folks. Especially when the students heard he was an alumnus from the class of '16, admiration filled their eyes that in just 3 years of graduating and still being in college, he was able to donate such a sum to them. He was an idol. Feeling the gazes of those around him, Sun Tzu felt even more smug. His eyes swept over his classmates with pride and provocation. Lastly, let's welcome a very special alumnus who generously donated 100 million yuan for the school's development. Wow, the crowd was stunned. Even the alumni on the podium looked incredulous. 100 million. Even combined, their companies wouldn't make that much money in years. Could be a big boss from a listed company. After discussion and deliberation, the school has decided to use this fund to add a new teaching building and laboratory building. enhance the school's hardware and software facilities, and the remainder will be used to establish a foundation to support and reward outstanding students. Zhu Ming publicly shared the already planned project, offering many more detailed explanations. Now, I believe you're all curious about who this mysterious alumnus is. Zhu Ming raised his voice. So let's now invite the alumnus from the class of 16, who is also the representative of our alumni at this year's celebration, Fang Jueyu, to take the stage. Fang Jueyu? How could it be him? Jin Yong and the entire class were dumbfounded. Fang Jueyu. Is he the one making headlines on Weibo recently? He's our alumnus? Oh my god. Where is he? What? Fang Jueyu. Sun Tzu froze on the spot. No wonder Fang Jueyu hadn't paid any attention to his provocation. He thought he was soaring with a 300,000 donation, not realizing Fang Jueyu donated such a sum and still remained so low-key in the class. Amid thousands of envious and admiring gazes, Fang Jueyu slowly made his way to the podium. Although the successful alumni didn't know what business Fang Jueyu was in business, it paid to make friends with those around you. Hello, Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang. Achieving so much at such a young age, you are the pride of our school. Like a fan meeting, they each shook hands with Fang Jueyu, some even handing him their business cards. Finally, Fang Jueyu brushed past Sun Tzu and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you I'm also a donation guest, and I'm a representative of the outstanding alumni. And also, that so-called flea market outfit you mentioned is actually a piece by the chief designer of the royal family of England, worth 500,000 British pounds. It's not surprising you didn't recognize it. Anyway, if you don't know something, don't speak out of turn. It saves you from looking uninformed in front of others. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, standing out at the school celebration. Reward: completion of level 1 permission task by 2%, and an item that the ancestor accidentally lost. Creating such a sensation made completing the task, naturally, a simple matter. Fang Jueyu glanced sneakily at his movable independent space. Besides that small bottle, a historically marked ancient sword now appeared. Why is it a sword? Fang Jueyu was somewhat baffled. Nowadays, we live in a society governed by law. Any divine weapon or sharp tool might have lost its original meaning, right? At most, it would become a collectible displayed in his house. But Fang Jueyu did not know that this was not an ordinary sword. Now was not the time to study this sword, as Fang Jueyu had more important things to do. 2,000 students, hundreds of teachers, and various alumni awaited his speech that he boldly walked to the center of the podium, and all the outstanding alumni made room for him. Although Fang Jueyu was very young, this society valued qualifications and seniority, but mostly personal strength. Fellow students, teachers, and alumni, good morning. My name is Fang Jueyu. Many of you might know me, as I'm the director of that infamous Dawn Mental Hospital Online. Ha ha ha. The faculty and students burst into laughter. This joke instantly enlivened the otherwise stiff atmosphere at the event, making everyone feel that this billionaire alumnus, Fang Jueyu, was down to earth and quite humorous. Actually, Fang Jueyu had no real speech skills. This script was crafted by Xiao Yi based on the actual situation and Fang Jueyu's personal context. Fang Jueyu was just reading it out verbatim. Some of you might be curious, how much am I truly worth? Why did I spend a fortune to donate 100 million to my own school? Was it just to show off at this school celebration? Fang Jueyu said, indeed, many people thought this way. But have you ever thought about what 100 million can accomplish? Compared to being in the limelight for one morning, wouldn't it be better for me to spend this 100 million on a few sports cars or some real estate? Wowo headbuns are still $1 for 4. Now, wouldn't I get more praise if I spent this money on buying 4 billion Wowo headbuns and donating them to disaster-struck areas? Ha ha ha. Fang Jueyu skillfully used a couple of jokes. I'm using the students again. Yet it was undeniable, he made a good point. Spending tens of thousands to show off might be deemed reasonable, but throwing 100 million seemed unnecessary. The reason I donated this money to the school is because Haihua Secondary School is my alma mater. I hope it grows into a renowned institution in Huaxia, that I hope the school cultivates more outstanding students. You are proud of your alma mater now, and hopefully, your alma mater will be proud of you in the future. Fang Jueyu's impassioned words received waves of applause. Even the alumni and teachers on stage couldn't help but clap. That phrase, your alma mater will be proud of you, truly struck a chord. Isn't this every school's and teacher's dream? Actually, I was quite a mischievous student back then, and Principal Zhu can attest to this. Fang Jueyu pointed to Zhu Ming beside him, who nodded with a playful, knowing smile. But that doesn't mean anything to what's wrong with us young folks being a bit mischievous. As long as we don't do anything illegal or cause chaos, what's the difference? As long as you study well, challenge yourselves, and dare to innovate, nothing is impossible. Fang Jueyu began to impart some motivational words. Look at me. Principal Zhu used to drag me to meet my homeroom teacher several times, and now I've achieved a little, haven't I? Bah! Jiang Yi showed a disdainful expression from the audience. If this counts as modest achievement, then there wouldn't be anyone successful in this world. Finally, I sincerely invite all of you to intern in my company after graduating from high school. I am even willing to offer more opportunities after you graduate from college. As soon as he said this, the students' eyes turned even more eager. Isn't finding a good job after graduation their dream? With such a skilled Fang alumnus, surely his industries span various fields, and he'd surely take care of his alma mater students, right? Lastly, on behalf of all the alumni, happy 70th anniversary to our alma mater. Clap, clap, clap. Fang Jueyu's brilliant speech drew a thunderous applause from the audience. Fooled, weren't they? All got fooled by me, right? Fang Jueyu secretly chuckled in his heart. He truly said all those things just for formality. He was merely here to show off. That 100 million, he'd earned it back by the time he finished speaking. Completing Xiao Yi's task was the most important thing. Yet precisely because of his words, he elevated his moral character to a very high level. Zhu Ming and the others thought he genuinely loved his alma mater. Fang Jueyu watched the audience's reactions. Thoroughly satisfied, he had no idea he had a knack for speeches. Unintentionally, he caught a glimpse of Sun Yuqi in the crowd from Class 6. She looked at him with a peculiar expression filled with complexity. Actually, the reason for her change of heart back then was simple. Much simpler than Fang Jueyu could guess. It wasn't about affecting her studies. It was just that Fang Jueyu's appearance hadn't met her expectations. That's all. She never imagined the boy she once rejected had completely transformed. Not only did he now possess an enviable appearance, but also incomparable wealth. For a moment, she felt a sense of loss. Thank you, alumni Fang Jueyu, for your wonderful speech. Zhu Ming once again stepped to the center of the podium, followed by two teachers holding red ribbons. Now, we shall begin the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Child of the Sea Scholarship. We invite alumni Fang Jueyu, as the founder, to cut the ribbon for the official establishment of the fund. The school celebration lasted for 3 full hours before concluding. Originally, Zhu Ming wanted to invite Fang Jueyu and some school leaders and alumni for a meal, but he declined. Having left the school for 3 years, he hadn't tasted the school's cafeteria for those 3 years. Instead of a luxurious restaurant, he preferred to have a simple lunch with his former classmates in the cafeteria to reminisce about old times. Sun Tzu, at some point, had slipped away dejectedly. With Fang Jueyu around, he would only overshadow him. Without the face to continue staying, he discreetly left. However, this suited the majority of the classmates. Instantly, the class's atmosphere became much more harmonious. Didn't expect this. Fang Jueyu, after a few years, you've transformed into a tycoon. Yeah, when I saw it on Weibo, I couldn't believe it was really you. Didn't we say back then, if we get wealthy, we must not forget each other. After we graduate, take care of us a bit more. All right. Our Dean Fang isn't that kind of person, right, old Fang? Ha. Absolutely. By the way, next time you hold a raffle, let everyone know beforehand to pray to the koi. His classmates didn't act restrained due to Fang Jueyu's changed status. Instead, everything was just like it used to be. Perhaps this is the pure essence of student-era friendship. Fang Jueyu laughed, laughing with true happiness. During the summer vacation, after the morning school celebration ceremony ended, students gradually went home, whereas most alumni chose to stay and look around the school. A lot had changed in 3 years. Spending an afternoon with his former classmates, Fang Jueyu felt like he was transported back 3 years. It was an indescribable experience. In the evening, people started leaving the school one by one, surrounded by everyone. Fang Jueyu was the center of attention because they all wanted to see what car he was driving. Last time at China Joy, it was reported that he drove a Maserati MC12 worth tens of millions, a car most people had never seen in person. When they reached the school entrance, most alumni had left, and there were only a few cars parked. There, even though Fang Jueyu parked in a corner, the luxurious car stood out no matter where it was parked. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. The girls squealed in admiration. Demon, I know this logo. It's the Apollo Sun God. I heard just the base price is over 10 million. A few well-informed boys in the class recognized the car. Click, 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 including all the configurations and taxes. You can't get it out on the road for less than tens of millions, right? Classmates all took out their phones to snap photos, even if they couldn't sit in it. Seeing such a car up close was something to brag about. Plus, this car belonged to their classmate, giving them bragging rights anywhere. The Apollo Sun God. I remember there aren't more than 3 in all of Huaxia, and this model has never appeared before, said one of the car enthusiasts in the class. Fang Jueyu, your family isn't part of some listed corporation, are they? I've heard that to buy such a high-end sports car, you generally need to join some kind of car association, and having money doesn't guarantee you can buy it. To be honest, the German Apollo supercar factory is mine, Fang Jueyu said, somewhat embarrassed, as it seemed a bit like showing off, but since everyone asked, he had no choice but to tell the truth. This is a special, customized car from the factory for me. The mass production version won't be out until the end of the year. Apollo is yours. The boys went wild. They had actually spent 3 years studying alongside the owner of Apollo Supercar Company and even had dinner with him today. All right, even if Fang Jueyu is wealthy, it's none of your business. Why are you all getting so excited? Some of the girls in the class grew impatient, as they weren't as obsessed with sports cars as the boys. Ha, exactly. Class President Zhang Meng said, Fang Jueyu, don't mind them. Look at their eyes, they want to eat you alive. What are you talking about? Look at yourselves, aren't you the same? The boys retorted indignantly. You girls with long braids and short insides, if you had any foresight back then, you might have become Mrs. Fang by now. Who are you calling a girl with short insights? Are you looking for a fight? Sisters, all right. These old classmates love to bicker. Fang Jueyu quickly intervened. How about this, since everyone is so happy today, I won't be stingy. Next year, when we all graduate, let's have a graduation trip that I'll cover all the expenses, and we can vote on the destination. Dean Fang is so generous. Everyone started to cheer. Dean Fang, can we go out of the province? Someone timidly asked. Look at your ambition, as if Dean Fang would only take us out of the province. Even if it's rough, we have to visit some neighboring countries, right? Haha, no problem. Not only neighboring countries. Even if you want to go on an adventure in the Sahara Desert, it's no issue. The gathering ended in laughter, with some friends planning small get-togethers. Fang Jueyu had also promised to take Jiang Yi to dinner. Amidst the envious gazes of the girls, Jiang Yi got into the passenger seat of the Sun God, and they drove off with a roar. Ha. I never thought in this lifetime I'd ride in such an expensive sports car. Jiang Yi was genuinely excited, sitting in such a car for the first time. For blowing up at you so much last time and not apologizing. Consider today's dinner my formal apology. Fang Jueyu said, all is well. Seeing you being sincere, I'll let it pass. Jiang Yi said with a lot of flair. I've told you before, whenever you look for a girlfriend, you better let me check her out first. I might not be good at much else, but when it comes to judgment, I have a perfect record. Hey, by the way, does her girlfriend know you're taking me out to dinner today? Jiang Yi suddenly asked. She's probably going to be mad seeing me in your passenger seat, right? What? Fang Jueyu was taken aback. I don't have a girlfriend. I just broke up not too long ago. Okay. Do you think I'm some playboy? Jiang Yi seemed more shocked than Fang Jueyu. I thought you had already won over Sinew, sis. Fang Jueyu's face immediately turned red. No way. I've only known her in real life for less than a week. You're such a loser, aren't you? Jiang Yi looked at him with exasperation. That won't do. I need to teach you well. In a serious tone, Jiang Yi said, based on my many years of recognizing two-faced people, this Sinew has an honest face. Trust me, she's nothing like your last girlfriend. When did you become a fortune teller? Fang Jueyu said, half laughing. Don't laugh it off. I'm being serious. This Sinew is a good girl that I've been her fan for more than a year. Appearances can be deceiving, words can be deceiving, but the emotions in her music and singing can't be faked. Don't tell me you don't have feelings for her. Jiang Yi played her trump card. If you don't tell the truth, your scum girl curse will last another 3 years. You're tough. Fang Jueyu glared at Jiang Yi, taking a deep breath. All right, I admit it. Though they had only been together for days, Fang Jueyu was indeed attracted to Sinew. Not just her looks, but also her personality. How could a girl who willingly eased her family's burden by earning her own school and living expenses not be a good girl? You helped her a lot. She must be grateful to you. And you're doing so well now. Maybe Sinew already has feelings for you. Jiang Yi continued. From today, I'm your love mentor. You should snatch her up if you run into any trouble. I'll sort it out for you. Special mission issued. Pursue Sinew. What? Little E, how come you also have such strange missions? Fang Jueyu was surprised by Little Yi's sudden involvement. Host, selecting an appropriate spouse for you was a task left by the previous host, and it's marked as the most important task. Based on system analysis, Sinew is the optimal spouse candidate. All right, Fang Huai, well played. Fang Jueyu nodded repeatedly. Although his father was not on Earth, he apparently already had plans for his future daughter-in-law. Host, your father's intention was definitely quantity over quality. Little, he mischievously added. Quiet. Fang Jueyu really wanted to find Chao Lan and file a complaint against his father. How could he arrange such a task unless Fang Huai had a share of fun outside? Ha ha ha. Host, your father's legal wife is your mother only, but in actuality, it's more than just her, and your mother is aware of them. What? That's possible, and my mom can tolerate this. With me, even an ordinary person is extraordinary. Some things you'll understand eventually, little, he said. Wait, what about those aunts of mine? Fang Jueyu asked. Are they off Earth too? They're not. They're all still on Earth. Your father said if you encounter insurmountable trouble, you can seek them out, and trust me, their influence will astonish you. My dad having this many women is already astonishing to me. Fang Jueyu muttered. All right, I'll take on the mission. Special mission initiated. Pursue Guosinyu mission reward. Temporarily confidential. Looking at the words, temporarily confidential, Fang Jueyu ground his teeth in frustration. All right, let's see what you come up with then. Fang Jueyu and Jiang Yi finished their meal, and then he took Jiang Yi back. As it wasn't too late yet, he drove straight back to Jiangnan City overnight. Today seemed to be the last day of China Joy, so Fang Jueyu sent a message to Guosinyu. She might have been busy, as she didn't reply immediately and called him at nearly midnight. Today's performance went very well. I just had a late-night snack with some friend from the bamboo platform. I'll return to Jiangnan City tomorrow. About what you asked me the other day, I've thought it over. After some consideration, Guosinyu still wanted to try to see if she had the potential to become a singer. I'm willing to join your company. That's great. Fang Jueyu seemed even more excited than she was. What's the name of your company? Well, it's called Sinew Media. Fang Jueyu was a bit embarrassed. He'd been so busy lately that he hadn't had time to set up a media company, but he just made one up. With his financial resources, he could easily buy a media company and rename it. Sinew Media? Why haven't I heard of it? You didn't just make it up, did you? Guosinyu was a bit suspicious. The company was named after her nickname on the bamboo platform. That was just too coincidental. Ha ha ha. It's just a small company. It's normal you haven't heard of it. Ha ha ha. Fang Jueyu laughed awkwardly. All right. There were countless media companies across the country, and Guosinyu felt it normal she hadn't heard of it. What she needed was just a platform. Then it's settled, and after a while, I'll arrange the contract. But I've already signed a 2-year live contract with the bamboo platform. If I sign with you too, Guosinyu suddenly thought of something. Hosts who signed with the bamboo platform couldn't just sign with other media companies. If you broke this rule, you'd owe a hefty penalty for breach of contract. Haha. That's a minor issue. I'll just have a word with Principal Wang. Fang Jueyu said confidently. With his friendship with Principal Wang, this small thing was just a matter of a few words. If all else failed, he could cover the penalty himself. But Wang Tsong should give him this face. Then Boss Fang. I'll be working for you in the future. You get some rest. We'll talk in more detail when you're back in Jiangnan City. By then, I'll have a surprise for you. What kind of surprise? Guosinyu asked curiously. I'm not telling you now. Hurry up and go to sleep, or you won't get it. All right then. I'll go to bed. Good night. Guosinyu sent a cute emoji. Right, I don't even know what that ancient sword is today. Fang Jueyu suddenly remembered the reward he had received. Prevent himself from forgetting. He had already collected those rewards into his independent space and hadn't had time to check them. He took out the ancient sword, but his arms suddenly became heavy. With his strength, he could barely lift it. Fang Jueyu quickly stashed it back. The ancient sword was about 120 centimeters in length and probably weighed over 150 pounds. It didn't have the design of a long quan sword, but was similar to a bronze sword from the Warring States period, just larger than the usual ones. The sword was entirely pitch black and appeared to be quite ancient. Could it be the sword of some emperor from history? Host, this sword was crafted by one of your ancestors named Fang Jun. He was a sword refiner from the spring and autumn period, but very few people knew his name. Sword refiner? I've only heard of Ganjiang and YS. This occupation was seriously outdated in modern times. Does this profession even exist anymore? Mr. Fang Jun was actually the mentor of Ganjiang and YS. Xiao Li said, in our former galaxy, this was a very noble profession, so don't underestimate it. Noble? Can such a thing still be used in a law-governed society? That's just the secular understanding, Xiao Yi said disdainfully. In our world, all those magical treasures in your immortal cultivation fantasy stories actually exist, And after your ancestor activated his potential, he learned from the refining book. The things he refined were not junk. So what is this sword after all? I don't know. Different methods and techniques result in different weapons. Fang Jun was quite careless back then and made a bunch. Some succeeded, and some were defects. This ancient sword got mixed into the defective ones, and I just found it a pity and kept it. But this thing is too heavy, I can't even lift it. I remember this sword was forged by Fang Jun using meteorite iron from a meteorite. Its hardness surpasses any material on Earth, and he took quite a few years to make it, Xiao Yi recalled. Oh well, I'll keep it for now. If it's useless, I can at least have it as an antique at home for a good fortune. Fang Jueyu was somewhat disappointed. This thing wasn't even as good as the 5 low-quality pills in that little bottle. Huh, why is Principal Wang calling me in the middle of the night? Fang Jueyu's phone rang. It was already 12:30. Could something urgent have happened? Oh Wang, what's up calling so late? Fang Jueyu said carelessly. You're not busy. Wang Tsong's surprised voice came through the phone. I thought I'd finally get my revenge today. Geez, you sure hold grudges, don't you? I just disturbed you once, and you're holding so much animosity? Fang Jueyu smirked. Luckily, he was single. If he was really busy, this could have scared him out of his wits. Oh, right, just call me by my name. Don't keep calling me old Wang, it sounds weird. Wang Tsong said discontentedly. If it were anyone else, he'd have cursed them out. But since it was Fang Jueyu, whose family was no less than his own, Wang Tsong wouldn't dare be casual. What are you calling me for? Say it, or I'm hanging up, Fang Jueyu said impatiently. No, I have serious business. Wang Tsong hurriedly said, Are you free tomorrow? I'll come to Jiangnan City to see you. The preliminary work for that movie is done. The special effects team charges by time, and I can't afford delays. Let's finalize the actors and directors soon. All right. Fang Jueyu still needed to discuss Guisinyu's matter with him. Tomorrow, meet me at Jiangnan Bun in Jiangnan City. Call me when you arrive, and I'll pick you up. All right. Wang Tsong liked dealing with straightforward people. Oh, by the way, you mentioned before your family has a private chef, right? I'm crashing at your place for lunch tomorrow. What do you want to eat? My chef can make anything. Can make anything? You sure? Wang Tsong laughed slyly. If they can't make it, I'll stream myself pooping upside down tomorrow. Fang Jueyu boasted. As long as it's fit for human consumption. Then I want Italian Alba white truffles and almas caviar. These were things he was sure Fang Jueyu couldn't get. Especially given the off-season. Even in season, importing them would take a long time. Fine, I'll arrange it. Fang Jueyu recognized Wang Tsong was just challenging him, but he had multiple private jets on standby worldwide at any given time. Anything he wanted, he could get within a day. This time, Wang Tsong was destined to be disappointed. Early in the morning, Fang Jueyu was startled awake by a cacophony of noise. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he opened the curtains to see 4 huge trucks parked downstairs, each with a brand new sports car lying in the back. Every time one of Fang Jueyu's companies designed a new model of a sports car, a unit would be left in the warehouse for anyone from the Fang family to use at any time. Because Fang Jueyu had no special modification request this time, the first batch of cars had already been delivered to his villa. A Pagani Huayra, a Lamborghini Veneno, an Aston Martin Valkyrie, and a Koenigsegg 1:1. 4 supercars shimmered under the sun, a lineup that would make any car enthusiast go wild. The managers of the 4 factories carefully unloaded the 4 sports cars from the trucks and parked them in Fang Jueyu's private garage. The once empty garage suddenly seemed a lot fuller. Once all the spots were filled, Fang Jueyu's garage could practically rival a car show, and none of the supercars here were anything less than limited editions. Not even all the money in the world could buy them. That today's breakfast was Italian-wide noodles prepared by a chef the previous night. He had someone fly in the purest Emma's caviar from Iran, along with Maine lobster and some organic vegetables. Making this meals cost nearly $1,000. But these $1,000 Italian noodles barely satisfied a few bites for Fang Jueyu. He wasn't someone with extremely high tastes. Such luxurious food was no different in his mind from a bowl of pickled mustard greens with pork noodles. Fang Jueyu, I'm at the gate of Jiangnan Bun now. Wang Tsong rushed over in a hurry, and it wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. Wang Tsong knew very well that Fang Jueyu was a wealthy man. Since he was on his turf, naturally, he couldn't lose face, so he drove over with his Koenigsegg CCXR worth $30 million. This car was something he had asked his father Wang Lin to help get, and it usually sat in his garage because he couldn't bear to drive it. This time, he brought it out just to save face. All right, I'll come out right away. Fang Jueyu casually threw on a tank top and a pair of shorts, slipped on some sandals, and rode out on an electric scooter. Today, I must regain my pride. Wang Lin rolled down the window and noticed that the guy on the scooter with messy hair looked somewhat familiar. Hey, Wang Tsong. Fang Jueyu also recognized Wang Tsong in the car and immediately waved to him. What the heck? Why did you come out dressed like this? Don't tell anyone you know me. Wang Tsong suddenly showed a look of disdain. Thinking, you're a billionaire, can't you pay a bit more attention to your image when you go out? What's wrong with me? Do I need to wear a suit and tie and drive a sports car just to leave the house? Fang Ju said indignantly. What? Do you look down on electric scooters? Fang Jueyu turned the front of the scooter toward Wang Tsong's face and said, This isn't an ordinary electric scooter. See this logo. It's a Lamborghini. Have you ever seen a Lamborghini scooter? Are you kidding me? Wang Tsong stared in disbelief at the flashy pink scooter in front of him. He hadn't heard of Lamborghini making scooters, but the logo on this one was real, not some hastily pasted sticker. Who's kidding you? Fang Jueyu said indifferently. The company is mine. Forget about making a scooter. I can have them make a tractor for you if you want. Fang Jueyu wasn't joking. This pink scooter was indeed made by Lamborghini. The other day, when he had Zhuang Ying order the sport cars, he casually brought it up. Since the villa area was so large, going in and out was troublesome, and driving to nearby places seemed too extravagant at SO, he told Zhuang Ying to get him an e-bike for easier travel. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Ying had a weird thought and asked Lamborghini to specially make an electric scooter for him. And it was delivered this morning with a Veneno. Even though it was an electric scooter, its power was not much weaker than that of a motorcycle, with a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour, which ordinary cars couldn't match. You gotta be kidding me. Wang Tsong was at a loss for words. Can you be any more exaggerated? Looking at his own sports car, Wang Tsong felt slightly better. Even if this pink Lamborghini was custom-made, it wouldn't surpass a few million, nowhere near his Koenigsegg. He adjusted his expression and said, Enough chit-chat, take me to your place. I want to see what kind of place you live in. All right, follow me in. Fang Jueyu rode the pink Lamborghini ahead. Wang Tsong's face twitched as he started his car to follow. Wow, there's no way you live alone in such a big villa, right? Wang Tsong admitted that this villa shocked him. Even after studying abroad for years, only top designers could create such an artistic masterpiece. Yeah, just me. No way. What about daily maintenance and the chef team? Do they live elsewhere? Nope, the 20 villas around here are also mine. My staff live in them. At this moment, Wang Tsong's expression was exactly like Fang Jueyu's when he first arrived here. Although Fang Jueyu appeared calm, he was holding back his laughter so much that his stomach was about to burst. Never mind. Wang Tsong sighed. This level of extravagance was something only he could pull off, and he began to feel that his title as the richest second generation in the online world was somewhat unearned. Where's your garage? I'd like to park first. Wang Tsong didn't want his car exposed to the elements outside. Are you sure? Fang Jueyu asked. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it when you see my garage. Oh, please. Wang Tsong was immediately displeased. See this car? Koenigsegg CCXR, priced over 30 million, and there aren't many in the world. Your Maserati MC12 is nice, but it can't compete with mine. Oh, that Maserati. I let my assistant drive it. I bought a few more cars recently. Since you want to see them, I'll take you to check them out. Fang Jueyu led Wang Tsong into his underground garage. When he saw the first car, he was instantly dumbfounded. Is this a Lamborghini Veneno? He had wanted one for a long time, but the pre-tax price of 3 million euros made him hesitant, and even his dad couldn't bring himself to buy it. Yeah, you came just in time. This car was delivered to my house this morning along with my pink Lamborghini, Pagani Huayra, and the Valkyrie. The Koenigsegg 1:1. You even managed to get this car? Wang Tsong grabbed Fang Jueyu by the collar. The Koenigsegg 1:1, priced over 100 million yuan, had only 6 units worldwide. What are you doing? Let go. This tank top cost dozens of dollars. Fang Jueyu said discontentedly. Does this car cost over 100 million? I wasn't aware. Anyway, when I asked my assistant for one, she got it. Don't tell me your family owns Koenigsegg too? Not exactly. Before Wang Tsong could breathe a sigh of relief, Fang Jueyu added, but I do own 41% of the shares. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Tsong nearly choked internally. I suddenly feel awfully poor. Wang Tsong thought he'd seen it all, but when he spotted the vehicle at the far end of the garage, his whole mindset collapsed.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.